everyone joining us from all over the world. Welcome to the celebration of Richard Schmid. I'm Simi Jackson from Rosemary Brushes, and we're here today running all things technical with the brilliant Joe Hawkins. You often won't see him because he's behind the camera, but just know he's here too. We're so excited to welcome you all to our celebration of Richard. And it's been mine and Joe's pleasure to help Nancy create this event and make her dreams become a reality. As with all things that are live, we appreciate your patience and your good humour through any technical glitches that we may come across throughout this weekend. But I want to give you a couple of house rules before we get started, okay? Basically, anybody who was with us yesterday are going to have heard these potentially 24 times because we went for 24 hours, but I'm going to say them. So you'll see that we've muted everybody, and we've done this to ensure a smooth event and to make sure that we don't hear any unwanted sounds. We hope that you'll understand that with the amount of us that's on here, it's a necessity thing. Some of you may have come on with your video not showing. This is a Zoom control, and the amount of videos that we have on at any one point is a little bit out of our hands. But in short, what we are going to do is ask attendees at some point if they'd like to be promoted to panelists. And all that will mean is that we can then see your video. But we understand if you don't want to do that. This is an internet restriction and it's not ours. Throughout the event today, we're encouraging questions and answers, and you'll see down at the bottom of your screen there that there's a questions and answers section, or it might be called chat. If you click on that, type away, and throughout the demonstrations that will be coming on later, we'll be sure to ask as many questions as we can, okay? Now, you may have come on called artist, your name, and again, this is a limitation that when we send out as many invites as we have to do a group name. If you'd like to rename yourself, if you scroll on your picture, hover over and see 3 dots, you can click on that and go down to rename and pop whatever name you'd like in there. We had some fun ones yesterday. We recommend that you watch today's event with the speaker view on. Again, something that a lot of you will have noticed from yesterday. If you're on a desktop, you will click on the view section. On my computer now, it's on my top right, okay? And if you click on that view, you then go to speaker view and you'll be able to change that, okay? That way you're gonna see what we're spotlighting. So when we show videos, or if we spotlight one artist or a group of them, they'll be on your screen in the larger format. If you'd rather see everybody that's on here today, you can just go to gallery view. But either way, play around with both of those. On a mobile phone, a cell phone, or an iPad or a tablet, it's actually called active speaker, okay? So again, play around with that. That's actually on the top left-hand side of the corner, just to confuse things a little bit more. Okay, so for anybody around the world coming in with us today, we're really grateful that you're here. And finally, we just want to say that we might not be able to hear you, but we can see a lot of you. And that we ask today that if you'd like to clap, we do it through sign language, and it goes like this. And that way, we know that you're having a great time and that you've enjoyed any of the films or the demonstrations, and it's just a little bit of fun. So I'm now going to pass you over to our leader, my dear friend Nancy, and this event is Nancy's Dream, a celebration of Richard Schmid.
Okay, now I think you can hear me. Hello, and thank you all for coming. It is good to be here with you live together all around the world in tribute to our dear Richard. Firstly, since Richard's passing, I wanted to thank you all on behalf of Richard's family. We received thousands upon thousands of messages, cards, notes, flowers, and your posts on social media were just so touching. And now, if it's okay, I'd like to take a moment of silence in tribute to Richard all around the world. And if you want, you can do it the way you want to, but Richard would always say, I sometimes did things differently. You can think of your favorite color. Have this color in your mind. Close your eyes for a minute. And let's take our color and send it around the world together in tribute to Richard. I think he would like that. So let's take that one moment together. Thank you all. Thank you so much. I think we made the world a more colorful place. You certainly did, Richard. This whole weekend was made by people who loved Richard. You can feel it. It's and all of you are part of that love too around the world. Special thanks to Semi Jackson and Joe Hawkins, who made this all possible 24 hours yesterday with all of us. And now today, this beautiful program for you. It's all so full of love. I wanted to thank each of you for painting along with us, sharing your stories and tributes to Richard. They are so touching, and many of us never heard of so many of them. I will archive them and save them forever. If you haven't sent one, if you want to, we'll put it on the website by tomorrow, richardschmidart.com, on how to do that. Because I thought, when we're all gone, nobody will know about this wonderful art experience we were in all together. Okay, and I want to thank these incredible artists who have volunteered to paint for Richard in tribute to Richard. They were all honored to be here in celebration, in celebrating Richard with all of you and for all of you. I miss him so much, as you do. But somehow for me, working on his books, being surrounded by his paintings, and doing this tribute is very healing. And I hope it is for you too. And I love keeping him alive in my heart and in the memories and in the art. One of Richard's missions was to pass along everything he knew about painting. On his 80th birthday, if they can show this picture, he was so happy, this global card party. And if not, we'll put it on the website. The Putney Painters gave to him with his birthday wishes around the world. He has now reached 87 countries. And this weekend adds to all of that and to his mission. So thank you all. And the mission will continue forever. Endless ideas that will come and we'll celebrate. And today is about Richard's, of course, master in painting, but also about his spirit of generosity and so much more. This is a small part of his life, so there is more to come. And I get to introduce the first film. It's Richard Schmid and the Palette Chisel Academy of Fine Arts. Oh, and it's just so good to see all of you, I'm sorry. And this gives you a peek into Richard's generosity and how he touched us all. More to come. You could take it from here, Semi.
I remember the excitement of walking towards the Palette and Chisel, that beautiful Victorian building, hearing the sound of the gate and walking up those front steps, knowing we were about to begin another adventure with Richard. Entering the building, I would peer into the art galleries and then walk to the portrait Richard painted of Diana Fran. I would study closely, remembering his blacken, and then how he concentrated on her eyes and nose first, getting it just right. Then we could actually watch him mix his colors and finish the rest. Then up those old creaky stairs, and oh my gosh, I could hear the classical music Richard was playing, and my heart pounding, getting nearer to the magical third floor. I could actually feel the joy in the air. We knew we were in a special time in our lives, and anything was possible.
Hello, welcome to the Palette and Chisel. My name is Clayton Beck, and I painted with Richard Schmid in the 1980s in this room. This room is lit by North Light, which was Richard Schmid's preferred light source. We were lucky enough to have Richard visit us again in 2007 and paint this portrait he asked me to sit for as a demonstration. He spent about an hour and a half on it total, and we were all just floored by it. It was fantastic to have Richard Schmid here at the Palette and Chisel, painting along with us, not only instructing us, but leading us.
He was always very supportive, and he would always answer any question that you had. He'd always help you with any problem that he could see that you couldn't see.
He's always very kind to the younger artists, and any question you ask him, he never, hesitate to share his knowledge. Always tells you more than I asked for.
He always taught us to strive for the best, strive for excellence, and he's an all-around great guy.
When Richard Schmid became president and Nancy Albright was secretary, the Palette and Chisel was in financial difficulties. But soon after his assuming the presidency, his business acumen and the enthusiasm of the new group of painters, including Scott Burdick and Rose Franson and others, caught on. Within 2 years, the PNC was financially sound and thriving with artists. Richard, we are honored to continue that legacy that was established by you, and in your memory, we will continue on keeping the Palette and Chisel financially sound and enthusiastic for the days to come. So in closing, I'd like to propose a toast to Richard, to Nancy, and to their wonderful contribution to the Palette and Chisel. Raise your brushes on high and say, yes, cheers! Cheers! Thank you, Nancy.
Every once in a while, a flash of brilliance comes through our lives. I served on the board during Richard's time as president of the Palette Chisel. During his tenure, he took this failing institution to being a thriving one by the time he left. Along the way, he unselfishly mentored several now successful young artists. Thinking of my dear old friend, thanks for passing through my life.
The Palette Chisel studio was packed with artists. I waited in anticipation for Richard's first brushstroke on my portrait, but every time Richard put his brush to the canvas, someone asked a question, and Richard swiveled in his chair and generously answered. I was getting tense. Would there be enough time to finish? Of course. Another masterpiece. Thank you, Richard, my dear friend.
As I sat and listened to him sharing his extensive knowledge, encouraging and inspiring those young artists to feel and express the joy of creating beautiful art, I was inspired to do what I could to help support them.
Richard and Nancy took me on an explore at Palette Chisel before posing for them. Through the galleries, kitchen, and the basement mural, Richard mentioned he always dabbles red in a portrait. So I wore red leather beret and silky scarf. He turned this toad into a thing of beauty. I'm grateful to have witnessed their talent and love.
You know, one Sunday I went to the B&C for the open studio, and I found that my brushes and paints had been donated accidentally. I was kind of devastated with not a lot of money at hand to replace it. When Richard heard of my plight, my big hero gave me some personal brushes and some paints. And the brushes, I looked at them as if this was a piece of the true cross.
It's difficult to find the words to say how much of that I appreciate and am in awe at Richard's generosity. The American Academy gave us skills, but Richard gave us the heart. I really began to understand what it was to be an artist and to create art, to spread the love that we have for humanity and to put that on a canvas and put that out to the world.
Richard was an incredible artist and a wonderful person. One of the best compliments I ever received was when he told me that I was one of his favorite models. Coming from Richard, that really, really meant a lot.
I remember being in school and hearing about Richard and the group of artists painting at the Palette Chisel, and it was exciting for an art student to know that there were artists out there like that, and I just feel very honored to know that I am a part of that collection. You know, he's a great artist, and we always go back to his work for inspiration, and I'm very pleased to have been just a little bit a part of that.
I started going to the Palette Chisel Academy of Fine Art, where we would paint after school, Nancy Guzik and me and a whole bunch of other incredible artists and students at the time. We, at the same time, met Richard Schmid, and he had moved back to Chicago. It was such an incredible time in my life to learn from this great master, not just about art, thinking about other issues than simply just art, but what you paint, why you paint. That was probably the greatest gift that I got from Richard and from the time at the Palette Chisel.
I guess what happened with Richard that I didn't realize was that you could be an artist, right? Until we met Richard at the Palette Chisel, I'd never actually met a live working artist who actually made their living as an artist. It was like, wow, wait, there's this guy doing it. And what was absolutely lovely about Richard is not only did he do it, was he a real live working artist who was very successful. He was also a real human being in that he was generous and he would laugh at himself. He was incredibly generous from that point of view.
Richard could turn a bunch of random people who like to paint into a family of electrified artists. Thank you, Richard, for making our world a more beautiful place. And remember to squint.
Of course, that was only a few of the portraits that Richard painted when he was at the Palette and Chisel, and we feel honoured that the models and other artists contributed to those films. On behalf of Richard and Nancy, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We would now like to share with you a short film called Richard Painting People in the Grand Manner.
we'd like to welcome you to this amazing event. Richard Schmid lives on as our mentor and as our friend. And, you know, we all think of him as such a gracious, generous person. And so Nancy wanted to do this weekend to share it with the world. And, you know, the fact that it always lives on, and we will always be thinking about him. And it is with our great pleasure, our honor, to introduce this next part of the worldwide event for him. Artists painting portraits in their studios in tribute to Richard Schmid. This is one of my many favorite things that Richard taught us. You know, sharing knowledge, connecting. These artists will be sharing what they know with you, as what Richard loved to do with all of us. We both love sharing what we know, and we wish so much we could be a part of this, but we can't. We're both on the road this weekend. It just was bad timing, or we would be with you. We are really proud to introduce these amazing artists who are going to share what they know. And so here we go. Rose Franson and Dan Gerhartz and Jeremy Lipkin, Michelle Dunaway, Clayton J. Beck III, and of course, Nancy Guzik. So have a wonderful time. We wish we could be with you, but we will watch it later, we promise. Happy painting, everybody.
Happy painting.
Hi, Rose. I'm going to ask to unmute you there, Rose. Yeah. I'm asking to unmute you there, Rose. Clayton, same for you. And
there you go. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Michelle.
Good morning.
Remove.
Morning.
We need to pin the other map. The right map. Okay, I'm going to go around the room. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to quickly just go around the room and just check that we can hear you all, and then I'm going to leave you to it, okay? So, I feel like we're in school. I'm going to read the register. Clayton, can you just say a couple of words so I know we can hear you?
Couple of words.
There you go. Michelle?
Hi.
I
feel like I need 10 minutes to compose myself after seeing those beautiful videos. It's stunning.
I hear you. Rose, are you there?
I'm here. I'm just getting stuff ready.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Are we on
now?
You are on. We are on. It's
Hi, everybody.
Sunday.
Hi, world. Hi, Guzik.
Rose, we know your audio works, so now just 1 minute. Daniel.
What a pleasure to be part of this with you guys.
Oh, loud and clear. Perfect. Okay, Nance?
Yes, here. I'm here. Hello, everybody.
And Jeremy.
Hey, Simi.
Okay.
Hey, just say a couple of words so we can make sure we can hear you all right.
All right. Well, I mean, that was a great video, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so you're all in the room. Just so that folks know, I'm going to head off now and leave you guys with these wonderful people. They're a riot. And they're going to share some beautiful stories that they have with Richard, and how he inspired us and how he lives through with us. And Nance, I'm going to pass on to you.
Oh my gosh, we made it to here. This is so exciting. And I first just wanted to say, you know, Val and Bill for the Palette and Chisel one, thank you so much, and all the artists there. And we get to talk about the Palette and Chisel while we're painting. And also a big thank you to Kristen Tees for the painting people in the Grand Manor. We were all crying on that one. And there's another film of hers at the end, so that she produced just for Richard. And thank you all artists, here we go. And I guess I'll just, we're just so excited to be here in tribute to Richard, to celebrate with the world. Stories we have, the way we paint, or the way what we learned from Richard, or what we changed from Richard, all the joy, and it's all live, which is really exciting. It's like we're part of the world. Richard would have loved to have seen this and be a part of it. And I just want to say, I am painting our granddaughter Samantha, and later on she'll give a little tribute to Richard, a story or two. Who would like to go next and say what they're painting, and we can all start going? And I actually started yesterday, with the painters. So I kind of cheated. I knew Rose would. I was just gonna try to see if she'd notice. Anyway,
I'm actually noticing everybody else has started. So now I'm a little worried. Michelle, you and I are the only.
I know. We should have started already. I love your setup, Rose. It already looks like a painting.
It's beautiful.
Back there.
I have a painting behind my nephew, Matthias Franzen. He's posing.
What a neat idea.
So actually, I think I got that idea from Daniel Sprick. Just fairness to the universe there. But Mati is 17, and he's here for a year, and I haven't painted him since he was 10. So this is his first time. And when he was 10, he only posed for about 10 minutes, and then he had enough of me. So I'm paying him today. I hope he stays the whole time.
I'm gonna move it this way.
I'm done. Somebody else wants to say something? Dan, you, Michelle, somebody.
Sure, I'll go. I wish I had a live model. I'm not working with live models yet because I'm taking care of my elderly parents during COVID. So I'm just trying to be protected, even though we're all vaccinated and stuff. So I'll be working from a photograph today, and I'm just going to let you be surprised as to what it ends up being. So. Anyways, whoever wants to go next, but just so happy for everyone to be here. And Nancy, I hope you know we're just all sending you so much love at this time. Yeah.
Thank you for celebrating with us all. Dan, would you like to say what you're painting?
I'd love to. Thank you. When I think back to what was it, 35 years ago, when we stumbled into Richard's living room, a whole group of us. I think Tim Lawson, Tim and I were working in a frame shop, and he said, "Hey, did you hear that Richard's in town?" I said, "Who's Richard?" Tim knew everybody, and he said, "How do we get a hold of him?" I said, "Let's call Information." So we called Information. Tim got his phone number. We called him. Richard let all of us into his living room the next Sunday. So we all came into the room. He opened up his home, his heart, and it just continued on and on and on. And what a privilege to be part of that. And I'm so grateful that we can have this opportunity to share just how Richard touched us, the generosity with which he, just distributed his knowledge, and he held nothing back. Every time you saw him, it was always a warm smile, just his enthusiasm bubbling over. And one thing I remember he said to us, kind of as he kicked us out of the nest, and he said, time to go paint. And one of the things he said that I remembered is that try to do at least one head a week from life. That's great advice. And I've continued to try to do that, to just continue to paint from life over and over and over. I'm doing that today. I'm working with a beautiful young lady from the area who I've worked with many, many times, and I'm looking forward to painting another head from life. So charge on, folks.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, we'll tell a lot of stories.
I think I first met Richard at the American Academy of Art. Dan, did you see that demo when he was there? Did you see? I just gotten back from Australia, and Scotty and Nance and everybody knew he had already demoed there once. Were you there that year that he demoed twice?
I don't know about the formal demo, but I remember. I mean, I was there many times when he was painting from life. So I don't know if I was there. I had already moved up to Wisconsin at that point, so I was, kind of out of the picture. I would just come up on the weekends occasionally, or down on the weekends. So I don't know exactly. You ready, Ash?
And Rose, can you repeat that? I was kind of setting up. What did you say? What story were you talking about?
See, this is going to be an interesting conversation when we're all just getting started. Often when I tell my students, like the hardest part about painting at this point is the drawing, and the block in. And that's like when you want to talk the least. That's when you want to concentrate the most, and you just bang. So I was hoping somebody else would do a lot of talking. Clayton, since you've already got your block in there, I think it'd be now a really good time to actually for you to start.
I actually didn't get started until Richard's video started, so I didn't even get a chance to see it. So I'm looking forward to looking at the tape. I saw Richard during those first demos, and I asked Mr. Parks, because I was still in fundamentals and life drawing, and I said, have you heard of this guy? And he said, yeah, we went to school together. He's pretty good. And you don't want to miss this demo. So I got a chance to see that demo. Actually, he did several of them at the American Academy. Let's see, he painted Ted and Natas, and I think a back study nude of Marcia.
I saw that. That was the first one I saw.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. Yes, keep going.
Well, I just remember Mr. Parks cringing because Richard turned the rheostat on the halogen light all the way up to try and cool it off a little. And we had to paint orange flesh the whole time we were at the American Academy. So by the time we got over to the Palette and Chisel and started painting under Northlight, it was just such a strange experience. None of the colors on my palette looked right while I was mixing those. Did anybody else have that problem?
Oh yeah, I certainly did. But hey, Jeremy, have you said anything yet, my friend?
No, I didn't. But I mean, I started with a blank canvas.
Okay, go ahead.
What's that?
Talk.
I was just going to say, I had a blank canvas too about 20 minutes ago, and when I saw Dan had his drawn in, I got nervous, so I just started sketching. But
hey, come on!
I'm painting my daughter Skylar today. That's who my beautiful model is in the back.
Hello, Skylar! Oh my gosh, how wonderful!
Nice guy.
Hello.
The reason I got started early, there's something specific that I want to share that Richard shared with me that I need to get kind of halfway through the painting on to be able to really hammer home what he said to me. Actually, he and Al Handel on that memorable trip to Door County, some of the paintings that you saw in the video were from. And also that painting that was on some of your promo stuff, Simi, a Richard painting on the beach in Door County. That was absolutely mesmerizing.
Yeah.
In the painting, I think he added Rose in later, but initially it was the landscape with that driftwood going across those white rocks. And so Richard's pulled up his chairs, easily sat down. He just kind of like Sargent, he would just get his gear and just plop down and just start painting. And of course it was very calculated and it looked random, but I'm sure he was thinking it all through. We all sat behind Richard, and it was this field of broken square white rocks, or maybe some round ones, but I looked at it and thought, what is he going to do with that? And he created the most gorgeous abstract out of those rocks. It was this kaleidoscopic, prismatic, breathing it just led into the driftwood, but then led into the dark forest and then the waves over on the right. An absolutely gorgeous piece. So, and then we spent the whole week. We spent the whole week painting with Richard up there too, and you know, it was absolutely a gift to be able to do that. And so,
I think I still have that painting in mind when I see a scene like that, and still try to paint that painting. It was one of those paintings that just totally, in the demo or watching that painting happen, totally embedded into my being, you know.
Right.
And it's just, I totally remember that whole thing. And I do remember that I wasn't in it because I was actually behind him watching him paint it.
right.
The scene.
Well, just another testament to his genius to, after the fact, weave you into that so seamlessly, you know. Absolutely gorgeous piece.
Yeah, no kidding, no kidding.
I want to see that.
Who
painting.
haven't we heard from yet?
Simi, can you pop that paint? Do you have an image of that?
So which painting did you want up, Dan?
It was the painting of Richard sitting. It was just, it wasn't a painting of his painting. It was a painting of him sitting on the beach. It doesn't matter. We can.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah,
I'm going to
no.
say a couple of other
Yeah,
things at the same time. Guys, can you hear me?
That's a great painting, but Rose, did you say you weren't painting that day?
I was not painting that day. I painted that day, but we painted in different areas. I think he took me from, I was painting the interior of the forest later after we saw that demo. And I think that's where he must have come and taken some pictures of me or something, or maybe he did a little sketch with me or something without me knowing it. And then he put that into the painting with the driftwood later, which is that wild?
Yeah.
He did the same thing with a landscape of me out in Vermont. It's actually in the landscape book, but it's got me out in the field painting, which is fantastic. I was so surprised by it.
Yeah, the other painting I remember, I don't know, Dan, I think it's the same Door County trip, right? That painting where he has me, Nancy and Scott looking at his painting, sitting there talking about it in the field.
Yeah, that was the same trip.
That was the
watercolor.
Trip.
Yeah, that was a little watercolor. He must have taken a photo of you guys, or maybe Nancy took the photo of you watching him paint or something, or somebody did, and he did a piece from that.
I remember the three of us sitting there and talking about his painting when it seemed like he had just stepped back to go look at it or something, and it's possible that's when he got that shot. But that painting was this scene where it was one of the most, can I say butt ugly on international television? Or is that what this is? You could
No, Rose.
What?
That's Rose.
No.
It was really ugly house from like the 70s, you know, like an ugly ranch house way down in the background of that painting. And I remember going, are you really going to paint that? You're going to really paint that house? Because I found nothing in that house that had any redeeming qualities to be inspiring to paint. And Richard turned it into this most magical, awesome house. He changed the architecture, he changed everything. So it just folded so beautifully into the landscape. And so I think that's what we were talking about, Nance. It was, or it was the cherry tree. It was like a cherry orchard that we were painting in. Do you remember that, Dan? The cherry orchard?
Yeah, that's what it was. It was a cherry orchard that we were sitting in, and everything was in the fruit was hanging ripe on the trees, and it was just the perfect time to be there. And then we had Albert Handel sitting underneath the cherry tree. Remember that? Anyway,
Did goes for us underneath the cherry tree? I don't remember that. Did Al pose for all of us?
I thought he did. I thought he did. Maybe not. Maybe I just happened to see him sitting over there and thought, wow, there's a classic shot.
I see that I'm probably the only one who's going to talk the most while we're doing all this video. Is that what everybody's? Look at that start, Michelle. Very nice. Very nice. Everybody's doing. Oh, I'm supposed to be painting, right? Okay, sorry. What's that?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I just wanted to say a couple of quick bits, which is, firstly, people are asking questions. So you just shout me, U6, when you actually want a question feeding in, okay? Because we've got them coming in, but we want to hear your stories as well. So I don't want to hijack anything. The second one is, Clayton, is there any way you could move your camera in a way that we could see your painting more?
I actually have a second camera that I had dedicated just to the canvas, and when I tried to do it in Zoom where I switched cameras, Zoom locked up on me twice. So, and then I got kicked off for about 20 minutes. So I didn't want to take a chance, but what I will do is I think I can maybe move the camera in a little bit. When I get a little bit more in here, I'll give you a little closer shot for it.
Sure. And then a couple of other things. If any of you want me to spotlight you at some point because you're going into something juicy, just shout and I will spotlight you. Rose, you're exempt from that rule. No, I'm kidding.
Thank you, Simi. That was much
Well, everything
needed.
Rose does is juicy paint, so it'd be on her the whole time.
No, I'm kidding.
To watch her paint.
I was noticing is that Richard's painting of you, Dan, that's right there in your shot with you?
It is. Let me take a second. I'll zoom into that. Richard or Rose, you were with me that trip that we took to Nancy and Richard's in Colorado. And I believe, let me just bring this up. Yeah, this is very similar to most of the pieces that you saw on the prior video, but it was Richard was just chatting with us while I sat there. I'm sure I was moving around some. And he just, he knocked this thing out in about an hour and 15 minutes, maybe an hour and a half. Not, but it just did a super job as usual. And what this piece is, Richard was absolutely. I want to show one more thing here too. This is, look closely at this. I hope you can see every. Let me just knock the exposure down. Can everybody see that?
Yeah. That's awesome.
Christmas card. Nancy and Rose would send, or Nancy and Richard would send these cards out. This one says "Rejoice," and it just typifies everything about Nancy and Richard in their interaction with me, in their interaction with the world. They were constantly encouraging people, and myself included. I would call, I would see them any place, Richard would drop whatever he's doing and make a point of asking me a question, make a point of, seeing how I'm doing. What am I painting? What a great man. He would invest in us. He would invest in us personally. He would invest in us financially. He bought some of my paintings, when I was starting out. I remember there was a big, I don't remember where the show was. It was a museum show, I believe, or maybe it was at the Talisman. I don't remember what the venue, but of course we're all scrambling around trying to get frames, cobble together whatever we could as starving artists. And Richard said, you know what, why don't I just buy you frames? So he just bought frames for everybody in the whole show, and I think, we paid him back a little bit, but by and large, it was a gift. And, just again, absolutely a testament to how to live. And Richard showed that over and over and over. And I thank God for the opportunity to have known Richard and to have been under his his wing, to see how to treat others, how to paint. His, I think Clayton said earlier too, is standards for excellence in the arts, bringing all of us around to Sargent painting and just getting excited as a 4-year-old, sharing the exquisite qualities of this Sargent, the value control, the edge quality, the absolute elegance of every brushstroke, all these things that all of us now take to heart and try to put into our work, our own work. Just as Richard said in some of those quotes, it's not about Dan or Rose or Jeremy or Richard. It's about elevating what we see and the beauty that we see to uplift and to nourish mankind. What a great, that word nourish, the quote of his, absolutely perfect. Isn't that what art should be for? To nourish the soul and to inspire towards goodness. And certainly that's what I'm getting out of it. And I'm so grateful that he perpetuated that, certainly while he was living, but even now through his spirit. So I'm going to start to paint.
That was beautiful.
That was beautiful, Dan.
Beautiful. Yeah. So beautiful.
I just want you all to know that whilst you're all talking away, Jeremy's silently sneaking up on all of you. So we need to distract him somehow, so that he doesn't get way ahead, right?
Oops. No, I don't like that idea. It's actually getting a little bit done here. But I like hearing Dan talk. I mean, if Dan kept going the whole time, that'd be great.
I'll keep trying here, Jeremy.
Love hearing your stories.
Well, we've got a lot of them, and thank you, Nancy, for bringing all this together to kind of bring them out again and keep them alive. We will do our best, God willing, to continue with all that, right? And to keep sharing.
Yeah, and I have a great story. When we were in Kewaskum, Richard, Rose, Dan, and I, and Tim Lawson, and I think it was us, and we were going to just go landscape painting, and Richard told me I bought these gigantic boots. I think it was Dan who told me they were so big and to keep warm. So we went out landscape painting, and of course Richard joined us, and we all went to a different spot, and it started to blizzard. Snow in our palette. I know I want to hear how you remember it. Snow in our palette, snow on our paint, the wind starting to come. And I mean, just coming down, it was beautiful, but I was just getting so cold. And then all of a sudden I thought, oh my gosh, where's Richard? So I grabbed both of you, and look, whoa, what's happening? I'm not sure what Rose is going through there. It looks like COVID or something.
I just thought, your story, I was hoping somebody would lead me into my next gesture on the page. I've been waiting for a lead in, and I keep I'm just gonna go ahead and go for it. Oh my
gosh, Richard is just
it's starting to slow me up in my process now. One of the things I'd like to say, in my mind, is that Richard Schmid was the genius of the understated background, but the genius of the vignette, right? And we can all see that when he would lay a background in, it was like magic, and it was almost so minimal, right? So for a long time, I avoided actually painting any vignettes because I sort of felt it was like Richard's thing, and it was trying to discover something that I could actually get myself behind. So I've been playing with a lot of different tools in the background and stuff. And today I thought maybe I would show you my latest tool that I've decided to use to experiment with trying to do a new background. This will be my brush today. My model is prepared.
Rose said she was going to bring a surprise.
Sweet Rose.
I've been just waiting. I've just been waiting to get to it here.
I may have to watch ours.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to turn around and stop painting and see this.
Rose's version of Rosie the Riveter paints.
There you go. That's it. Rosie the Riveter here.
We're all laughing, Rose.
Rose, people.
That's the great thing about feeling free to experiment.
Yes.
Rose, there's a spot on the wall in the back that you missed.
What was that? What did you say?
I said there's a spot on the wall behind you that you missed.
My model's prepared though.
I mean, Clayton, you said it well. I mean, Richard did want us to keep moving forward and experimenting. And
absolutely. And you were given freedom to do that and encouraged, and it's a difficult thing. I mean, what people don't realize, Rose is doing something she hasn't done before in front of, the world. That's incredible. Most people, wouldn't have the nerve to do that. Hooray for you, Rose.
Yeah.
Well, actually, the truth is, you can probably do just about anything if you understand some of the principles that Richard actually taught us, right? About color, value, line, and edges. I mean, inside of everything, it just then becomes just a matter of experimentation. If you have understanding of value structure, you have understanding of color, the value of a color, how colors can fold into each other when they have the same value. Can you guys hear me okay?
I want to know what canvas you're using, Rose, that takes that.
What was that?
I want to know what surface you're using that will take that sandblaster thing. What canvas?
It's the new brushes that I'm hoping Rosemary will put out. It's actually not a sandblaster.
Rose, we do have a question. What drill do you endorse these days?
I'm using Hypertouch right here.
I mean, if people don't know who Rose is yet, it is amazing that she can do these things, and then this absolutely great painting appears, and it's just so wonderful.
Nice, Dan. Nice going. It's good blocking, Dan.
Thank you, Rosemary.
Okay, I'm going to kick off with one of the first questions, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Okay. I have many things to learn as a new artist, but my question is how Richard would prepare the canvas or any surface that he would paint on.
Well, that changed over the years, I'm sure, because of the fact that you couldn't get a hold of lead so easily. All of his early work was done with lead, which is a fantastic primer, but it's obviously so difficult to obtain and safety concerns. So I'm not sure. Nancy might have a better grip on how Richard prepared more of his later work. Was it commercially prepared, or did he still make his own canvases and panels?
He in his early days, I believe he made all his canvases with rabbit skin glue and the correct way to do it so that they would last forever. And then when prepared canvases came out, there were some really, really good ones that we used. And I remember at the Palette and Chisel, we used them and we couldn't believe how beautiful they were. but they changed. And so he started to coat those. And all that knowledge is in, I know Katie Swatlin really worked with Richard to document all that. So he still made his own. He still did rabbit skin glue, really good masonite. I know I still have some downstairs. And then rabbit skin glue and double coat of a really good lead white, and that's all in the companion book for Alla Prima. So yeah, it should be all written down. But that was a good question. He would always say, like Dan was saying too, he would always say, you want your setup all set up perfectly. You want your brushes perfect. You want a clean palette, everything organized, your easel to work, not a broken one. That way you could concentrate on not just painting, but what you wanted to say.
Ready to do battle.
Ready to do battle. And I was just going to finish that one. Man, everyone's doing so good. I just wanted to finish that little story of out in this blizzard in Kewaskum. And I grabbed Dan and Rose, I believe, trying to find Richard, because I'm thinking, oh my gosh, he's out in this blizzard alone. We were kind of together and we're looking for him. And there he is. He was like in a garage, so warm and happy, looking out. I mean, he was so smart. Is that what you remember, Dan and Rose? I mean, he was so comfortable and happy. And he had a beautiful painting that's in the book. Yeah.
And he did this absolutely stunning piece that's in Alla Prima, isn't it?
It's in Alla Prima, I bet. Yeah, one of them. Yeah, we'll find out.
Yeah.
Put it on the website.
I remember walking up to the painting going, are you kidding?
I know. I know. He was just so happy. He was smiling at all of us. We looked like, oh, he wrote it. We should read the caption. You know, he wrote, you know how well he writes. I'll go find that or maybe Kristen and Lori can find it, and they'll bring it in for me. He wrote really well what we looked like when we were walking towards him, because we were so full of snow.
Because we were so miserable.
We were, you know, that was just such a great lesson, and he just loved us so much. So I'll read that quote later for you.
I think it was on that trip, Dan, you introduced me to boots that guys in Wisconsin wear, and it changed my outdoor
Okay, that's good. Sudden, I thought you were going to say I introduced you to Chuck, but
well, sometimes boots for landscaping painting may be even more important than a Chuck at that moment.
Oh, well, that makes a difference to have the right equipment.
It really does.
Okay, folks, I just want to make another quick announcement. We've had a quick idea so that people can speak their question too, so we can hear when you ask your question, just tell us where you're listening from, so that you guys have got some idea of where the 850 people are coming in from.
Oh, that's great.
Simi, how much time do we have, by the way?
Yeah.
You are on at the minute, 29 minutes, well, 30 minutes, bang on, you've done.
We're done in 30 minutes?
No, you've done 30 minutes. So what I'm going to say is, if anybody wants to raise their hand, do it like we did yesterday for those that joined us. And what I'll do, I won't spotlight you, but I will unmute you at the top when we come to your question, okay? And all we'd ask is that when you introduce yourself, tell us who you are, where you're calling in from, and then hit them with the question, okay? And then that way we can interact as well with everyone. Sound like a good idea? Dan, I tried to get the picture up, but I'm worried it's going to throw off the videos for this afternoon.
Don't worry about it. That's fine. People can find it. It's in. I'm sure it's in.
We'll put it on the website. You know, it's a good idea. I mean, we'll put these things on the website for you to come to, richardschmidart.com.
Perfect, Nance. Okay. So shall I open up with the first question? Someone has their hand raised.
Yeah.
Please.
Sure.
Okay. Are you there?
Hello?
Yeah, feel free. Ask your question. Tell us where you're calling in from, what your name is, and fire away.
You're talking to me?
I am, but you have not
Okay.
renamed your.
Okay, this is Donna Catati, and I'm calling from Alaska, and I want to know for my own painting outdoors interest, what kind of boots are you talking about? What brand?
Oh man, do you remember that, Dan? That was so long ago. I could, you know what? I'll find them. They're downstairs. I don't know if they make them anymore.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many good brands. It just, go to any outfitter and
Yeah.
look to see, most boots are rated, just for temperature. Just get the ones that are, basically
Right.
You want to be comfortable outside, right? You want to be able to think about your painting and not your boots. So,
what I have is not
another thing.
adequate,
Boots are important, but the older I get, the more I need hand warmers. These things you just open up, and those things are absolutely critical to be able to function outdoors. If you're going to be painting landscapes outside. So
Thanks, guys. I'm going to do another one. I'm rolling straight.
I'll quickly jump in, since I grew up in Alaska and I've gone back there and painted. Timberland waterproof boots are really good. They keep you warm when you're out painting.
All right. Good, Michelle.
Very good.
I can't.
We're going to roll.
Hello.
Hey, fire away.
Hi. Okay, so my name's Jack. I'm from Vegas. My question is this. It's really low level. Anytime that I get frustrated with my painting, it is 90% of the time due to the fact that I can't get the paint to lay down anymore. Like I put down the wrong consistency of paint. So is there any kind of rule of thumb I can follow to kind of avoid that?
I mean,
are you working wet into wet constantly, or are you waiting for parts to dry?
Good, Clayton.
I'm working wet into wet all the time.
Ah, that's the problem with alla prima painting, is learning how to swim around in the mud.
So it's just time, kind of.
Yeah, if you have, obviously, going thinner and then thicker later is a little bit easier, but it's more complicated than that. It has to do with, the stiffness of the bristles, the touch that you have with your brush stroke, whether you're using palette knife. A lot of times a palette knife stroke can go over a brush stroke nicely, and if you try too much pressure, then it doesn't work. So it's a lot of skill to get to work wet into wet, but well worth the effort.
Definitely.
Well,
Thank you.
Anybody else want to take that? Jeremy, you're going to say something. Sorry, go ahead. Is that you, Jeremy?
Go ahead, Rose. I can chime in later. Go ahead.
Oh no, you take it now, Dan. You got it. Go for it.
For me, everything Clayton said is completely true. A lot of it has to do with the canvas. How oil priming versus acrylic priming makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
I prefer actually alkyd prime versus lead or any other oil priming, mostly for that very reason, because it you can just put stuff on and right over the top, and it doesn't lift up what was there.
Right.
Some people hate alkyd priming for that very reason. Some people like the lead and that you can lift it up right to the white canvas. To me, that's not the hill to die on, but so much of it is just your preference. There is no right answer. The key, as kind of Rose was saying before, in terms of technique and or application, it's first of all being able to see the relationships accurately, and you'll figure out a way to get them on there. The key is to see the relationships in their accurate state, and then to get them on. And I think a couple things. Either if your things are just greasy and sliding around, you can't get things as thick. Your canvas is too slippery, and or you've got too much oil in your pigment. Those are my thoughts. I think some people say even using turpentine versus OMS can make a difference. Turpentine will lay down and stick versus OMS, odorless mineral spirits, which will stay a little greasier. That might be an option. Thoughts,
I've
guys?
been using a lot of linseed oil in my medium, like linseed oil and Gamsol basically is my medium. So maybe
That'll
I'm
do
using
it.
as much as that. Oh, okay, yay.
Well, what's everybody working on right now?
Well, let me just say, it's a question of fat over lean, which you might be putting too much fat in your beginning layers. So you want to make sure you're like I right now I'm using turp with just like one part oil, 4 parts turp. So I just put a little bit of oil in that beginning thin wash, very little oil actually. But the other thing I think is there is nothing wrong with if you get to an area where it's just too slick and you can't lay more paint down, for you to pull it up if you're painting thinner, right? To pull it up.
Pull it off, yeah.
Pull up that value, all right? And then you can reapply a paint. And this time you make sure your brush is clean, perfectly dry. I don't know if you were on yesterday when Nancy was talking about Richard getting his brush squeaky clean. But you get your brush, you make sure you're using a very dry brush as you apply that new stroke on top of it. And then it is a question of dexterity and putting different layers, like how much lighter this touch is. Because honestly, my piece is all slidey, right? Mm-hmm. And so I know that this stroke here has to be quite a bit lighter than another stroke, like the way I'm applying it. So your touch has to be quite a bit lighter. And then the other thing, and let's just underline it, what Dan was saying about having an understanding basically of your value structure or your thing, of your light structure on your painting, you don't get in so much trouble if you know that everything's going to be in that correct value range.
Right.
Do you know what
you don't have to move it. You don't have to push it this way or that so much. You're not muddying up what you've got there.
That's right. And a muddy is just a color that doesn't know its name. It doesn't know itself, right? So if you get something too muddy, actually
push it somewhere.
Make it a color that it wants to reveal itself more. So if it's too muddy and you ask yourself, is it too muddy, too blue, too muddy, too red, too muddy, too yellow? Make it a little bit more yellow. Do you know what I mean? But if you can't get paint in there, you do have to somewhat pull it up. Another thing Richard used to do is just take a paper towel, right, and rub the canvas and just pull up some of the oil out of the, that's why he would use the Viva. He'd pull up some of the oil so then he could lay back in a little bit drier surface. But I think everybody's actually answered your question.
Well,
just to show you.
No. I'd like to say something too. And then I look forward to Jeremy, because Jeremy, this is very soupy. Mine, I'd like to say and Richard sometimes too, I hardly use any medium. I might for the background, and this is all no medium at all. It's all just straight paint. And so, yes, and then he would, when I saw that, it was like, wow, so I can do dry brush, I can do this, no medium at all. And actually, I'm just really squeaky. I got to take new brushes because I'm doing this and I don't want any turp in here. And the other thing is too, he would put it in, and as long as this is dry, and he used to use a turpentine to dry fast. I didn't. I just make sure I dry it enough. And then if there was too much paint on it, he would go, before he started with the head, he would go like this on it. I can do it on top of this head, and then it would take, he could work over it. So I love working with hardly any medium at all. Now, Jeremy, I just, you want to explain how you do it? I don't know how he can maneuver with all that. Yeah.
Well, I've got, I use very little medium too, especially in the beginning. And, but I think all those, those points that the other guys made, in Rose were pretty good. And there's a lot of variables, but, like one thing I do is I just don't use a lot. I don't change my materials up a lot. And I've got maybe 2 different types of canvas I use, 2 or 3. So I know exactly what's going to happen when I put, you know, juicy paint stroke down or like a thick brush stroke. And, you know, just the same way I don't really change the arrangement of my colors on the palette. I just want to know exactly what's going to happen and not really have any history, because it's hard enough already, even when everything goes right. So like right now, for example, I'm using L64C, a Raymar panel, and it's an oil primed linen, and it's kind of, you know, it's a little absorbent, and I'll thin down my paint in the beginning, but after like that first batch of color I put down, I'm just using paint straight from the tube, not really mixing any medium or thinning down at all. The paints I use are they're not stiff, Michael Harding paints, so I don't really need to thin them down.
Yeah. So actually, in that, for clarity, I don't have any thinner in where I'm doing my head in the portrait part. The only thinner I have in my painting is in my background. And it was actually, I used Turk today. So I'm really working just with the paint from the tube as well. So that is real essential thing that Jeremy's just saying. You know? And it's true, Michael Harding's paint, it comes out of the tube pretty much ready to go on a canvas pretty well, you know, like just quite beautiful.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say too, is just I agree, like everything everyone said is part of it. And but yeah, not to use any paint thinner when you're in the face, because a couple different things. If the paint's lifting up, you either have too much paint thinner in there, or you're using the inappropriate brush. And so and if you have really good professional quality paint, you know, like Michael Harding or Rembrandt or Old Holland, then it's a very buttery consistency, and you shouldn't need to add a lot of medium to it. And it's very important to get professional grade paint so that, you know, you can mix the skin tones and you can have that luminosity. A lot of the hues and the student grade paint looks the same out of the tube, but it doesn't mix the same, and it won't lay on the same. And so I found that, like, you know, one of the things too is once I've dipped a brush in paint thinner, like used it on a background or used it, because I do like to use it on a washy area for an effect, I'll set that aside and I'll never use that brush again in the skin tones, because even if you wash that brush, it's going to get back into the paint. Yeah. And so you notice how many brushes I have out here, and I might, in a full, if I paint 8 hours a day, I might go through 100 or 200 brushes, because I'm constantly grabbing a clean brush. So it doesn't have paint. And I'm not doing it today because I don't have room with the camera set up, but I usually have a table and lay out all my brushes, kind of like a surgeon's tools. And I might, if I have red on a brush, I'll leave it there, warm flesh tone, cool flesh tone, and just grab the appropriate brush, and all the different hairs, you know, do different things. And especially getting into, like, you know, if you're laying on thicker paint, you want to use, you know, an ivory or something with a lot of body. But when you're trying to lay kind of finishing work over and it's picking up, you know, that's when you want to switch to a real soft brush, like a sable or extra long combers are really great. We all love those, and a little bit of oil, and it'll just lay right on top of the existing paint. And also, what I think it was Rose said that's very important, the pressure with which you put the paint on. You know, a lot of times if I'm doing in the beginning, I'll be punching the canvas, but when I'm doing finishing work, I glide it really across using the whole length of the brush so that it just lays on top really effortlessly.
That's beautiful, you guys. I'm going to ask one from somebody that's written in, if that's okay with you. And I think it's a really beautiful question. So it might take you a minute to think. It might come straight to you. I don't know. What's one lesson or tip each panelist has learned from Richard that they think of every time they paint? And we're going to start this one off with Jeremy and then move on to Nance. Okay?
Got it. All right, Jeremy. I want to listen.
All right. So one lesson that I think of every time I paint, is that what it was?
Yeah.
That you've learned from Richard.
Yeah, that you've learned.
I don't know. I mean, I probably just do it. There's probably something really important I could say that I just do subconsciously. I'm not even sure what not even sure if I could pick one, but maybe just, well, I mean, drawing is important, I guess, but everybody kind of knows that, but I guess maybe being able to see my values. I mean, Rose kind of talked about that a little bit earlier, but even if you get into a mess, let's say you're using some weird canvas that isn't cooperating, you still have some level of confidence if you know where you're going and know which part of your painting is either not working or working. So I don't know. Yeah, I kind of wish I went third or fourth on this question. Just to...
Well, we'll let you go third or fourth. I'll go first then. We'd love to hear it again.
We didn't want to go first.
And I'll go after you, Nancy, because I need to take a break anyways.
Yeah, I mean, we can say more than one. But I think mine was, and I told the story yesterday. And then when it comes around again, I'll do a painting one. But I was sitting next to Richard. He's sitting on this side. He set up the model, and everybody behind us is painting already. And you can hear the brushes going, all the noise. It was just so beautiful, the noise and the classical music going. And he's sitting on one of those benches, and we're both looking at the model and thinking about, what do I want to say? Where's the hard parts? Where's my darkest dark? We're kind of figuring out how we're going to paint it. And then I thought of something, and I had to do this real quickly. I turned to him and I had to say it fast so that I would catch what was in his mind. And I said, "What are you thinking right now?" And he's just so funny because he just froze, and he's just so fun. And he turns towards me slowly, and he said the word success, and that changed my total life. I don't want to start a painting unless I look at it and think I can be successful. And I think a lot of people think that's scary, but then I would do the whole alla prima list before, I'd be excited about painting and things like that. And then I'll try to think of a technical one too when it comes around again. But that one was just changed my art. Okay, Michelle.
Okay, I'll go. I need to take a quick break. This is my first time painting live since my surgery, but I'm feeling really good and honored to be here with you guys and be with all these friends. So one of the things out of the multitude of things that, Richard shared that really stuck with me is the value of a sound start. And Nancy, went into that. But it's to really be intentional when you begin, and to kind of know, to have an intention of where you want to go in your painting. And so for me, like when I teach, a lot of people think, oh, I'm just, slapping the paint on arbitrarily, but I was really thinking about where I was going to put the head and where I wanted certain areas to hit, and actually doing some of the background strokes to coincide with that. And generally for all painting, whether it's painting from life or painting in the studio, before I begin, I feel like I've done 80% of the painting in my head. Like I look at my reference, whether it's the model, I might take 15 or 20 minutes to start. I know Jeremy does this because we've painted a lot together over the years, is taking a really long time to start and study the model. And like Nancy said, where are your darkest darks, lightest light? Where are the areas, of interesting color? How are you going to lead by into the, painting? What's your overall design? Where do you want to play with edges, or squinting down and actually determining where the hard, soft, lost edges before you begin? And even going into thinking like, yeah, what do you want to say? Richard always said, you're not just painting your subject, you're painting your experience of your subject. So it's a portrait of you as much as it is a portrait of your subject. And so it's not enough to just paint something because it's there. And sometimes, we get into that when we're sitting in front of the model, we just start painting. But you really want to think, what do I want to say? What is moving me about this subject? And it could be, that you're connecting to another human being on some deeper level. It could be a play of light or an array of color or some interesting edge works, the way the light is falling on the subject that really capture your attention. But there's usually just something that grabs you, and it's individual to each artist, which is why all of our paintings look different, even if we, paint the same model. And but yeah, the value of a sound start. Richard always talked about that. And just kind of knowing where you want to go. And it's a little bit of a balancing act because you also want to be open to the fluid creativity of the moment if you hit something good or unexpected through the painting, but, you know, have an intention, you know, when you begin. And just kind of the other thing that really runs through my head, because sometimes, and it's his words running through my mind when I'm painting, because sometimes I will get really passionate about what I'm doing and I'll start painting really fast. And I didn't even realize that I paint fast until students said that I did, you know, but is to only go as fast as accuracy will allow. And you want to really slow down and almost like, kind of like the carpenter's rule, instead of look twice, paint, you know, or look twice, cut once. I think look 3 times.
Measure twice, cut once.
Yes, yes. Measure twice, cut once. I always think of it like the painter's rule is look 3 times, you know, put a brush stroke down once. So you're really analyzing what you're looking at. So it's one of the many things that he shared.
I'll take a turn unless somebody else is on the cusp of saying something.
I think we could always go back to Jeremy if he knows more now.
Okay.
Well, I mean, no, let Dan have some. I don't want Dan to forget what he was going to say.
No, what did you say, Jeremy? I'm sorry. No. Here's what. Okay, I'm gonna just, if you can see my painting, I'm gonna show you now what I've endeavored to do. What like all of us are trying to do is to paint with simple values. Here's what when I first met Richard and I came out of art school, I had a pretty good idea as to how to draw things in terms of placement, but I really had no idea what value control meant. You know, I knew lights and darks, but basically what would happen is I would have I'd see a highlight and I'd overstate it like that. I'd go, ooh, there's a highlight on the nose, and I'd go boom, and I'd go, ooh, there's one on the cheek, and I'd throw that in. Oh, there's a highlight right there, and there's a highlight there. And not only that, the reflected lights, I would, you know, we look at the model in the shadow and we go, ooh, look at that beautiful reflected light, and we do that. Pretty soon we've got this really fractured form. You know, you can't see the form, the light isn't reading. You know, so Richard would do, I'm either painting at the Palette and Chisel or with him in his studio, or the first time that he did this was when I was painting with him on location in Door County. He would just walk up to my painting, grab a dry brush, and just start doing this. He would just pull all the values together.
Oh, nice.
Clean, simple values. And he did that about 5 times in a row. And I had seen, you know, let me just back my thing up. So let me just continue here. So he'd smear all of these values down to one simple value. And I look at it and it'd scratch my head, because all I could think about when I'd see Richard's paintings and or Sargent's paintings is all you remember are those really sweet, big brush strokes, the juicy paint. And as a young artist, that's all I really remembered. But what you didn't see as a beginner is the effort and the care it takes to build those values cleanly and simply, you know, to get the drawing and the values and the edges, really work them. You know, when you look at a Zorn piece, and Richard would point this out, the Zorns were, you know, all you'd see is the bold, the last 10 minutes that he'd put those bold brush strokes in or highlights. And you didn't necessarily dwell on the fact that he modeled in these forms. And so Richard would come up to my painting and he would get rid of the reflected lights, and he would wipe off my highlights, basically. And then he goes, there, now continue. but squint. Squint. And then his mantra was, if you don't see it when you're squinting, don't put it in. If you don't see the reflected light in the deep squint, it doesn't belong there. Trust your eyes. You be a slave to what you're seeing. And of course, I know all of us say the same thing to our students these days. It's the same thing. No, I'm sorry, but you looked too hard at the subject, and you're putting in what actually doesn't visually exist. So that's what I've learned.
Pretty great.
Wonderful.
And Dan, I love your painting right now. It's really gorgeous. Just the design.
Thank you, Michelle. It's cool to see look at how diverse the starts are, folks. Nice.
Yeah, I just want to add on to something that Dan said. I mean, that's avoiding those highlights is like a big thing. I think I just do that instinctively. And anytime I've done a demo from life, somebody always says, "Oh, that's interesting that you left out that bright highlight." And I'm thinking to myself, I didn't even really see a bright highlight, but then I look and I'm thinking, "Oh yeah, I guess I see what you're seeing there." But I'm just painting kind of the form, and maybe in the end I'll put a highlight in. And one thing I always kind of keep in mind it's one thing I got from Richard is if you ever have this urge to paint a highlight, see if you can put a dark accent instead, and it almost always works.
That's a neat idea, Jeremy. Just to think is so often you got to just think you think it's one thing, but really, I know when I'm teaching too, people think they don't have enough highlights, but you're right. No, what actually is happening, you don't have your deepest darks established in, and once you have that in, it keys everything else accordingly. So, excellent point.
I think that's a good one. One of the things that I remember saying yesterday to somebody on the Zoom was to actually give yourself those keys. I think Michelle actually hit it in what she said, but I remember that, I don't know if Richard said it exactly this way, but I know I learned it from him. But to throw a value in a really safe place, like your darkest dark. So like I threw that in, and that kind of keyed my entire value structure, because I already have the white of the canvas, and I know that his entire head is darker than the white of the canvas, right? And so it's like you get your value structure keyed in. I remember that was really something I actually learned from him, and I always put it in an easy, safe place where it doesn't get into the way of my business. So I'm keyed in on the canvas, The other thing is really the squint, right? The squint was so important. Richard was always about the squint.
Yes, the squint.
But what I've actually gone into that idea. So when I was with Richard, I was only 20, and my brain was about 8 at the time I was with Richard. So it took me a long time to grow up and learn all the things that he probably put through my door, but I missed. And so when he talked about squinting, I think it's really interesting to think about squinting as a question. So when I go into a squint, I don't just squint without, just like, oh, okay, I'm going to paint when I squint and squint the whole time and just paint what I see. I go into a squint with a question like, what is the last thing that's still there in the eye socket, right? That'll be the lightest light. What is the first thing that disappears? Will be your softest edges. So if your question is, what are the softest edges? Then you do your squint and you look for what disappears first. Do you see how that is? And so I guess I feel to understand what to do within these lessons that he wrote. He probably put that in Alla Prima about the questions to go down in that you would go down it with. But the other one that I want to say, just a second. Yeah, I forgot it for a second. Sorry, guys. Somebody else take on, and I'll add again.
No, I'm curious, Rose. You always in your demos talk about walking across the form. Is that something that you got from Richard, or?
I didn't get that from from Richard. What we did with Richard, I don't remember it from Richard. Okay, I remember it just kind of something I figured out. Probably a little bit connected to going and studying in Connecticut with Dean Keller, where we really studied anatomy. I think form really became more realized. Like I said, my brain was a little bit behind my experiences, right? I think it took me 7 years later to figure out what form was. But I think the walking across the form comes from like more later on. But what Richard would do is he would say, build upon correct, right? And that is like, somebody was talking earlier about how he worked from the two eyes. I think Penelope last night was talking about watching her portrait being painted, and that Richard worked from the eyes out. And what he's doing is he's deciding the proportion of the entire head, and he's having an agreement with himself. Like he's saying that this is the space between the eyes, and everything is in relationship to that, you know. And so he would work, and that's how he actually created what his first correct point was. Does that make sense? So, because I remember when I was younger, and he'd say, build upon correct, I was completely confused as to what correct meant. And now I understand it's like the first proportion that I can agree with, or the first color that I can actually see, that for the anchoring color, the anchoring value, you know, that piece of information is, everything is in relationship to that in the rest of your painting. Does that make sense? You guys, did Richard?
Excellent. Perfect, Rose. Yep. Well said.
I just want to know, Nance, did Richard say it like that, or am I changing it over all this time?
You're talking about the eyes and nose triangle?
See, there you go. What's that? Say that.
I was so into my painting. Oh God, I hate to miss anything.
Oh, that's okay.
No, many times he would paint, and he would. He had he said he had like three sound ways of painting a head, you know, and then he would experiment from there. Yeah. I'm not sure as far as Rose does, but that was just a joke. But he would put in the background usually something, maybe even a dark design, and put the head. Again, we were talking about how you can do that, go over each other and keep it thin, and so that you can work on the head. And so if he did the background with mineral spirits or with turpentine, usually because that would dry fast, he would take a break, come back. Maybe, you know, sometimes it could be a dark design. I could bring some here for you. And then he would put the skin tone in usually. And then he would work on, he might put a few little things, but he would work on the eye-nose triangle, the eyes and the nose, that triangle. And then until that was correct. And he would, you know, I mean, he would, it seemed like he was going slow, but he'd finish it so quickly because he would look, was mainly looking and mixing it correctly, perfectly, you know, making sure his brush is clean, and then making the right stroke usually. I mean, once in a while it might be like this, but making the right stroke, and then he would look again. You would think he was taking a long time, but he'd get that sometimes within a half hour, and from there he'd kind of explode. He could speed up. And then he had the right proportions, the right drawing, so that he could, like Jeremy's doing, so that he could go from there and be able to judge everything from something correct. Is that what you were saying, Rose?
Yeah. That's
I think she's putting her suit on again. Oh no, she's
getting coffee. My model's getting sleepy on me here.
Okay.
Okay, folks, can I ask another question? I think you're all going to love this one. I thought it was brilliant. Can you all show us the squint? We're going to go around the room. Dan, show us the squint.
Important not to do this, or you'll need a whole bottle of Excedrin next to your palette. So just close your eyes until they're almost closed. That's what I do, you know, gently.
Michelle?
Well, you can squint. I actually can throw my eyes out of focus without squinting for some reason. I don't know if it's something like wiggling your ears or if anyone can do it, but so a lot of times I'll just blur my eyes and look because yeah, otherwise the model might be confused if they're not an art model. But yeah, it is very important. And a lot of times what I'll do, and you know, this is something that Richard showed me once, is just kind of stepping back and to check your values and squint, not just at your subject, but squint at your painting. Don't paint while you're squinting at your painting, but just squint and compare. And they should look the same, especially in the beginning stages when you squint at both. They should have that same very simple value structure.
Yeah, that's great. Rose, are you going to squint?
At the camera or at him?
Us, at me, at the camera.
First, let me practice on him for a second. Yeah, that's why I have all these wrinkles on my face, because of all that squinting all these years. So I'm squinting now, but you know what? One thing I think that I was going to say when I was talking about the squint is I don't actually paint what I see in my squint, because everything in my squint gets grayer and darker, right? What I see in my squint is I paint the relationship that I'm seeing, you know, that the squint is allowing. So it's actually, you don't want to paint what you see in your squint because you can sort of see how dark everything is. But what you want to paint, so that's why I talk about squinting with a question. But anyway, here's what it looks like. Oh, well, no, I forgot it. I came to it for the camera.
Rose, can we just see the squint? And you're looking, by the way, you're looking at the wrong camera. Look at the one to your left.
You gotta look at the model.
I'm suspecting if you're taking screenshots of us to me to put on.
Rose, just get on with it. Show us our squint.
You're making me nervous. I forgot how to do it. I mean, I'm getting ready to stand on my head instead. How's that?
Beautiful. Great. Clayton, can we see your squint?
Yes, Richard always told me that it should be a chin lift and a relaxed of the eyelids, but as I've aged and had to bifocals, I wasn't able to do that. So I've had to do my squint straight on, so I'm destined for wrinkles.
You're dead on, Clayton, with the bifocals and squinting. You can't do it like we used to.
Yeah, that's right. With your chin up and stuff, that's true.
Yeah.
Right? So I guess
Jeremy, sorry, Rose, one sec. Jeremy, can you put your other camera on so we can see you? I just want to tell a quick funny story about the squint. I was Jeremy's assistant for a couple of years out in the Sierras when Jeremy's doing workshops. And I'm not going to mention names, but do you remember that student we had who, when you said, you know, you really just need to learn to squint down, and she went, Jeremy, do you really think I've paid this much for Botox?
Yep, I do remember that.
I love that. Anyway, show us your squint.
Mine's really easy to do like this.
He takes his glasses off too. I think
Right.
that's what's going on. Yeah.
It would be more uncomfortable for me. I'd have to pop out a contact lens. Okay, Nance, let's see your squint.
Yeah, I feel, well, this is, so no wrinkles, you know, because we're doing it all the time. Yeah, he told me chin back and just kind of close your eyes, and there it is. And what you see is that because I love pattern, and in all of my paintings, I have pattern usually, especially you can see it in my still lifes. It's like when you do this, the darks go together and the lights go together, and you get to make this design that actually the viewer, you know, it's kind of like layers on Photoshop or something. That's a layer we get to put in there that they don't know. keeping the painting together. I mean, Dan does it well. He does, full value. I'm kind of doing a high key, but his, you can see the darks, you squint, the darks connected. And by him squinting, he can get that beautiful pattern. Man, everybody's doing so good. So it's more of a, for me, it's more like this. And then it's a beautiful world to see, it's like this puzzle you get to put into your painting and set up that way. Dan intentionally set that up because he squints. And Michelle, wanted this dark background, and then the dark background goes into the dark of the face, and then it matches with with his dark jacket. And let's see what Rose is doing in Rose 2. Yeah.
Do I have a design there? I don't have a design there.
Yeah, you're
not
dark.
Like Dan's and Michelle's. I mean, and yours, Nance. I mean, I'm not designing yet. I'm probably designing more with color, I think. Don't you?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
you can't tell them,
Yeah, but you're getting all your squinting done. Look at her face. See the lights, and
oh, I see.
See how simplified our heads are. The lights are very simple, and the darks, you try to keep that separated in a way if you have these types of light on us. Now, Jeremy's is harder light because he's outside. You can explain that, Jeremy. What's the light? How is the light different from all of ours?
Well, it's been changing a little bit. So kind of the one thing that's the sun was behind the mountain when I started. It's a clear day, but now I've got sunlight lighting her from the back. So I put an umbrella up just so I didn't have the sun shining right in my eyes, but I intentionally had her back towards where the sun was coming out. I'm in my backyard, so I know exactly where the light's going to hit. But I positioned her so that the sunlight wouldn't come and hit her directly in the front of her face. And, when it came out, I just had, the only thing that would change is I'd have like a bright kind of rim light around her. And then maybe a little more reflected light. So it's the shadows are softer, but there's a lot more contrast, especially from the light in the background, which makes it a little challenging. And the fact that it changes is a little more challenging too. But I mean, I love painting outdoors, so that's one of the things that kind of one of the things I loved about Richard's work is outdoor paintings, his landscapes and the figures outdoors.
That's great. If anybody has just joined us and they do want to ask a question, feel free to raise a hand and we will put you on. We won't spotlight you, but we will make sure that your audio is heard. Would you like me to hit you all with another question, or do you want to keep going around the room?
Let me ask you, Semi. Lori and Kristen found that quote. Does everybody want to hear that quote that Richard wrote about us in Kiwasa? Oh, yeah. Would you like to hear that?
Absolutely.
He had such a sense of humor, and I'll never forget what we looked like. Remember? Okay, so it's on page, let's see, 10. And actually, I don't know if you can see I don't know if you'll be able to see that. There's the painting. And he writes a lot about it, but the last paragraph, his beautiful sense of humor. He said, while I was finishing up my work, 3 laughing snowmen came towards me. Naturally, they turned out to be Nancy, Rose, and Dan, grasping their barely painted pictures and shivering from head to toe with the bitter cold. that was us.
Wonderful.
What a great memory.
Yeah, we were covered with snow, and there he was, like 007 in there, all just slick and happy, and a masterpiece in front of him. Okay, go ahead, Semi.
Okay, Marla, I'm going to unmute you if you would like to say what your name is and where you're calling in from, and then feel free to ask a question. Marla, you're on the wait list. Can you hear me? Marla. I'll ask one more time. If not, I'll go to the next person because I've got to be ruthless.
Hello, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. Hi, this is Marla Brenner from Madison, Wisconsin. I have a question about fugitive colors. Did Richard change his mind, and how do you all feel about the use of alizarin on your palette?
Well, Richard changed his mind about alizarin when a replacement became available, is the way I understand it.
Oh no, the story. No, I have the story.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Story.
Another story. Kristen and Laurie maybe can find it. There's the big, beautiful painting he did with me, with the with the Chrisman colored dress, velvet.
Yes.
And he painted it and he sold it like that, and for a very high price. And I forgot, in a year, the people called him and said that it was cracking. He had used pure alizarin crimson on the canvas. When you mix alizarin crimson in with another color, it's fine. But he found out by himself it cracked. He fixed the whole painting, and then the manufacturers have a permanent alizarin crimson. So because of him, they made a alizarin crimson that will not crack. So that was a good question.
Oh, I didn't know that. So that was before.
It was because of him. He would call, I believe he was using Winsor Newton, and then all of them decided to, I believe most of them do a permanent alizarin crimson. Did that make sense?
Okay. It made sense. It makes
Absolutely.
sense. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Hoping I can make this look like.
Okay, I'm going to hit with another question. Thanks for that, Marla. So, Peter, I'm going to unmute you if you say your name, where you're calling from, and your question.
Hi, guys. Thank you, Simi. Hi, everyone. This is Peter Keegan here. I'm from England in the UK, and this is nighttime here, so all of us in the UK are tuning in while the sun is setting. But I wanted to ask, out of all of the main principles that Richard sort of communicated so effectively in his book and in his classes, you know, from composition and values and color and design and temperature, for me, it was edges was the real significant moment where I felt I took a real step forward in my own artistic practice. What out of those principles for you do you think did the same thing to really something click to help you develop as a working artist?
That's a great question.
I actually think that you kind of hit on the one thing I think that takes Richard into a different place than almost all of his contemporaries at the time. You know, the way he handled edges, the range, the soft, the interpretation. You know, I think of a lot of the other people that were painting figurative work, and I don't know if they emphasized it the way he emphasized it, or it's like to the level that he took it. So I think you hit on what I think makes Richard kind of that in the use the full bore use of color would be what because he understood that color is a value, you know, and that there's a relationship inside between that. So you could play with it. So I guess those would be the two for me.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think, you know, so many of us were familiar with beautiful edges from Sargent's work and Soroya and Zorn and Cecilia Beau. But I think Richard was one of the first people to really explain how to break that down. And you aren't really inventing, you're painting what you're seeing and choosing to selectively focus on your focal point and make everything else subordinate. And he gave us all tools, you know, sharing so generously in Alla Prima, like how to go about seeing that beautiful music that is that is edges, aside from all the other things that he shared. But that was one of the things that inspired me the most.
I
I
remember
remember
Richard.
Richard talking about edges, and in particular about Antonio Mancini. And we got all excited when there was finally an Antonio Mancini show. And I was so thrilled that we were able to see all that stuff together. But I do remember Richard being especially thrilled about the way that Mancini put edges together. Does anybody have any stories of him talking about edges?
I remember, Richard saying to us many times, in painting an edge, he'd say, stretch the truth as much as you can without telling a lie. Make the edge as interesting as possible without destroying the form. None of this was arbitrary. His reading of an edge was never, oh, I think I'll make this one soft. I think I'll make this one hard. It was always, again, back to what he said, I'm studying the form. Where does the edge actually dissolve into the background as I'm squinting at it? So, that's critical that, to think about, when I remember hearing, earlier on in my development, basically if something is behind something, soften it out, the mountains would be the softest, but boy, when you look the way light hits form, that doesn't always happen. Sometimes the mountain in the background is the sharpest thing. That beautiful painting of Sargent's, the olive trees in, I believe it's in Corfu. There's these gorgeous vaporous olive tree branches in the foreground, and then right through a little hole in the tree, you can see a mountain in the background. And that thing is razor sharp. So, be a slave again to what you're seeing. And I would agree, Richard's treatment of edges really separated him from his peers, as Rose said. And he passed that along to us, and through his books, and gratefully we can pass it on to you. And it's just been real joy and a gift from Richard. He was really big on, the responsibility that he had in preserving the truths that he heard through Mosby, who heard him at the Belgium Institute. Isn't that right? He was trained in Europe, the kind of the high style of painting in Europe, which included Sargent and Zorn and Sorolla. They all kind of had the same, so he saw an absolute responsibility in carrying on that tradition of, what does it mean to paint air and light, and not only that, he did it with such enthusiasm. I remember Richard standing in front of he'd often sit in front of the subject, and first of all, he'd just sit there, and can you see me? He'd sit on his easel, and he just would do this. He'd look at and he's just absolutely in awe of the beauty before him. So he'd take that in, then he would begin to paint. Then he would absolutely delight in his painting. He'd put a stroke, he'd go like, he'd put a stroke down, and he'd go, look at that. And like a child, and it was so beautiful. He wasn't bragging. He wasn't saying, look at me. He was just an absolute delight of,
so beautiful.
Of what he was, what he was able to capture and mimic based on the gorgeous beauty surrounding him. And, so he's passed that passion on to all of us as well. Certainly Nancy typifies it with her every cell in her being. And, I think we all do, you can't do this stuff and not be blown away by you can't put it down effectively unless you are so deeply moved. And thank you, Richard, for showing us what that was like,
Thank you.
Dan,
Thank you for answering that question. It's a pleasure watching you all at work.
Thank you.
Dan, I got shivers. Rose, I hope you don't mind. I'm going to hit you guys with a couple more questions, just because we've got so many of them coming in. Okay, so the next one is, will all of these be posted on the website? We've had a couple of people ask that, Nance, and I think it would be amazing if we knew that you would all photograph your work at the end, and then we post it on the richardschmidart.com website. We'll do that by the end of October. Again, we'll promise that. Is that okay with all of you guys painting today?
Yes.
Sounds good.
Brilliant. Okay, my next question, and we touched on this a little bit yesterday, but did Richard give any of you any business advice as an artist?
Good one.
I know he introduced us to Talisman Gallery, which kind of got our, I think, a lot of our feet in the door of a gallery, and that's probably pretty big deal, you know.
Rose, that's the best answer. Wow.
Because you went there, I went there, Scott went there, you went there, Goose.
Yeah.
I mean, it just opened the door. We got an experience of what it was like to be in a real gallery, a gallery that carried his work, you know, somebody who could sell paintings. We got the experience of what, you know, of what selling paintings felt like. And that you,
right.
I think I'll say the story this way. I moved to New York in 2000, and I was there for 5 years. And I was shocked. Like, I met so many terrific, wonderful artists, right? And who were not painting, who were not getting to paint, who were making their living doing something else. And I started to doubt that I even had, at that point in 2005, I'd been actually only living off my paintings for, 18 years or something like that. And even being able to live in New York off of selling my paintings. And I was like having like doubt that even was really true, you know? And it struck me is that what Richard did for us is he emulated a career. He emulated this. It was like we weren't afraid to believe that we could just sell paintings, that we could just actually do this thing. And I don't know if he ever did it by words as much as he did it by example for us and by also opening doors for us, you know. But to have a belief that you could just go ahead and do it and actually just live that life was pretty powerful lesson.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was anybody listening to me? No?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
No, we all lived it.
You all lived it. There you go.
You're dead on, Rose. You know, he was, again, completely unselfish in sharing any of, you know, his, you know, the main gallery, you know, by allowing all of us to come into his gallery, you know, all of our prices were cheaper than his. We were, you know, certainly we weren't painting to his level, but, you know, we were potentially watering down his market. But, you know, again, it just didn't even flinch. You know, that's just, here's where I show. Jody's a great gal, you know, have at it, you know. And here's what he understood, which I think is really important for all of us. And this world is big enough for everybody. You know, everybody can thrive. So do your best. Do your best painting. I think this is what I got from Richard, is just make your art so irresistible to the client, to the world, that they want, you know, that you're nourishing them. And when you do that, good things will happen, you know.
Yeah, just trusting that, right? trusting that if you're interested enough to actually really pursue this and paint your heart out, there will be somebody out there in the world that'll want to share that and live with it. You know, it's just like
Right.
that's what I mean. It's like I just was experienced what it would be like to not have that lesson of trust or that lesson of example that Richard provided. That's what I experienced in yeah.
Yeah, and I think, you know, part of this question with career and also the last question about what did we learn the most, and I touched on this yesterday for those of you who are on, but I know we have a lot more people on today, is that, you know, for me, when I went to go study with Richard, one of the things I was so excited to learn was technique and different things. And I, you know, and met him at a book signing, never, you know, that my highest aspiration was an artist was just to be able to see him paint. I never dreamed that I'd paint with him and get to know him so well. But what I learned the most was not the technical, and he was very generous with the technical information. We know that's why Alla Prima was so revolutionary, because, you know, and I'd searched for art books beforehand. No one shared all of their secrets. Some people kept stuff to themselves, and Richard just shared everything. And, you know, in that way, I feel like he just was more in his spirit than his ego. You know, he wanted to just share with the whole world and share with students. And he wanted everyone to become a better painter, because he always talked about that, you know, certain things in this world will pass away, even current events, politics, things that are so bogging us down right now will pass away. But what will remain is the inspiration left by art. And that's a doorway into inspiration. And it's we have to do it with the best that's in us. And when I would watch him and Nancy paint, I quickly became aware that aside from his dazzling technique and ability, and hers too, that what was paramount in their work was their reverence for life and their enthusiasm for working with the model. They would get so excited. They would get like a look in their eye as if they were little kids again, you know, and I would see it. I would see Richard, even though I knew him in his like 70s and 80s, I would see him turn into like a little 6 or 7 year old, so excited, shining eyes in front of the model. He talked to the model more than anyone I've ever met, just like talk, you know, just wanted to know their life story, you know, find some commonality with them, learn something new. And he just had this joy, and Nancy does too. And seeing them, you know, how they lived life as artists, the brilliant paintings they both do are a byproduct of that to me. And it really taught me a lot, because I used to go into a painting session thinking I had that reverence sometimes, but I wanted to get the painting. And sometimes I'd be fighting to like a magnificent battle, right? Battling against the dragon to get that painting done. But Richard and Nancy taught me to look with softer eyes than that. You know, Richard showed me that you take your time, you look at the model, you get to know the model. You, even if the model is a flower, he said, I remember once I was painting flowers with him, and I've hardly ever painted flowers. They just didn't move me like people. And he said flowers reminded him of little children's faces. And all of a sudden flowers became, I see flowers differently because of him. And I think that's the epitome of what art can do, right? It's a doorway into awareness, into life, to make us see things differently and to open our eyes to what's right before us that maybe we were taking for granted. And that's the biggest thing I learned from Richard, more than any type of technique, is to look at life with the wonder and eyes, the same eyes you did as a little child. And then when you get in front of the canvas, pull all your, you know, make sure all your faculties are at play, and you're doing it with the best that's within you to show your experience of this subject and your reverence for your subject. And that's the kind of art that lasts generations. And it's something I saw in him every time he paints. And I see it in Nancy every time she paints too.
Okay, folks, I'm going to kick off with another question. Is that okay? Can everyone hear me okay?
Please do.
Yep, that's wonderful.
Sure. I just wanted you to all know, by the way, you've been going roughly an hour and a half, okay? So we're meant to be finishing this around 2:45. So in about 40 minutes. But if we want to go a little longer, we can. There's no strict rules. I'm gonna open up the question to Julie. Bear with me just a second. Julie, I will ask you to unmute. If you can just say your name and where you're calling from, that'd be great.
Hey, do you mean me?
Yeah, that's you, yeah.
Hey, so I'm Juliana Kaufman and I live in Huntersville, North Carolina. And I would like to say that y'all are my community, even though I wouldn't say that we're necessarily tight best friends. I've met many of you and you've already made a huge difference in what I have been able to create. So thank you. My question is a little bit technical and it just has to do with like your mark making, right? So each one of you is so unique and you have your signature in all your pieces. You know, you can tell that it's a lip king or you can tell that it's roses, you know, you can tell these things. I'm just curious how you make your decisions. What's the next place within your design? What is the next color you're going to use, where you're going to jump around? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense to me, but Jeremy, can you take it, Jeremy? Let me hear what you'd say first.
Yeah, I'll go. Yeah, I did. So yeah, I'm not really sure because I know like, I feel like I just paint kind of intuitively now, at least as far as like the mark making goes. But I know in the beginning, when I was younger, and I guess even sometimes now, when you set up in front of a landscape or maybe like a figure or a portrait is a better example.
Jeremy, can I ask a favor? Jeremy,
yeah.
Can you just make sure that your camera's on you? Because as you're speaking, it's not flicking over to you.
Oh, yeah. Okay. One second. Let's see, where was I?
All right, yeah, that's all good.
So yeah, I mean, I almost don't even think about it that much, but sometimes I set up and I'll see like a particular light on the model that I'm painting, and all I see is like a Richard Schmid portrait or a Sargent portrait or something like that. So I kind of like have that in mind. But once I get started, I'm just kind of thinking so quick and just kind of intuitively grabbing colors. I don't really think about that part of it a whole lot. The mark making, it's just kind of, I've done it enough that it is what it is. It's so I don't know. I mean, do you have any? What do you think, Rose?
Yeah, Jeremy, I kind of feel like we'd say almost the same exact thing. I mean, I think it eventually becomes intuitive, and it's more like a language, right? And it really, for me, it just sort of sits as an impulse. Like the mark making becomes as an impulse. Oh, it needs this, right? And you just allow that question, that impulse almost feels kind of physical. Sometimes it almost feels like it comes from my spine more. But you kind of allow that to actually just do it. And then you do it, and if it doesn't work, you just do something else. It's like one stroke, one thing leads to another. But I do think it's interesting, like for me, it's really helped me to find different tools that allow me to feel like I can put my mark on, and that's probably why I play with so many different forms of application, is so I can reveal my gesture. I'm interested in revealing the gesture that kind of just comes out of me. And I think that comes a little bit. I heard David LaFell. I have to quote him in this. because he said that if you recognize that you are a unique being just because of your own marrow, your own nervous system, okay, your own nervous system, that you will find your own mark making, you know, if you allow that process to happen. So I mean, set yourself up, if you're asking this question, I would set yourself up for painting experiences where you just allow that mark making to show up, what you would do, you know, and don't know what you're going to do, and just let that experience happen. Now, but it doesn't mean you don't study somebody who, like Richard, who did make marks, right, and reveal his stuff. So you could study, like, why did he do it in that direction? What does that direction avail to you? Like, why is that gesture so resonant with me? And that's a really good way to think about it too. What resonates with you is probably something that's moving you toward your own mark making. So look and see what those things are too. Is that fair, Jeremy? What do you think about that? Is that what I said? Does that resonate with you?
Yeah, that sound.
Yeah, that's beautifully said, Rose.
You know, early on, I was raised in commercial art. I studied commercial art, and in commercial art, the only virtue was technique, you know, and it was learn 15,000 different techniques and be willing and ready to do any of them at any given moment. When I switched into fine art, there's, you know, and I'm not trying to differentiate between the two, you know, that's a whole nother can of worms. Basically, I had to divest myself of what I knew from commercial art in thinking about technique. I had to almost, and Rose and Jeremy just said the same thing. They don't even think about it. You know, then I read, you know, as I was struggling with this personally, what do I do with all these techniques, and what technique do I use with this subject, with that, with this? It all gets so confusing. I read C.S. Lewis, who was writing on just on originality. He was a writer. He said, if you're trying to be original, chances are you probably won't be. But if you simply try to tell the truth, 99 times out of 100, you'll be original without noticing it. That is completely true in painting. If I am simply trying to tell the truth with every brushstroke based on what I'm seeing and what I want to put down, without overimposing my own stuff on it, but simply try to tell the truth, you will be original. You know, Jeremy comes out, Clayton comes out, Dan comes out, and whoever's got a brush in their hand will come out if you let it. Another thing that these guys are talking about too is mileage. You know, it's just like the only way to become intuitive is to have enough mileage, you know, experience with the brush from life with a model in front of you, whether it be landscapes, anything from life. So
that's right on, Dan. That's the definition of intuition, is actually just experience forgotten, experience incorporated, you know.
Right.
But yeah, you're right to talk about the miles behind the brush. You just put yourself in front of that question. I would add to C.S. Lewis's, I think you have to paint the truth for you, because you know, truth is like a really great, big, huge question. And so do you agree? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, you're bringing, you can't help but bring every experience you've ever had into every brushstroke, you know,
through your personal lens. You know, you will be bringing it through your personal lens. I will say something else to Michelle. She was talking about, we were talking about working from life. Do you want me to talk or not? Should I talk, or do you want somebody else to answer? Michelle, answer that question.
Rose, can I borrow you a second? Rose, can I borrow you a second? Can you just check if something's touching your sound? Is everything rubbing against it? It just keeps going a little bit choppy, that's all.
Oh, Chuck's
I
out
didn't
right
notice it.
Now that's perfect there, like that.
Oh, I'm not mic'd though. That's just my, I just turned toward you. Does that help when I face the camera? If I'm here, you don't hear me?
It just gets a little choppy. I'm just trying to strive for excellence here. That's all.
Okay, I'll quit talking. I want to hear other people anyway.
No, what were you gonna say? You always say interesting stuff.
Yeah, we want to hear.
I forgot now.
Okay, while you think about it, I want to say something kind of hearing Dan talk and these quotes and Rose talk and Nancy. So one of the things we have, how many people are on here? Almost 1,000 people are on this Zoom today. Richard's legacy, you know, we've all learned from him, whether directly or indirectly through books and videos. And I think what I know Richard is smiling about now and is so meaningful to him is that this legacy of teaching and art continues, because he always used to say, you know, anything I teach you, all I'm going to charge you is to pass it on. You got to teach and pass it on. And I think he did that for everyone on here and everyone that studied with him. And I'm kind of giving you guys all that same charge, passing it on, that I think Richard would say to each of you, whether you've studied with him directly or not. I know some of you are teachers, some of you are, you know, professional artists, some of you are, you know, doing art for different reasons, but you have a sphere of influence. And to pass on the knowledge of, you know, technical and inspirational, so that everyone you touch through your teaching or your example is moved to create with the best they have in them, because it goes beyond art, right? It can go to, you know, creating anything, to having a conversation, to creating a meal for your family, to doing things with excellence. And even Simi was saying she's trying to do this with excellence. And I'm like, oh, you know, that's, to me, influence of Richard, to have that desire in us. And, you know, just a little bit for my personal story, before I met Richard, and I met him, you know, back in 2003, Jeremy and I met him at the same time. And then, you know, I started painting with him in 2010. And I shared that story yesterday, so I won't go into it. But before I even knew of Alla Prima and knew of Richard Schmid, I knew of Dan Gerhardt's and Rose Franson, you know, and I heard them speak, whether it was in a magazine article or stuff. And I remember, you know, clipping out and circling something Dan said in an article when I was like just out of high school, saying, you know, our job as artists is to paint what makes our heart beat faster. I don't know if you got that from Richard or not, but it was just, it was so moving. And so that kind of prepared the way for me to meet Richard and then here, but I was so familiar with so much of what he said, even before I read Alla Prima, because of the people that had learned from him, sharing that knowledge with the world. And so I know what he would want most is everyone to leave this event saying, I want to share this and I want to create with the best I have in me. And I want to help other people do the same way, no matter how big or small your influence is.
Beautiful.
That was beautiful. Beautiful, Michelle. Really nicely said.
Okay, can I keep going with questions? Because we have got a lot of them.
Please.
Rose, don't be angry with me about your sound. We love hearing you. Okay, I don't know whether I should ask or not, but we have been asked a lot about brushes. Bit of a conflict of interest, but I'm going to just read out some of the questions, so feel free, anybody, to pick them up. Please let me know which type of bristles you originally begin a portrait with. What type of brushes do you guys use? Which different brushes for warm or cools? Could you ask the artist which brushes they used, and would that be different for the middle stages of the portrait? Does it differ at each stage? So I'll pass that one over to you all.
Oh, Clayton here. I use bristle brushes throughout this entire painting. I think I might have used one of, yes, a Rosemary number 4 long filbert series 278 for all the delicate work around the eyes and nose and mouth.
I use a bristle brushes for probably 90% of the painting as well. The side of it, the you know, the fully loaded, dry brushed, you know, a good bristle is worth everything to me. So
I don't think I'm actually blocking in with the bristle at all today. I think I've been using my canvas, and maybe it's the canvas that's making me do it, but I'm using the ivories. I started using the ivories as my block-in brush, and when I go to as I'm refining the drawing, I start to go to red sables and start to you know, and they vary in size because this, for me, the sable can kind of go in there and it grabs a little bit of the underlying paint at some point, and I can push and pull it in. And of course, you know, I use my I use my drill brush a little bit, but anyway. I got an editor back behind here, you know. Anyway, did I break up too much, Cindy, that time?
I'll take a quick moment because I'm aware we only have a little bit of time left to paint. But I like to use like the Master's Choice, the 279, or like a softer brush for the lay-in, especially when you're using paint thinner. I kind of use the softer brushes at the beginning and the end, and sandwiched in between, I like to use, like, you know, the ivories, the evergreens. These have a lot more body to them to lay on, like the skin tones, anything that I'm mixing white with. I'm going to use like a brush that has a little bit more body. Also, if I want to get some nice texture, then I'll use like a boar bristle brush or an ivory. If I need to soften an edge, I'll go into, let me grab one of these to show you. This is one of the 279s, just a, you know, something nice and soft to kind of blend the edge. This is also the soft brushes or the sables. Rosemary makes these, you know, longer sable soft brushes. These do really well for when, you know, not this big, maybe for laying in detail, but the smaller ones. If I wanted to lay, you know, any kind of refined strokes over the existing paint and I don't want it to pick up, that's when I would use a soft, and I like the long flats because you can hold them sideways, graze them across the canvas with a little bit of oil, and they'll just lay on top of the existing paint, you know? So all the different hairs do different things, and you might want them at different stages of the painting.
That's right. That's right.
I would say this, good point, Michelle. You know, for me too, towards the end, I lean towards the 279, the Rosemary 279s. Just a great brush to pull some of the simple masses together to just create the softness that you need to be able to reproduce.
Jeremy, people are asking you too.
I go the other way around, or at least with a painting like this, which would be like a you know, relatively quick painting for me, like a pretty quick portrait or figure. I'll mostly use softer brushes, like I don't know if you can see that. So this is the 279 long flat, and then towards the end I'll use more bristle brushes after I kind of get a good amount of paint on the canvas. Larger paintings I'll start right away with bristle brushes, but something like this I'll do most of it just using soft. Here's a pure sable series 7320. Using that.
Okay, I'm going to hit with another question. Thank you, everyone. It was a little bit awkward for me to ask that, but people are asking.
Well, and I'll just say too that love starting with the big bristle brush for the background if I do the background. And I have this one, the classic short flat. And of course I love the 279s, use them all the time. And I always think of this as the magical brush. Yeah, 279s, they're very, very soft. And when you're doing edges, they're, you know, Richard really loved this for edges. where there was paint, he wanted a soft edge. He would go this slow, a lot of times this slowly, and you want to go to the canvas, because if it's wet, like we were talking about before, it's very hard to do this. But with dry like this, you can go up to the canvas and you push lightly, and then you come off softly, like you're playing the piano. You don't want to go, you want to do that. And these are magical getting soft edges brush, $2.79. Okay.
You guys, I'm going to go with another question, but Mum and I appreciate.
And don't feel awkward about asking that, because we talk about your brushes all the time, even when we're not doing an event with you, because it's important.
I know, but it's still, anyway, next question. This one's for you. Did Richard ever paint from imagination? And also, what drew Richard to painting dolls? I love them.
You want to answer that question?
Well, yeah. Well,
Sammy would like to answer that question. His grandma, his granddaughter. Sorry. Grandpa. Can you
I hope
see
it's
her?
relevant, but I lived with them for this last year.
Can you hear her? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I lived with them for this last year, and every morning I woke up and I would see Nancy and Grandpa in his bedroom, and they would be drawing each other cartoons about their day and what they wanted, kind of like manifesting. They would just draw little cartoons for each other, and I would go in there and I would sit in there with them and draw cartoons in the morning with them, and it would just set the stage for the day, to be just a wonderful day.
Yeah, that's so good.
That's just how it was, And yeah, he did paint from his imagination. Sometimes he would add little flares into his paintings. Or one time he did a little China doll, and he made it like float, sort of.
Oh yes, that's very good. Yeah,
That's abstract.
Good answer. I'll go like this. That was good. That was good. That was so good.
Yeah, someday I hope you do a book of all your cartoons, because you guys would do them every night. And
yeah, there's a lot of them.
They're so beautiful.
Okay, I'm going to go to somebody who's raised their hand. It's Maureen Sharkey. If you
I unmute myself.
There you go. Just say what your name is, where you're from, and go ahead with your question. Thanks.
My name is Maureen Sharkey, and I'm kind of involved in the Palette and Chisel, and I'm paint with the Plein Air Painters of Chicago. But anyways, I was thinking that it might be helpful to some of you who wear glasses like I do, and I'm very nearsighted. So when I'm out in the field and I'm painting, I can take my glasses off and I don't have to squint. So I don't have to take my Excedrin, because everything's blurry and soft. That's all I wanted to say. And I really am enjoying this show so much.
Thank you.
That's it.
Here's another thing that, and talking about eyesight, I've worked with a lot of students over the years too. And so what are they dealing with? What are they, what are they, sometimes eye infirmities can really throw you off, and it makes it impossible to squint. I had a bout with Bell's palsy about 10 years ago. Thankfully, it lasted only a few months, but I could not squint. But basically, one half of your face is paralyzed and you can't close that eye. So, I try to squint. One would go completely shut. The other one would be open and blurry because it never gets enough lubrication. A piece of red glass or, a piece of amber glass will really help give you the same effect. It'll just unify the values, and it'll get the color out of the equation, and it'll just really help you to see the relationship that you need to see. Like Rose said, you've got to squint and find the relationship, and then put that accurate relationship down. So in a piece of red glass or amber glass, Ansel Adams had a little piece of amber glass that he looked through to just see the black and white shapes, but it works really well. So to just simplify the values if you're having eye trouble and can't squint.
Thank you, Dan. I'm going to hit another question. Nance, I just wanted to say, if everybody's okay with it, we'll go for another 25 minutes roughly. So we'll finish on the hour, just a little bit after schedule. But is that okay for every one of you guys? 25 more minutes?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Better.
I'm actually really happy because I realized I forgot to put in the ear, and I'm like trying to rush it, and now I can relax. There's always that moment where you go, oh my gosh, I forgot to put in the ear.
I have to tell you all, we've got nearly 1,000 people watching. I wish I could read every single one of the comments that is pouring in, but I think we're blowing people's brains here, Nance. And
Thank you guys all for being here, celebrating the chat.
I have to say, the reason why Nancy wanted to do this was to celebrate Richard, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're all doing it from our own homes all around the world, and I can guarantee we must have 30 different countries tuned in right now. So I hate to say it, but I think we need to call the Guinness Book of World Records and tell them we need a spot in there for this celebration. So I'm going to now go to Christine Hamilton. Catherine. Sorry, not Christine. Catherine. Forgive me, we've been awake a while. If you would like to just say your name and where you're from, and then your question.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. I'm Catherine from Melbourne in Australia. So a nice early morning for me. So I'm really enjoying this. One of the questions I was going to ask actually was about brushes. So you've answered, all of you, that quite well, of the different types of brushes. And one of them was that idea of using bristle brushes, which I personally do all through. I loved it that, Michelle, you explained that lovely soft brush that you use to just soften off those edges, and using the soft brush to soften off. And what I'm understanding from that is, are you saying that that soft brush that you use, the sable brushes, or those other ones that you were quoting, I think they were 279, which I presume is a soft brush, is that when you're using it towards the end to soften off or all the way through on your portrait? Is it just softening those harsh tonal values to blend them together? Is that when the soft brush really comes into itself?
Okay,
does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I can ask the question again. You sounds a little off, but don't worry about it.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I think your question was, are you guys saying that you're using, for example, the 279 soft brush throughout the painting, or are you using them at certain points? Am I right there, Catherine?
Yeah, the soft brush, is it bringing it in, Cindy, to soften? You were talking about blending those tones together. I presume that's done with a nice soft brush, and particularly towards the end of softening off the portrait.
Okay, so would you use it particularly to soften off the portrait? Michelle, I'm going to pass this one to you.
Okay, not necessarily to soften, but it does work well for that. Or, Richard would always say, like, if you have glare on your painting because you're moving brush strokes maybe in different directions. For me, because I sculpt a little bit as well, that I like to kind of move my brushwork kind of like I'm sculpting the head three-dimensionally. So sometimes that can produce glare. And if you take a really soft brush, let me grab one, like one of these. I remember when I painted with Richard, he goes, "This is a good brush." You can just kind of drag this down and get rid of the glare. But a lot of times, like, I find using the soft brushes, I'll use them throughout. I just won't use them to put on like any of the really opaque paint, say in the face, where I really want to lay on some thicker paint, especially once it's mixed with white. And I need a brush that has a little bit more body to it, like an ivory or an evergreen or a boar bristle brush, to lay that on. But it's great for, transitionary colors, for, thinner paint. The only exception is maybe when I might use it for something in the flesh tone if I'm laying on like a subtle finishing stroke, and I'll use a little bit of oil and glide it on. So I think, one of the things is you don't want to have, soft edges everywhere, just the same way you don't want to have hard edges everywhere. And you want to look appropriately and squint and have a variation. To me, I like to kind of use a metaphor of music that, getting the anatomy right, getting the colors correct, the values correct is like hitting the right notes on a piano. But the way the notes are played, the softness, the forte, pressure you put on the keys very hard or, very soft, the way the music is played, that's kind of to me like brushwork and edges. And the way you lay on the paint can vary. A lot of times people will ask me, especially if they're seeing a video without seeing maybe my hand or my brushes, say, oh, well, what brush are you using now? And what brush did you use to make that stroke? And they'll be surprised it'll be the same brush for many different strokes, because whether I punch it on the canvas, put it on, move the brush sideways, create a calligraphy stroke with the brush, it creates a different effect. So, Richard always said one of the great ways to learn how to use your brushes is to do maybe a monochromatic painting and just play with all of what the different brushes can do and how many different strokes you can make with a brush. A lot of times, like doing here, say on his glasses, rather than using a small brush, I might use a big flat brush and just use it on its edge rather than use it as a big stroke. So there's so many different ways you can use your brushes. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that was great. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to unmute the next person. You're just named artist, so hopefully you see a little note to say unmute. Are you there? Hello? Are you with us?
I'm unmuted.
I'll try one more time. Are you with us there? Okay, I'm going to move to the next person just for now. So that's is it Stephen? Stephen, I'm just.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Would you like to say your name, where you're from, and your question? That'd be great.
Well, it's more or less an observation that most of the world knows Richard through his books. And I collaborated with him for over 20 years on printing his books, along with Nancy and Molly and Christian Tees and Carol Arnold.
Hi, Stephen. That's Stephen. Yes, we were just on press for a whole week doing Richard's Alla Prima book, and how because of them we're on press, and he's there helping me with the magnifying glass to make sure every sheet, it takes over a whole week. And tell them our hours.
Well, we spent a lot of hours, but what I wanted to kind of get back to is that most of the people that have been speaking today, of course, had the good fortune of knowing Richard personally and interacting with him, but most of the world knows Richard through his books. And Nancy and I were on press last week for at least the 17th printing of Alla Prima. I mean, it's just extraordinary accomplishment. And in all my time of collaborating with artists on making books, and one of my favorite definitions of printing is that it's the art preservator of the arts, is that Richard was intimately involved with the process. And he wanted to make sure that the reproductions that were being reproduced accurately reflected the original art. And he and Nancy were very involved in making sure that that happened, so that the books that the world sees really reflects the spirit and the accuracy of Richard's work. That's just one thing I just wanted to point out.
Stephen, thank you so much. I didn't recognize you at first when you came on. It's so lovely to see you.
Well, it's very nice to be a part of this incredible event. Thank you.
Oh, bless you. Thank you.
Stephen is was a very good friend of Richard's. I mean, we just had such a great time, and to create a book like that, I mean, the writing is so superb. but he had to make, like we're talking about excellence, everything he did. And he worked with Stephen, practically forever, and with Kristen Tees making that book, self-publishing, no one would publish it. I mean, there's a whole story that we have another one of these to do someday. But thank you, Stephen, so much. It's just so wonderful.
And Nancy, some people may not know that there is a new book coming out eventually.
Yeah, it's called the Portrait and Figures. The Portrait and Figure Paintings. He finished that book. However, it got so big. The second volume is like 2/3 done, and that'll be coming out next week. It's Sue Lyon had looked at it and she said, "Oh my gosh, this is his best ever yet." So a lot of paintings you've never seen that I've never seen, and his words, and that's what just keeps me alive. There's more books coming. There's enough for another landscape book, and so we'll have to do more of these. Okay.
It's going to be exciting, guys, because the last time I visited Richard and Nancy, before COVID hit and everything, we went out into the garage and it was just a stack of unstretched canvases. I mean, hundreds, and just went through them. And I feel like I had seen every Schmid head that you could find online, or all of these I had never seen before. And they were just brilliant. And just, they're all going to be in the new book. And it's just so beautiful. So you have that to look forward to.
Okay, I have one which I'm hoping Rose can pull in on. Rose, you remember at like 3 a.m. yesterday, when we had the gentleman come on from Africa on the bus?
Yes.
Can you remember the question? He's posed the question to say, "Rose, don't forget me and my question that we said we were going to ask."
I thought he asked about watercolors, what Richard understood, right? What he...
I'm hoping you can ask the question and then Nancy will help answer it for us.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I think I heard a little bit that Nancy had answered that question yesterday. So Nancy, you remember the question about watercolor to oil? How Richard just went fluidly between both mediums? And do you know why his watercolor, what he carried between the both? Does that make sense? Or did he, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the question was, how did Richard approach watercolor, I think? Yeah. Compared to oil painting. And what Richard, I'll go run and get that painting. Or Lori and Kristen can get it. It's on the wall, the watercolor, a tiny little watercolor of me. And he mainly told us that he approached it pretty much the same as oil painting. It's just that it was, you had to watch out. You couldn't get dark first. And here comes the painting. And it's in alla prima too. And he just, he said it's more difficult, watercolors. Here we go. Thank you, Lori. What a big help. And let's see if I get,
I didn't know that was you, Nancy.
Yes, and maybe Lori or Kristen can find out what page it's on. And he did this watercolor, and of course he loves vignettes, and so that helped him with watercolors. He just knew that you had to watch out, because once you go over the whites, that's it. Now there's other watercolors he's done where he, I think, used gouache too, so that he could put white on there also. But was that kind of clear, Rose? Did you understand that? Was that good?
Actually, that's how I responded to our friend from Nairobi. I think Richard just carried the same ideas. I think it was really about the aesthetic decisions are similar, the color, the value, the drawing, those choices. I mean, I really think he just treated watercolor a lot like oil painting, but he probably preserved his whites, or like you said, because he's an oil painter, he might have, like I know Scotty Burdick does and I do, is you just grab your opaque your opaque gouache at that point and bring that white back in. with your watercolor. I mean, I do. I think that's what I think I almost remember. Didn't he have some other watercolors in his bathroom in Evanston? I don't know why I have a memory of that, but
well, there's a big one somewhere, but I'm not sure where that
yeah.
But did that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. That was great. I have a question for Dan, which is, what glove do you have on your left hand, Dan?
This is a Grease Busters. I don't know. I got it at the local home building place, but I used to wear finger cots all the time. I still do sometimes. These little finger cots. It's kind of embarrassing when you're at the grocery store and they come out of your pocket and roll all over the conveyor belt. But no, so actually this is easy. These rubber gloves they are too warm. These you don't get too hot in them, and I'm using cadmiums and lead white, so to try to keep as much out of my fingers and cuts on my hands as possible. So that's great. Real
Thanks,
answer.
Dan. I just
have to say a quick thing, Simi. I'm trying a new brush that your mom sent. It says sample. Hope it's okay to share it. It doesn't even say what's on it. So I think it's like a boar bristle brush, right? Maybe you could say that she's going to start making in flats, hopefully. And I'm loving it.
So, can you hear me, Michelle?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, you can say it, but we got to make it clear that they are samples and that nobody else can get them right now. But basically, we're trying to work on improving the bristle ranges as much as we can, and that's been our focus throughout the whole of COVID. Other than all the other stuff that we do, so we're just trying out different ways of mixing hair. I don't know if this isn't the time to talk about it, but basically there's some samples, and watch this space. Nance, thanks Michelle. Nance, a quickie. People are asking how they can pre-order the book, and I'm also saying you've got 10 minutes. Guys.
Wow, I'm looking at all these paintings. Wow, these are all so good. No pre-order yet. We're gonna wait till next year. This has been a big year. But we'll keep you posted, of course, richardschmid.com. We'll keep you posted on everything. And it's so wonderful to work on his books, and wait till you read his writings again. He's just so brilliant. So thank you. Yeah, it'll be out. You'll hear about it. And then the next one, the second one will be about painting in groups. And so it's kind of like what you saw with the Palette and Chisel. And I didn't get Loveland Academy done on time. So there has to be another one of these for something. And then at the end, you'll see the Putney Painters. And so his second book is more on that. And again, he got 2/3 of the way done. And I so look forward to taking this energy and helping finish that one too. So thank you for asking.
Okay, I've got another one to bring online. Just so you all know, we've got 10 minutes left. Nidhi, if you can see on your screen, did it say unmute? If you just try that one more time for me. Asking to unmute you.
Are you able to hear me now? Are you able to hear me now?
Perfect. Could you just say your name, where you're from, and what you'd like to ask?
Yeah. So myself Nidhi, and I'm from India. Here it's kind of 12:30 at night, and I'm wide awake watching the beauty all around. So thank you so much. So I had a couple of questions. I'm a little new to Ella Prima. So my first question was that how do we do a still life setup if it has to be done in home, and we don't have much of natural light? So if there can be any suggestion on the placement of the palette and the lights, or maybe the temperature controlling.
Well, I hope you will be watching this afternoon, because there'll be still life people. But go ahead, Dan. Please go ahead.
Well, obviously natural light is really nice to work with. And when people ask me this, I always think back, Nancy, to when I visited you and Richard at the Chicago, the Evanston home. And Richard did not have a Northlit studio. Now he he had Northlit studios for most of his career. At that particular time, when he was painting the late 80s, early 90s, did not have Northlight. All he had were color corrected bulb, fluorescent tubes in the ceiling in the middle, in that dining room. And he did some of his most beautiful work with the simplest of setup. He just basically had, so the key is to have balanced light, it's close to 5,000, 5,500 K, balanced light that hits your palette and your canvas. Certainly you can light your subject with whatever. Richard's still lifes were just all lit with that uniform cool light that just came down primarily, right, Nance?
Yeah, yes. And there's one, I think, in the still life book where we're standing in there, and I'll have to see if the lights, but yeah, it's the lights color corrected up above.
Yeah, so it doesn't have to be rocket science. Don't overthink it. Keep it simple. Just make sure that you've got balanced light on your canvas and your palette, meaning 5,000, 5,500 K. And then you can have whatever you want on the subject. But if you don't have balance, if your light on the canvas is really warm, for instance, either if you're in the sun or if you've got warm incandescent or that 2,700 K light on your canvas, it's going to throw off all of your judgments. So that's really the bottom line. Anybody else have thoughts on
yeah. So that was helpful, Dan. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think we're in a really like the golden age of light purchasing. I mean,
absolutely.
What Richard made great art with was I don't know, almost dark ages compared to what we get with LEDs and stuff. So I think we can not only get better light, we have a chance to, I think people all over the world can actually get good quality, good colored light. There's another thing that we think about, which is a high CRI, right? It's like the higher CRI means color ratings index. And the higher CRI you get, the more true the color will be in it to daylight, but or to even to when you go from one scene to the other scene. Like I noticed recently that my fluorescents were really, really green, my 5,000 Kelvin, and I got a higher CRI, and I've got with new fluorescents, and now I can get like my color just turned a little bit more pink and a little bit more yellow, and I didn't notice how green everything was being cast. So try to look for high CRI somewhere in the above 94, and then what Dan was saying, Kelvin, 5,000 Kelvin. It means the color of the light. We go for sort of like an overcast daylight is what 5,000 Kelvin is. Kelvin, Kelvin,
Thanks, Rose. That's great. Is everybody okay with me putting on one more question? We've got 5 minutes left.
Yeah,
fire away.
Go for it.
Unless you'd like to share anything else yourselves, but if you're happy with me asking the last question.
Go for it.
Okay. Bill, if you unmute yourself, I just clicked on you there.
Hi, Simi. Actually, I was on my computer before, and now I just came on my phone, and I see that it raised my hand as I came to the screen here. But most of my questions were answered. I had a lot of questions as we went on, but one of the things I want to say, I guess, is that I really appreciate your generosity to spirit, all of you. And Simi and I talked about this yesterday, how Richard really shared that, and he's clearly passed it on to you guys. I certainly appreciate it. One of the things I wanted to hear, and we did end up hearing a lot of it, was what Richard did specifically for you guys on an individual basis. And you answered most of those questions, where you you brought up a lot of good points. And if there's any more, certainly we're always open to hearing more of that. But also, as I was going to ask a question about midway through, as you're halfway into a painting, you know, Richard talked about intent and starting out strong with a strong idea of what you're going to be doing with your painting. But as you're starting to near the end, when you're mid-range or when you're starting to near the end, how do you feel best? What are your thoughts about the best feeling or the best approach you can take as you're starting to work toward a finish? You know, obviously it's, you know, am I meeting my original intent? But are there any deeper thoughts that you might have as you're working into the middle and latter stages of a painting?
Well, about then is when I call my therapist.
Rose, call me anytime.
You know, getting away from it, Bill, midstream can help. Just stepping away from your painting midstream, getting enough distance from it, and then come back with a fresh eye, and that will help you to see what and or if anything has to happen at that point. I think, personally.
I often get seduced. Anybody else want to say? Somebody else was starting? Somebody else starting? I also get seduced by the painting experience, and sometimes my original intention has evolved. And I look to see if I'm okay with that in that middle place. Maybe I just go with what I'm in the middle of experiencing then instead of something I did. But I also have spent years trying to rein that in and go back to what I originally designed in a canvas or a painting. About that middle way through. Because the siren song of a model sitting in front of you, just like you start to go into, if you had another intention with that painting, you start to, you know, it's interesting to pay attention to where it takes you, the process takes you.
And I think also at that last 10%, you know, Jeremy talked about it earlier, saving the highlights for the end. You know, I always do that. I only go 90% light, because if you want to bring up a glow in the face, especially in portraiture, you know, you don't want to add white. White will, I mean, just adding pure white will deaden a painting. You know, Robert Henry said it. And if you don't have the book, The Art Spirit, go out and get it. It doesn't have any pictures, but it's brilliant. But Robert Henry said, you know, brilliance tends towards color, not white. And so to create that sense of light, you know, we've all had that experience where you hold a prism up to a window and it splashes a rainbow on the wall. But as artists, we kind of work in reverse to get that effect of white light. You have to mix all the colors in your palette, the colors in your rainbow, you know, in the rainbow into your white to get a really high key bright color that will then read as light, you know, and not going all the way to white is so important. And also in the end, you know, it's just as important to ask yourself, is there anything, you know, is there anything essential I need to put into the painting? But is there anything like unessential that I have in there that I can take out to make the painting composition stronger? So sometimes taking out anything unnecessary will really bring it together in the end too.
And also, Semi, the other question on lighting.
Yeah, sure.
In my still life book, here he is painting in that room, Dan, that you went into. And he had those lights on the ceiling, and it was just it was like North daylight. So yeah, these are all good questions.
Okay, if everybody's happy, I'm so sorry to be the person that says that we've got to finish, because I know everybody here would do the 24. Who fancies a 24-hour paint out with you guys right now? We've done 2 hours. So we've only got 22
I need a little more coffee first.
We've got 22 hours to go. No, I'm joking. Listen, I think what would be amazing to finish it off is if I go round each of you, I'll spotlight you. If you can then just show us the best version of your painting that you can when you're there. And I also think it's important, so many people are going to want to know, how they follow you guys after. So if you can say your Instagram handle, or if you're stronger on Facebook, or do you have a website? And yeah, I also want everybody to know that all of these painters teach. They're all great teachers. I know that because I've seen all of them paint before. And most of them, if not at least some of them, do online workshops as well. So can you just say a little bit about that? Because I know we haven't been able to ask all the questions. There's honestly probably another 40 or 50 that have come in. I just can't get around them all. So I'm going to kick it off with Rose, if that's okay, Rose.
Oh, the best version of my painting. First, I think you should see my model, possibly. I don't think anybody's seen him from the right angle. Can you get to him?
I'm gonna get the whole beautiful piece, Rose. Beautiful.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. It's kind of a. So what I'll do now is start to do all that softening of edges that Dan was talking about. That's what I'll start to do. I can turn. It's like I've got all the right information to now turn all the forms. And so we could do this for a few hours, but I'll just have it for a little bit. And I kind of have been paying attention to it, and I'll be able to do a lot of it just without him even posing. But let me just show you him from my point of view. If I can get there, there you go. Just a little bit of like that, if that helps. Because I don't think that was ever shown to anybody, what I was working with.
Yeah, that's great, Rose. Thank you for that.
Website.
Yeah. My website is at Rose Franson. What?
It's not your website.
Oh, my website is oldcityhallgallery.com. I'm on Instagram, and I also have a video out that's called Portraits in Conversation. It's 12.5 hours. And you can see that on our Instagram as well if you want to see.
Streamline did it.
Streamline did it, but anyway, I think that's it.
Thank you, Rose. That was perfect.
I'm on
okay,
Facebook, but not really. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna now pin Clayton.
Hello. I had planned on just painting in this session. That's part of what was special about it. So this is a pure alla prima piece. I won't touch it again. It's not meant to be perfect. It's not meant to be the greatest of anything. It's a painting of the experience that I just had, which was so wonderful, and every brushstroke of this will remind me of it. As far as getting a hold of me, you can catch me on Facebook or other social media, but I'll be teaching at Scottsdale Artist School in April, and I'll be at the Palette and Chisel in the summertime. I have a regular session. I'm going to be teaching all over the place, and I really love to go to the little out of the way places. So if you have a group and you really want me to come out, just email me, Clayton at ClaytonJBeck3rd.com.
Clayton, that's perfect. Thank you so much. And a beautiful painting that you've done there. Okay, I'm going to go to next is, on my screen anyway, is Jeremy. So I'll pass it over to you. Can you make sure that you put the camera on of you? Just flick it over.
Yeah. Sorry.
Jeremy, are you with us?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Who are you? And how do we find you? And do you do workshops and etc.?
Yeah, I'm Jeremy Lipking, and there's not a lot of Lipking, so if you just type in my last name anywhere, you'll probably find me. It's my daughter in the background. Instagram's just Lipking, and my website is lipking.com. Yeah, I do a little bit of workshops, not a whole lot, and but I have a recorded workshop that is coming out every week. I think it's going to be 10 hours long. So you can get that link from my website, Dark Creek Press.
That's great. And you just did a workshop too, a Zoom workshop, right? That people, where would they find that one?
Yeah, well, that's the one I'm talking about. So we also recorded it and we're editing it, and it's going to be out maybe in a week or so. So if you pre-order, yeah, you can get. I mean, I'm not sure how many we have left, but we're giving out a set of prints too if you pre-order it before it comes out.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. And I'm on to Dan next. Dan, I'm going to pin you there.
Okay. First of all, thank you all for the opportunity to share this day, honoring Richard. What a treat. You know, I don't know where I'd be without his hand. And thank you all. Thank you, Nancy, for all the efforts that you put into this, Simi. It's a real honor. You know, I do teach workshops. I have videos. I just came up with a new video series, Through the Eyes of an Artist. It's available at danielgerhardtsteaches.com. And I also have another website, just danielgerhardts.com. And most of our resources are available there. Again, what a privilege to be with all of you.
Thanks, Dan. Would you mind just stepping to the left just a little bit so we can see? What beautiful painting. Thank you. Oh, yeah, beautiful.
I always capture so much of the spirit of the person, Dan. I feel like I know them when I look at your paintings.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Okay, and then I'm going to go to Michelle next. I will pin you, Michelle. There you go.
Hey, everyone. So I was painting Richard, trying not to tear up as I'm painting. I'll zoom this around and show you my photo reference on my other computer here. You can do it without knocking stuff over. So just a picture I took of him painting one day. And I'll hold this up so you can see it because it's at a little bit of an angle and distorting the drawing. Try to get it without some glare.
It's so beautiful.
Beautiful. It's beautiful. It's perfect there.
I was
gorgeous,
like,
Michelle.
Thank you.
You really captured him.
I was kind of really afraid to paint him this day. I almost painted someone else, but I wanted this, you know, and I think Clayton put it well, you know, it's a true alla prima and it captures the moment. And I'm here with all of you and we're celebrating Richard. And I thought, you know, I really want to capture him and, you know, and he's in the middle of doing a painting, which is why he's looking down. And that just, you know, means something to me. And yeah, so I was trying not to cry, especially about all the, you know, with all those amazing videos and everything. And it's just an honor to paint with all of you guys.
Michelle, it's absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much. Okay, and then I'm going to spotlight Nancy.
Yes, and sorry about the glare. I look forward to taking a photo of it. So model, the beautiful granddaughter, Samantha, who gave such a wonderful story. And here, I don't know if you can see it very well.
It's beautiful.
And look forward to posing it. Also, her dog will be over here. I was going to do the dog, see that? But we didn't want the dog to make noise and growl. So
I love all your variation of brushwork in there.
Oh,
it's
thank
lovely.
you. And love painting the dog from life. So that'll be fun to put up on the website. And thank you, everybody, and more to come. You tell them, Sammy.
Okay, listen, I want to just say from everybody that's been watching you guys right now, you are all amazing. Thank you for sharing your stories with us of Richard and how he's shaped you and shaped all of us. This is a celebration. We have to remember that. We're celebrating Richard and everything he gave to all of us and all over the world. We've over 1,000 people watching now. I'm telling you, you guys, we've done something so special this weekend. I'm still on a crazy adrenaline rush. But what we're doing, we are blowing people's minds. And like Nancy said, we want to do the best of the best that we can do. And I have to say, I think we should just do this, but in Yorkshire. Bring all of you to us in Yorkshire, and I'll tell you, we'd get 50 million people show up. But, you know, I'm going to now...
I want to just take a moment to give you a round of applause, Simi, you and Joe, because this is not easy to do something like this, and you did it so well. Yeah. And not only is it technically well, but you made it intimate, you know, to bring 1,000 people from around the world and make it feel like we're all in the same room. And I know you do that in your workshops because I've taught there, and it's testament to that too. And just, you know, pursuing that excellence in what you're doing as well, and made this all possible. And you brought Nancy's dream to life, both of you. So thank you.
You know what my biggest fear is, though? We still have so much more to come. So many things could still go wrong. Don't curse us.
No, it's going to be great.
You know, I honestly have to say thank you. What we're going to do now, we're running a little behind schedule, but what the heck, I think we're all just having so much fun, right? So we've got a 15-minute break now, so we'll come back at the 30. Okay, so for New York time, it'll be 3:30 p.m. In the UK, it's going to turn up to be 8:30 p.m. And after that, we are going to watch a short video about the Putney Painters, and then we're going to do some live talking with some of the Putney Painter guys. And then obviously this afternoon we have a similar thing to this, but with still life. So we hope that you can all stay with us. I'm going to say it one more time because so many people are asking. Yes, we are recording this. Yes, it's going to be on the website at some point by the end of this month. Yes, it's free. Yes, it's all about Richard and everybody that loved him. And yeah, we're going to now put a little break on for 15 minutes, nip to the toilet, grab yourself a coffee if you need one, and we will see you shortly. Okay, we love you, Nancy. This is all because we love you and Richard.
We love you, Nancy.
Hugs and kisses.
Yeah, I'll be right out there. Oh, I didn't get to do that. Oh, yes, I did. I just need Rose dance.
Welcome back, folks. We're now going to get started on the second part of the section, where we're going to welcome the Putney Painter area, the section of the day. Of course, it's our hope that you all feel inspired and ready to paint, and that we're all here today and this weekend to celebrate Richard. So we're now going to share with you a short video called The Putney Painters.
It was 23 years ago when Richard and Nancy bought Ginseng Hill Farm from my parents in Vermont. Captain John and I really had no idea how those friendships between the four of us were going to change our world. So after settling into the farm, Richard asked if he might use our barn studio every Saturday where other artists could come and join he and Nancy to paint. We invited local artist friends to meet he and Nancy one evening, and it was pretty enchanting to see how this master painter teacher can hold sway over a group. And by the end of that evening, everyone was eager to join them to paint weekly. And we had no idea that that first day painting together would be the inception of what would eventually become our wonderful family called the Putney Painters. And John and I always remember that day very fondly. Outside, we could hear classical music wafting out the windows of the studio and flowing down into the garden. And after a little bit, we couldn't take it anymore. We decided to sneak up the back staircase and have a peek in the door to see what is going on. And what we experienced was so awe-inspiring. The scene was these joyful painters with beaming faces, intensely absorbed creating beauty from life as a group. It was like a feast for our souls. So we turned to look at one another, both with tears in our eyes and smiles, and witnessing something so breathtaking happening right there in our backyard. We knew in that moment that our lives and the lives of many artists would never be the same. What I really love about Richard's guiding philosophy was his desire to share his vast painting knowledge with others. When visitors come, they're often surprised at how kind and welcoming our family of painters are. Really, no big egos, which I attribute to how Richard and Nancy set the stage.
No, the color isn't so bad. Don't make it too cool.
Through the years, we've had the privilege of welcoming many prominent artists as guests to paint with our group. And we've also discovered very young, talented artists who Richard and Nancy very kindly took under their wings to help launch some wonderful art careers. Kwang Ho and Adrian Stein, listening intently to Richard. Chong Wang and his beautiful family. One of the original Palette Chisel group members who studied with Richard in Chicago, Scott Burdick. And here is his lovely wife and fabulous painter, Sue Lyon. Here's Sue after a critique from Richard. And our favorite Yorkshire lasses, Rosemary Brushes, the inimitable Rosemary Thompson and her delightful daughter, Simmy Jackson. Here is a fairly young Daniel Keyes and an even younger Casey Baugh. We discovered him when he was only 19. Oh, here's another Palette Chisel alumni, Clayton Beck. And my very dear friend, Michelle Dunaway, who's also a Putney painter, with Katie Whipple. Scott Jones came to join us, and Mark Boges, who also offers seasonal plein air workshops and is a Putney painter. The beautiful Anna Rose Bain. And here is Eric Rhodes, who visited us a couple of times and sat for his portrait with the Putney Painters. Tim Newton, another one of our esteemed guests, who is the former chair now of the Salmagundi Club in New York. Oh, and Robert Liberace and his lovely, talented family of women. Here's Richard's painting of Sherry McGraw on one of her adventures with us. Here is the wonderful Tina Garrett, who recently became a Putney painter. On those very special days when Jeremy Lipking had joined us. And lastly, Alireza Asanlu, a well-known art instructor from Iran. We were so amazed to hear about his thriving group of artists in Tehran that adore Richard. Richard left his indelible brushstrokes on all of our lives here in Putney and in New England and around the continent and the world. He devoted his last years to making sure his painting knowledge will be passed on for generations. I know I speak for everyone. We are so grateful to have known you, Richard, to have learned from you, laughed with you, and experienced the pure joy of creating beauty together. Cheerio, dear Maestro.
I know I speak on behalf of my mum and everyone who was lucky enough to have visited the Putney Painters. Thank you. Richard, you made the most gracious host along with Nancy, and the memories will still live on with us forever. So we would now like to welcome live Charlie Hunter, Carol Arnold, Stephanie Birdsall and Penelope Simpson. And they're going to do a discussion. And as always, we're encouraging questions again, and we're going to ask as many questions as we can. So just bear with me a moment.
All right. All right.
All right.
Can everyone hear everyone?
We can. I'm just going to quickly go round each of you and make sure your sound is okay. We can see you. Charlie, give us a quick hello.
Well, hello there out there in internet land.
Loud and clear. Steph and Carol? No, bear with me. I'm going to ask to unmute you there. Just check on your screen.
They're still muted, yeah.
There you go.
You know what? We're speechless, Charlie, after that video. Okay.
Bless you. Okay, and Penelope, you want to say just hello quick?
Hello.
Perfect. Okay, I'm going to move myself out of here. Don't you love Zoom that you can fling people around? Right. And what I will say is, if you'd like to talk amongst yourselves, and if at any point you say, Simi, have you got a question, I can fire them your way, okay?
Charlie.
Yes. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh,
what? Well, I'll start with it. I have not seen that little video before, so it was a real surprise to me, parts of it, and the ending was absolutely beautiful. I loved the whole thing, so thank you to Kathy and John and
Oh, I think Joe helped a lot with that and Nancy's ideas. So thank you. It's a lovely historical thing we can keep.
I was very moved. I wasn't sure I was going to be able to talk now.
Yeah, me too.
Especially the ending when they're dancing. I remember when Richard would just get up and walk over to Nancy and take her hand, and they would dance, and he'd twirl her around with the music. It was beautiful.
Yeah, it was a very nice kind of summation of what the magic in that Rome was for those years. And one of the things I think about is a few years ago we started kind of saying, it kind of sunk in that this could not last forever. And and that kind of made it so impressed upon us how special that was. And I think it made it all the more precious. And now to watch it, and it is irrefutably in the past, it's very sad, but it's one is reminded again of how incredibly lucky we were, and what an amazing salon of people it was.
Yeah. And how lucky we still are, Charlie, because the reality is what Putney Painters is that Richard and Nancy created lives on. And we all take that with us in every single painting, but it's how we view the world and other painters. We love each other. We are not in competition with each other. We are supportive of each other. And I think, taking that forward is a major gift, along with Richard's legacy of everything we learned to take forward as an attitude of painters.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. That spirit of kindness and inclusion, and that art isn't a competition, that art is an expression. One of the things he used to say that really moved me was that what painting does is it lets you see what the world looks like to somebody else. And in a time when we are so isolated as humans, and are viewed as products to be fed pre-created entertainment, instead to be in this community and all the people who are watching and who are painting and who are out there creating every day, we are creating real content that isn't at the whim of corporations. It is what one would dream the internet would have been. When we first heard about the internet, I wasn't thinking about commerce. I was thinking about sharing ideas. And Richard's legacy, and through this incredible weekend, we get to see how one person's ideas it's like that, dropping that rock in the pond and watching the ripples expand out. I'm jumping all over the place, but Richard really is immortal. It's art is immortal. So good job, Richard.
Yeah. And it didn't matter to him how old you were, what you look like, where you came from. He wanted to share everything with anybody who wanted to learn. If he felt that you had the desire to create and learn from him, he would give it all. It was really great. I mean, I went in there and expecting nothing. I just wanted to look at my color charts, and he was excited. I didn't know if I did them right. I got the book and I did my color charts, and I was all excited, and it took a long time, and I was really focused on them, and then I found out, oh my God, he's having a paint out, and it's free. Oh my God, the Village Arts. I was so excited. And anyways, I got there, and I was able to meet him and Penelope was with me, and I said, "Oh my God." She goes, he's pulling in right now. And oh my God, my knees went weak. Remember Penelope? And I hadn't even met him yet. And then he walks through the doors, the double doors, and just his presence, he was so tall and confident, and just, I was like, oh my God. And then Penelope introduced me to him, and I had my color charts, and I asked him, and he was so happy to help me. He said I needed a few adjustments on some of the colors, but he said, I'm so happy that you did them, and it was great.
When I first went to Putney Painters, I was a pastelist, and I brought one of my pastels in for critique with Putney Painters, and Richard looked at me and he said, "If you're doing this in pastel, why aren't you working in oil?" And that's when I started oil painting. So I wouldn't even be here with oil paints if it weren't for Richard, to my knowledge. I'm not that I don't love pastels, but I mean, he's in every brushstroke. He's the one who said, "Why aren't you working in oil?" And that made me think, if Richard thinks I can work in oil, maybe I can.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure so many of us had that similar experience of Richard giving us a confidence that that we would not necessarily have had ourselves. I mean, Richard saying to me I needed to get out nationally. I'd still be in Bellows Falls, Vermont, doing my little travel posters were it not for him. And and there's so many of us who have had who that gift that he gave of believing in us. And you saw yesterday when Nancy was like looking at people's when somebody was putting people's work up, on the Zoom. Every single piece, Nancy was finding something to oh, that's wonderful. And that is so what Richard's spirit would want, would be to share the joy of creating. As long as it wasn't too abstract, then he'd come down on you kind of like a ton of bricks. But
it makes me, after John died, I sold the house and I live in the Airbnb underneath the studio now. And I am amazed at how many people come by here looking for Richard and the Putney Painters. And it's kind of shocked me a bit, but I'm outside gardening. In the last 3 weeks, I've been outside gardening, and people have stopped by from like Alabama, North Carolina. Hi, Janet. Hi, Jennifer. I know you guys are there. And they come and they are just like, "Oh, are you Penelope? Can I just talk to you? Can I just, and I can't show them the studio yet because we're under renovation. But I think it's that feeling of people passing by here and feeling this connectedness, this language that you're all speaking together, that is not like the rest of the world, is kind of what the whole global tribute feels like to me too. It's just that there are people, it's like magnetic, that you are drawn together, and others are drawn to this. And I would never have dreamt like today, what we've been through in the last 30 hours or however many hours we've been doing this, but it is like the ripple that you're talking about, Charlie. It is our responsibility. And I feel like Richard has pushed our buttons, and Joe and Simi have helped push it much further to where there's something happening right here that is very different than I was imagining, about connecting all of us around the world. And even when Richard died, there was a lot of we all got really shaken up of like, what's going to happen to us? Can we still meet? What will happen? And then the pandemic hit. I mean, actually the pandemic hit first and then he died. And then the magic of Zoom kept us all together, including Italy, and and we're not falling apart. Like, we're stronger. And I think we have maybe some new visions while we're in it's kind of like the pandemic's making us I don't know, like the primordial ooze is coming up with new stuff, and I think we want to bring everybody together, and seeing all the people that studied under Richard and watching them painting is just the amount of people who this man touched and created careers of love and light and pigment is just amazing. So I just feel totally weak-kneed about everything that's we're experiencing here.
One of the first things I remember out of Alla Prima, and I taped it to my easel for about 6 years, was that never knowingly leave anything wrong on your canvas. I realize, 16 or 17 or 18 years later, it's the reason I have so much trouble finishing a painting. There's always something wrong, that isn't quite right. But I love that. I love that saying, because Richard was a perfectionist, but in a good way. His work was so beautiful, and he was so generous about showing us so much. And I look at that and I think, that one phrase, though, I will never, ever forget it. It just like grabbed me when I read it and read it. I mean, I had to have, it's everywhere around me. So I don't know, it was just one of those things that I can never walk away from my paintings. I send myself emails now at night telling me what I need to do in the morning when I get up. But there's so many great things that we got. I mean, what'd you get?
God, I got so much. I mean, I have 4 kids, which, well, my youngest is 19 now, but when I was raising them, I didn't want to leave them at home on the weekends with my husband, alone. He's got stuff to do, whatever. And so they said, Nancy and Richard welcomed them up. They were modeling, and I'm telling you that it changed their lives too. Sarah is 21 now, and she paints with frosting. She's so creative. She's a pastry chef, and she's so creative with all her cakes and her pastries. It's just amazing. It's amazing how he can change so many lives, and it was just magical. And Nancy doing yoga, she would keep them busy on the breaks, and we would do yoga, and Richard joined in with yoga one time, and I promised not to put any pictures of it on Instagram or Facebook. But yeah, it was very it was a life-changing experience, and I'm forever grateful. And I hope that we can still, stay connected, as the years go by.
I mean, seeing the comments coming in, I'm watching this on my iPad. I just got to the host housing that I'm at for this event at Cape Ann Plein Air. But seeing on my iPad, for some reason, I get to see the comments coming in, and Mary Linda Strokamp and Laurie Woodward, just all these other people who I don't know, but everyone, it's kind of testimony. I feel a little like I'm at a revival meeting, it's this testimony of Richard's, how Richard has changed their lives, the laying on of hands, as it were. And one of the things I think is so exciting is that, Richard he really had his own taste in art. There was stuff he liked and stuff he did not like. But there are people now coming up who will take from Richard, and Richard will have an influence in areas of art that he never would have dreamed of in his own vision. I mean, it's just as you said, Carol, about your daughter being a pastry chef. Art is everywhere, and I just can't wait to see what his influence is going to be in 50 years, in 100 years.
It's amazing that we've all had the opportunity to work with someone that has had, to me, such a global effect on the art world. And it's bigger, I think, than we even know. When we look at all the people that are on this that are affected by it, I had no idea. I mean, yeah, we all kind of knew that Ala Prima had been reprinted 14 times or something. Everybody had it. But when you look at who's here, and if you believe that thing that everybody knows, at least 25 people or whatever, the repercussions, your ripple effect is way bigger than I even ever could have conceived of. I mean, it's friggin' massive right now. It is so big, and it is still going, and it's going to continue to go. And how amazing that we get to be part of this movement.
Yep, and how nice that it's, I just watched the Bob Ross documentary on Netflix, and as I posted on Facebook, lovely man, shame about the art, but the tragedy of his life, I mean, I don't think Bob Ross's art is good art, but he did encourage people to express themselves, and he lived for the art that he made. And as my beloved Betty Sue's 6th grade art teacher said to her class, and I've now adopted this, it's just art. You don't have to like it, but you see the Bob Ross story where it was all, avarice and greed, and his son has no control over the Bob Ross name. It's owned by these other people, and the joyousness with which it feels like Richard's legacy is moving on is a wonderful, wonderful thing. That it is free of that greed and ugliness that so permeates our world these days. One thing I wanted to do, since this is the Putney Painters moment this weekend, I wanted to talk a little to get people to recollect about the lunch breaks, just because lunch breaks were so amazing. And ladies and gentlemen out there in internet land, what would happen in the morning is that we would all paint. Richard would choose the music that we would all paint to, and would paint for a couple of hours. And then at 12:30, there'd be a 1-hour lunch break. And Richard would have some high sodium, high fat TV dinner, which made him very, very happy. And he had no ill effects whatsoever from that. Then we'd all have rich desserts that Carol had made. This is after eating cider donuts all morning. But then we would have philosophical discussion for an hour, which sometimes would get so delightfully strange. Do you remember the time, was it Dick? What was it that Dick didn't like? Dick O'Neill, color field.
Temperature.
I have this photograph of Richard looking at him like, what are you talking about, Dick? And Dick just got completely foot-tutzed about the idea of color temperature. It's like, I don't believe in it.
Yeah.
But Nancy would often ask a kind of a prompt question, and we would all respond, and Richard would hold forth. And just the other folks have memories of the lunch discussions.
And always art questions from Nancy. Always art-based, not any, always an art-based question for us to think about and respond to.
Yeah.
And if we veered over toward politics, Nancy would say, shock collar, Richard, shock collar.
We definitely have some guidelines in our studio that really helped, I think, keep us on track and focused on art. We would not bring in religion or politics, and it was actually really wonderful, especially when politics got stranger and stranger, that we just stayed focused. And I think we also had this other agreement that we do in Putney Painters, but in all of our workshops. And do you guys remember what the 25-cent rule?
Don't dish your work. Don't say anything negative. No negativity.
And swearing. No swearing.
And I think it went up to $1.
And Grace made a lot of money on that from John Potter, by the way.
The swearing part?
The swearing part, yeah.
So what we talked about is, you don't say, oh, this is awful, I hate my painting, or I suck, I'm a horrible artist. That's 25 cents about 4 times right there. The goal is what? What are you supposed to be doing with when you don't really, when you get angsty like
questions.
Ask the questions. Stop painting and ask questions.
Ask questions, yeah. And ask other people. That was the beauty of everybody sharing with each other and critiquing each other, and getting to that kind of halfway point that someone asked the earlier painting group before us, is when you're halfway there and you feel like, I don't know what to do, or when do I stop, where do I go, is have somebody help you. Walk away, but then have somebody just look at it with fresh eyes, turn it upside down, do something different, but don't smash, the painting or yourself, because you're not going to grow then. So
you can always ask too, is it in the values? Is it in the edges? Is it in the color or the drawing?
Yeah. So we were very lucky. We learned from the best. And we have, we are looking at towards the, when the pandemic starts to lighten up again. Charlie and I have already talked about having some spring workshops in 2022. And Rob Liberace wants to come back in the fall. And so we're just getting ready to start people looking at schedules again and hoping. And if the pandemic is still there, we might just do plein air for a while, which the Putney Painters have gotten together a few times to do plein air during this period. So I don't know, any questions from anybody out there, Sammy?
If everybody's okay with me just coming in, we're going to wrap this up in a couple of minutes. Thank you so much, all of you, from all of us. I know everybody's absolutely loving hearing you all talk about your time with Richard and your time with Penelope and the barn, which I can testify is a magical place. I guess one of the most important questions that's come through is, will the Putney Painters go on?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
If I had
So
anything,
tell us more.
but Penelope has gone.
Tell us a little bit more, Carol. I know that Carol and Penelope work on this, so tell us a little bit more about what's happening there.
We're on Zoom right now, and we meet every other week. We're happy. I am kind of worried though, because I don't know how we're going to still include. We have a friend, Sarah, from Italy, and Michelle and Tina that are far away, and I would hate to lose them. We got to figure out a way to include them when we start plein air painting or going back to the barn.
We can Zoom them in the barn. We can have them in the barn.
Okay.
With us or FaceTime them.
Okay. Well,
What a bizarre vocabulary we use nowadays. Because we can Zoom in the barn, we can FaceTime in the barn. As I was saying, the interview the other day, if college age me heard present day me saying, I just took the best photograph with my telephone, I would have thought I was insane. So yeah, we can zoom in the barn. Yeah.
You know, I know that you guys will make it work, whatever you want to do. If you put your minds to it, you'll make it work. Penelope, I think it would be really valuable for everybody to hear how they find out about the barn and things that go on with you guys up there. Can you just tell us where people can head? I'm going to answer 50,000 questions by asking you to do that, if that's okay.
Okay. Well, you can go online, and I'm not sure which Putney Painters. There's several Putney Painter Facebook pages that you can look up to register or for information about workshops with anyone who's trained with Richard or friends who paint in this genre of kind of the grand manner or direct painting. You can contact me through villageartsofputney@gmail.com. I have an old website. Dalen Wales is helping us make a new website on FASO. So we should be, I think it is up. I just have to learn how to use it. So
as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, the monetized Penelope just has this down. It's all about the money. It's all about the Benjamins with Penelope.
Yeah. I have made so much money off of this.
It's a nonprofit, by the way.
I'm about to retire off of this. So no, I am actually going to retire and be more devoted to this. And I think this weekend has really made it clear to me the direction that we need to go. And there are exciting things that Nancy will eventually reveal about Richard's art collection and things like that. And I can just see how it's all tying in together, and it's very, very exciting. And just need a little time to like let this all, percolate.
Yeah, I understand. I've just had an idea, and my ideas are usually pretty dangerous, but when I can fly, I would be amazed if we could do something like this. Not 24 hours. Don't anyone ask me that. Be okay with 5 hours, people. Just be okay with a short amount of time. But could you imagine if we could share a Putney paint a day?
Perfect.
With the world. And I'd come out and make sure with Joe that we got it sorted. So there's things like this that I hope I'm not stepping on anyone's toes saying that, Penelope, but what I mean is I hope that the world can see that Richard will live on with us. This is what this is about. This is what Nancy wanted us to do, and to celebrate Richard. And if we can do things like that in small ways, we can connect everybody to Richard.
Absolutely. And I feel like all of the people throughout time have come together, and through right here in Putney for the past 20 years, we have solidified something really wonderful. But there's all these other people that have parts of this. And then Simi comes in with Joe with this, Nancy gets this vision, and some people are going, oh my God, that's crazy. You're going to do a global thing. And I mean, many of the Putney painters were at his memorial service after he died. And this, I think it's maybe because we've had a few months to percolate and do all these things, but this was so incredibly, this was Nancy's vision, so manifested way beyond my biggest dream for her to have. And Simi, you and Joe made it happen. Like 40 countries. Is that what it was? 40 countries. That we thought that his birthday card, global birthday card thing at 80 years old was phenomenal, but this went so far beyond what.
Yeah, this feels to me like the memorial, the Richard, the Richard celebration that we wanted to have, and the service wasn't service, the get together at Allison's Orchard, the memorial service. I think we were all still just sort of so in shock in that it just was. This has much more the spirit of Richard about it, and it's wonderful that it's being shared with people all over, as opposed to just a little group.
You know what I think I became so apparent yesterday was 24 hours is what we needed for the world to mourn.
Yeah.
That's how I felt. We hit so many time zones and so many, honestly, I can't count how many people we spoke to, but people wanted to mourn and they needed to mourn together. We needed to be celebrating as well, but we needed to be together for that. And it couldn't have been any shorter than 24 hours. It also couldn't have been longer. You know, but I just want to say, personally, I'm so grateful to all of you. Mum and I you're all dear friends off the camera. We know that. Everyone else might not. So, you know, and everybody today is so grateful that you've taken the time to celebrate Richard. Yeah, we're just so thankful. And if you want to close with any statements, I'm going to pass you over then to Penelope to welcome our next. I don't want any part to end today, but I think that Penelope can then pass you on.
Can I just say something? Are you going to end it, Penelope? You're just going to end it?
You go ahead. I'm going to end late after you. Yeah.
Oh, all right. I just wanted to add that we can learn from this to just keep sharing and helping each other. And we bring everybody up. And that's the spirit of in Richard Schmid's spirit. That's what he was all about. Confidence, inspiration, confidence, one, yeah.
And do your color charts. Do your
color charts. Yes, definitely.
And
thank you, Simi, so much.
Thank you, Simi. I want to, and thank you to Kathy and John Anderson, because they really helped.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But there was one thing I wanted to say about the color charts, which I say to all of our workshop people, but this is being able to say it to the whole world, is when I did my color charts after I met Richard, and I was so proud, and I went and took it to him, and he looked at it and he said, the bottom row has way too much pigment. And I said, I made it look exactly like Alla Prima. And he said, well, it's not quite correct. And he said, I want you to go back and do the bottom 3 rows all the way up on every chart. And the bottom row should almost be white with the teeniest hint of color, but I shouldn't even almost be able to see it. So
it's a blush. It's a blush. Richard calls it a blush.
So he made me do them over again. But when I met him, early on, he said, he called me up one day and he goes, Penelope, guess what? And I said, what? And he said, I just learned something new about color. And I said, oh my God, you're like in your 70s and you just learned something new. I thought I was going to, cap this eventually. And he said, no, he goes, you have to do the color charts every 10 years and you're going to learn something totally new. There's also new paints and new, the pigments change. But he said, promise me that once you start, you will do this every 10 years, because that's what I do. I don't know if he did later on, but it was really interesting to hear a master say he keeps learning. I love that.
No, but I have to tell you, everyone who spent hours and days now doing the color charts is devastated to think they've got to redo them in 10 years time again.
Yeah, especially if you didn't get to bottom.
Charlie, I've got visions of people going, did I do that 8 years ago or 9 years ago? Oh no, we're getting close.
Set your little smartphone.
Well, listen, I'm going to ask everybody to wave out the room. Penelope, I'm going to spotlight yourself and we're going to go to the next section. But thank you from everybody here.
Bye. Thank you.
Love you, Putney Painters.
Love you.
Thank you. Okay, are we there?
We are there. So
am I by myself now?
You will be in a sec. Let me remove me. Here we go. Yep, you're on your own.
Okay, so well, one of the things that I think we've said this, but I'm just going to say it one more time a little bit differently, is to just all of you, like, isn't this the most incredible global art community. Like, we're a global art community, and it's a love fest. It's like a art community love fest that I think it's the first time this has ever happened on this planet thus far. And we're all part of it. And it's a new kind of renaissance. And I'm so happy that you guys are all here. So, and thanks to all of you around the world for helping to create Nancy's vision of this tribute to Richard, because we couldn't have done this without all of you and your hearts. So let's see. And there's more to come. There's more to come. That's right. I'm about to introduce. So what I'm very delighted to introduce the next group of painters. They're going to be painting still lifes from their studios. And so I'm going to ask you to kind of peek over their shoulders and watch. I hope they're all up. I'm not sure where they all are, but so I'm just going to have to read the list here. We're going to peek over the shoulders of Kathy Anderson, Kwang Ho, and congratulations, Kwang Ho, on your baby. Daniel Keys, Suchitra Bosal, who also goes by Suchi, Tina Garrett, and of course, our beloved Nancy Guzik. So I'm signing off.
Bear with me 10 seconds. Thanks, Penelope.
You're welcome. Thank you. And as Nancy would say, enjoy the next few. I think we go until almost, I'm not sure what time this ends. It's a couple of hours of painting.
Yeah, we got a couple of hours. We're just getting everybody in the room. Sorry, guys. I wish Zoom would let us queue it. Would be the better thing, you know, where you could just queue it and then add everyone at one thing, but you can't. It's clunky. You have to add people individually. Thank you, Penelope.
You're welcome.
Okay, folks, how are we getting on?
We're good.
Ready to go.
Oh, great. We're just gonna go around the room, and all I want to do is just test your sound, okay? And then I'm gonna let you get going. Okay, so Kathy, you want to say hello? Okay, give me one sec, Kathy. I'm just going to do the other sound. I'm going to ask John to unmute for you.
It's a little bright, dude.
Hello,
Okay.
hello.
Perfect. You are working.
Yay!
Okay, one sec. And I'm next going to ask Tina just to say a couple of words.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me.
Oh, great. I can hear you. Nance, just a quick test.
Hello. Lulu's here in my lab with us.
Oh,
perfect. Nance, your camera just went down a little tiny bit.
I'm just showing my cat.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
Help me paint. Help me paint today.
Sorry. Daniel?
Hello.
Yay, it works.
Yay.
And Sherry?
Yes, I'm here.
We can hear you. Oh, can we all give you a round of applause for all being on and working?
Oh my gosh.
It's a miracle. Okay, I'm going to pass you over to Nancy, and just for anybody who wonders, Nancy, we're going to do the same thing as last time, where if people want to ask the questions, fire away, and once we've heard some wonderful stories, we will interject you again. So Nancy, it's all yours.
Okay, and I don't know if you tested Sushi. Can we hear you?
Oh, Sushi, can we hear you?
Hi guys, can you hear me?
I'm sorry, you can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, Simi forgot all about me. It's okay, Simi.
Oh.
My screen put you to the side. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I
no worries. I just want to make sure I wasn't I wasn't on the wrong link or anything, but that's great. It's all good.
Suchi, it could have been so much worse. You could have been in the wrong group. You could have been with a different today.
All right.
Okay,
yes, I'm here, guys. Hi, everyone.
I'll pass you over to Nancy.
Okay, hello. And before I thank all of you, I wanted to thank Rose and Dan and Michelle, Clayton and Jeremy. It was so exciting. Yes, I agree. It was just so exciting to hear everybody, and they were so articulate, and it's just such a beautiful tribute to Richard. And now all of you, this is just so exciting. Thank you all for being here. And I guess where I'm gonna start is, I actually, as you can see, I do have a model, but what I wanted to do is have a model with the still life behind her. I'm going to block her in really quickly and then show how I do teacups. So you can see my arrangement, and then I'm going to go around, and I think Sushi will be next, and we can all start painting. And hi, Kwan. Glad you could join us. I know you just got in at like 2 in the morning or something from somewhere. Wow. Thank you so much, all of you, and Sherry and Daniel and Kathy. So I do this a lot. I love painting people and still life. So I'll show you. I'm going to try to get her just the block in, and then show you how I'll put this in. And mine is, I have dark values and light values, and I look forward to showing you how I'll be doing that. I will pass it on to Sushi, and maybe is she there? Is she there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just trying to hook up my my camera, but I'm just trying to see if I can zoom in on this. I'm not zoomed enough, isn't it? Can you see my screen, Simi or Nancy? Can you tell me if I'm zoomed enough for you guys to see the...
Suchi,
am I good?
Suchi, you're doing great. Honestly, the only issue we have right now is that you're behind the camera, not in front of it.
Yeah. I was just gonna make sure, you know what I'm trying. Hello.
Yeah. You look great. It's perfect. I've pinned you up so you're big on the screen.
Okay, awesome. So, well, let me read out a little thing that I remembered to mention that I want to start my.
And all of us can start painting while she. I think so. Yeah. And I asked Sushi to tell, and all of you have such a wonderful story, and we'll do that forever. But I was just so touched by what you were saying. So thank you for sharing that, Sushi.
Thank you, Nancy. I'll just start with a beautiful line that which came to me, and about what a good teacher needs to be or is. So a good teacher is someone who allows us to discover the hope within ourselves. And this, for me, I think, is my truest sentiment of how my journey with Richard began. Because I really didn't know that name. It's not something recent that I knew of him, but I go back a long way, all the way back when I was 10 years old, literally. My father, back in India, used to subscribe to the American Artist magazine. And, he was a hobbyist painter, and I was exposed to all these wonderful American artists that painted. So I was all of 10 at the time. And when I got through with all these, the subscriptions were almost from the year I was born, I think 75. So when I heard the name, because my father would cut out these beautiful, articles on Richard every so often that they came up in the magazine, and he would put them in a binder. Unfortunately, I couldn't place that binder in time for this little session because we've moved and it's all in storage. But when my father passed away in 2001, He was really young, but he had a tragic little thing happen, and we lost him. But he always believed in me and my spirit for art, and he said, Suchi, you should. I don't know what you've done with yourself with the MBA and marketing and corporate career, but I think this is where your heart is. Your spirit is, in the creative world. And somehow, as luck would have it, I think I was looking for a sign from the universe. And because we were here, I was just newlywed, 2001, first year in the United States, and fresh off the boat, didn't know anyone, and twiddling thumbs, figuring out what I need to do next with my life, because I just didn't want to go do the marketing job anymore. But one needs to pay the bills. So my search for this whole art community that I know of today, all you guys, it began with the thought that I should now, maybe open Dad's books and, all the stuff that I brought back with me from India, and look up at this binder. And I'd, come across these two names every time because my father was crazy about them. One was Dean Mitchell, who had the pleasure of meeting at one of the Poetry Society conferences. That was a great gift for me because I'd heard of his name as well, and Richard Schmid. And that name was so familiar because I said, oh gosh, I would like to know where this man is, right? And it's 2001, 2 at the time. And then I discover an article, I started the subscription to American Artists, and I came across an article on Jeremy Lipking, and it mentioned Richard Schmid. And I said, oh, wow, this is the same name, and which means he's still around. And I could have a little go at, maybe taking a workshop from him. And so I don't know how to reach him though. So, and in the article, Jeremy had published his workshop. So what I did was I actually went to take his workshop to find out more about Richard Schmid. And Jeremy told me about him being his mentor, and that Richard was his mentor. And he said, actually, Suchitra, Richard doesn't teach anymore, but he is actually doing this little demonstration in Vermont, Putney, and maybe you want to go and catch that little 3 days. And I said, okay, great. So that was my first trip out to Vermont. And then I met Nancy. I met, I don't know, Penelope, if you remember me, but it was you were there, and Captain at the time. And then there was, of course, Richard. And it was such a beautiful, I think a couple of days that we stayed there. I stayed there at an Airbnb concept. And I think I was in touch with Penelope. So that's how my journey with Richard, knowing his name, knowing, having it kind of bounce out from the universe, and then the confidence he instilled, and just the joy, the whole concept of joy, because I still remember I think I was all of 30. I mean, 30, I'm 47 now, but at the time too young enough to understand profound wisdom. And when he said that painting, the act of painting should be something that, holds joy and the inner inspiration. You have to be inspired and feel happy about what you're going to paint. And that kind of stuck in my head. I said, yeah, that's so true, because we all do our best when we are inspired and we're really excited. So I think that I took home back with me this wisdom that it's find something that you really love and you'll do well. And the rest is all a byproduct, so to speak. And I think that, to me, led my path into believing in myself. And like I said, a good teacher is someone who allows us to discover the hope within ourselves. And I had that hope. I just went there with a flicker of hope, wanting to do something in the arts, but I had no experience. I had no background. And truly, I mean, I that's my only one tryst with Richard Schmid, but that stayed with me even today. And I think, thank you to Richard. Thank you, Richard, for being that seed of hope, the seed of my confidence for the years that came around. And I am really, really grateful, and to all the lessons you've given me, even though we haven't had too much of a one-on-one. But thank you so much for that. So this is a joyous moment for me. Thanks, Nancy, for inviting me to do this. And I am super excited to show you guys what I've learned from Richard himself too. So yeah.
Thank you so much for being here. I'm just so excited, and just that was just such a beautiful story that even your father knew him, and that's in India, and all the way back then, and all the way back then. It's so beautiful, and that's just so wonderful that to be a happy learner and all of that. So thank you so much.
Welcome.
Nancy, can I ask a quick favor? Would you mind, before we go any further, just everybody going around the room and saying who they are and a little bit about themselves? We just need to introduce people, that's all. So, Kathy, if you go first.
Hi, I'm Kathy Anderson. I was one of the original Putney Painters. I think I came in around the 3rd year, which was, I had no idea what this group was. I actually met Richard. He raised his girls for at one point in a little town called Sherman, Connecticut, where I used to do an outdoor art show. And one time, I should back up for a second. The first time I discovered Richard was my girlfriend had a gallery, and I was flipping through these books that had these prints in them, and his work, of course, just jumped off the pages to me. But skip a few years, I came back to this little town to pick up my paintings after the art show, and the lady said to me, "Oh my God, guess who bought your painting?" And it was Richard. I couldn't believe it. So that's how I met him. He bought one of my paintings, and then he told me about this. I heard him talking about this group of people that he painted with up in Vermont, and he invited, I said, "Oh, could I join that group? Could I take a class?" I thought it was a workshop. Can I sign up for the class? And he said, "Oh, no, we just a group of people." And he invited me to go up there, and it was a 2.5-hour drive. And I walked in, and just like the beginning of the Putney Painter film, that's what hit me, seeing all of these people. They were painting a model from life. I didn't know anything about painting models from life at that point. And then I thought to myself, 2.5 hours. Well, it's a long way to drive to just go up to paint for a day. And then I did it for 21 years, of course, as anybody would. But well, that's my introduction. So.
That's gorgeous, Kathy. Can I just ask, will you just show people your setup? That's one thing people are asking straight away, so that they can see what you're painting from. If you can't move stuff too much, don't worry.
You can't see my setup?
Oh, perfect. Okay. Yeah, it might be a generic question because not everybody's got the same. So that's your setup, so we can see it.
That's my setup. Yeah, that's
great.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Kathy.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask Tina to go next, if that's okay, Tina.
Or hi. Hi guys. I'm gonna try really hard not to cry because the video is just like overwhelming, and I feel so privileged to be here. My name is Tina Garrett. I'm Kansas City, Missouri based artist. I first met Richard and Nancy in September of 2012, so almost exactly 10 years ago. Is that right? Can that be right? And I had been in a class with Romel de la Torre, and he and Jerry Salinas just spoke so highly of Richard. They said that I would be able to, go to the bookstore and buy Alla Prima and go home and do the color charts, and everything will start to make sense, because that was my very first oil painting class. And I had been a graphic designer and an illustrator for the bulk of my career. And the publishing industry that I worked for just went belly up essentially. And I had about a year where I had to figure out how to reinvent myself and make a living again. And I didn't know this world of fine art even existed. So once I knew who Richard was, I wanted to, as everyone else I'm sure has said, wanted to learn from him, but of course he wasn't teaching anymore. But he was traveling around and taking his book out for signings. And he came to Wichita to unveil his painting of Sir Walter Scott's castle Abbotsford House. And that was the day I saw Daniel Keyes in person, and I got to hug and meet Nancy. You didn't get to really officially meet me, Daniel, but I knew who you were. And I stalked you a little.
I remember that event.
It was so great because all of Richard's work was hanging on the walls there, and
Right.
they were the same paintings that are in Alla Prima. So I was just flipping out because you could see even more detail. This was my copy of Alla Prima at the time, was the original one. So it had really kind of murkier prints because, you know, the new Alla Prima 2, it's like you're looking at the real paintings. You can see the little tiny marks and the details. So I took my book around and just compared every one that was in real life to my book, and Richard signed my book. And the very first words Richard ever spoke to me were, "Oh, I want to paint you. You are a walking work of art."
Oh.
And my mom was taking pictures of me, and like the succession of the pictures of as I get closer to him, kind of kneel down next to him, my face gets redder and redder and redder. And every single thing that I thought to ask him just flew out of my mind. And I just stuttered as he signed my book. And then I got to go over and see Nancy, and she's just, Nancy, you, from that moment, you embraced me and haven't stopped embracing me since. And I'm so thankful. I have the most beautiful picture. I'm just in shock in the picture because your arms are around me. And that's how I feel like you guys have treated me ever since then. I went back out to see you guys again in Denver when he had his retrospective show, which was so enlightening because you could see from the 1960s all the way through into 2016, the consistency of his magnificent work. It just, nothing ever failed. And yet there was nothing that was pigeoning it to say, you know, you can go back and see work from the 1990s from some painters, and it looks like it was painted in the 1990s. You know, it picked up that palette or that whatever was trendy at the time. There's a consistency through Richard's work that's almost timeless. It's just masterful. It's like Sargent, it's like Sorolla. It does like transcend the trends of the time. And shortly after that, I was having my 20th wedding anniversary, and I'm going on too long. I know we've got to introduce other people, but the only reason why I ever really got to get super close to you, Nancy and Richard, were because Michelle Dunaway and my husband conspired to get me to come up and be paint with the Putney Painters, and then the ball rolls from there. And I'll let you introduce everyone else. Simi, sorry.
No, listen, I could hear you talk all day. I love your stories. Good. Thank you, sweetheart. Can you just do us one favor and show us your setup?
Oh, yes. So my head's blocking it here. So what I have is, I have some impatiens from my yard and a little carnation from some flowers my daughter's friend gave her. And this is an old vase I bought a long time ago at a garage sale. And I'm really kind of nervous because I'm not typically a still life painter. I paint figurative and portraiture, but I started to feel better when I realized that I have my two closest instructors here with me. So I first took a painting from Bringing the Garden Indoors with Kathy Anderson, and then the following year I took with Daniel Keyes. So I know if I get into trouble, you guys will help me get back.
She had to take with Daniel after, she had to take with me after Daniel because
no, you were first. You were first.
Unlearn all the mistakes.
You absolutely knew that was coming, Tina. You just knew.
I know. Double and Trouble are going to be on display. I can already tell.
No, it's okay, Tina. It's okay because all we do is mute people. Right, Dan?
Yeah, when Charlie Hunter was talking in the segment before this about, you know, the art world not being competitive, I thought that's really a beautiful thought. It doesn't quite apply to Kathy and myself. I think we're always in competition.
That's so funny. Okay, and we've just got a couple of people worrying. I'm just going to set the record straight whilst you guys, you carry on doing what you're doing. It's nothing with you guys. So right now, the view on the screen is everybody, okay? But just to make it really clear, at times I will go in and spotlight them. So for example, when Suchi was telling us the story, I would go in and spotlight her, okay? So for example, now I'm going to go into Kwong and I will spotlight Kwong, so he will be the main person on your screen. There's nothing wrong with your computer. It's nothing wrong with your Zoom. I'm just trying to shake it up a little bit and make sure that you can see in on their operation, what's going on. The only thing I can advise, if anything feels amiss, is to play around with the settings on your screen. So you're looking for the view section and you just go for speaker or gallery, okay? And speaker will show you absolutely everybody. Sorry, no, speaker will show you the people I'm showing you. Gallery will show you absolutely everybody. Think of a gallery, an art gallery. It'll show you everything, okay? So Kwong, I'm gonna go in on you now and everybody will see Kwong as big. He'll be big on your screen. So there we go.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely perfectly.
Okay. How do I look, Simi?
You know, nice shorts. That's what I just wanted to say.
I actually have my Liam is in the studio with me today. My name is Kwang Ho. I'm a Denver artist and a Pennsylvania artist. We drove all the way into Pennsylvania for 10 hours yesterday and got here at 2 in the morning and had a setup to test this to make sure my audio is good. So it's all working. And Adrian, we came back because of two things for this event. And Adrian has her annual friends meeting with all of her friends. The girls get together from all over the country. So they're off and doing that. So I've got Liam. So you might hear him coo in the background. But anyhow.
Wait, before you start though, can we just quickly meet Liam? We need to see him.
Yeah, sure. He's Liam, you want to say hi to everybody? You know, most of the time now, people really don't want to see me. They want to see Liam.
Oh,
Liam, see?
Nancy, are you looking at this?
God, look at him.
Look at dude.
Oh my God.
He's looking at this. He's looking at the screen. He's looking outside.
Oh,
look at the painting. Look at the painting. So he's just turned 7 months, and he was a surprise child. I didn't plan on this. We didn't plan on this. And he's been a wonderful, delightful surprise. He's a little Buddha child.
Did you check with Adrian before saying that?
Oh yes, she knows. She knows. But it's the best that's happened to us. He's just really wonderful.
Oh, he is a cutie.
I'm going to put him back in the little chair and talk to you a little bit.
Absolutely gorgeous. He's so well behaved, Kwong.
He got to meet Daniel Keyes at his solo opening, and it was just great. And got some great photos of Daniel holding him. But my story with Richard is really, really wonderful. Actually, well, I have to tell you something funny. Years after I met him for the first time, and we got to paint together in Denver, in Colorado. And we were sitting together with a bunch of people, and he started telling his story, straight-faced. He says, Kwang Ho came over here. He told me that he came over, he swam across the ocean and came to America. And he didn't know any English. And he when he landed, he said the first words out of his mouth was, Richard Schmid. He said, he swam all the way across the ocean to go learn how to paint with Richard Schmid. And he's telling me this great, I'm like, oh my goodness, where did he come up with this? But it was so funny. And I didn't see that one coming at all. And then he just telling that. So he's been telling that story, Nancy will remember. And I just endeared him to me in a big way. Because I've always known Richard, you know, as a friend, and he's, you know, you admire him so much. You just watch him paint and all. And then I didn't know he had this really funny, devilish side to him like that. It just cracked me up. So, but I first met him when I graduated high school in 1982, and I had won the National Scholastic Art Award. I don't know if you know what that is. And it was sponsored by the Artists of America, the Rotary show that was going on in Denver for a long time. And believe it or not, before that time, I had never seen an original oil painting. I used to go to the, nobody told me, I just got off the boat. So I used to go to the public library and devoured the art books. I've never seen anything so wonderful. And at that dinner, they invited me to come say a word of thank you for getting the scholarship. And they started roll calling the names of the artists, and Richard Schmid, David Lafell, Ramon Kelly, I mean, the big giant names that I used to go to the library and borrow the books. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, who are the, I hadn't seen the show at that point. The next morning I got to see the Artists of America show and got to officially meet Richard and David Lafell and I was 18 and I was like a stamp, it was amazing to see these paintings in person. And so over the years to become friends with Richard and Nancy and David Lafell, and how beautiful, not only their paintings, I think on an aesthetic beauty level, I think Richard has painted some of the most beautiful paintings in history, They're beautiful down to the last piece of color. But as we all can attest, they're so generous he was so generous with his time and any information. Anytime you ask a question, he was there to answer it. And he only had the kindest thing to say. I've sat in front of some of his critiques, and he was so kind and was always so wonderful to point out just the most positive things and then build on that, which is wonderful. I mean, speaking for myself, I've learned more from watching Richard paint than anything else. And, because I didn't have the fortune of studying with him the way that Dan Gerhardt's and some of you were able to paint with him on a regular basis, but I could learn so much just with watching his patience and the deliberateness of his strokes. And his color is unmatched. I've tried to have that same sense of color. I never can achieve it. He has beautiful eyes, so for those things. And his composition, when they're on, is like a piece of classical music to me. That every piece, the whole thing is integrated, but individually, every brushstroke stands on its own, but it comes together like this crescendo. And it's very difficult to do and very hard to talk about, but he does it. I'll pass it on to the next artist. Oh, I just want to show you my setup, okay? So I went out today. I just arrived in Pennsylvania and drove to my friend's house. He had some mushrooms that he found to give me, and he had a pear tree. And I got so excited because I wanted to paint the still life today. And I love painting fruit and things right off the garden. So I snipped a few branches and now I am painting them from life, which is really wonderful. And I can see on the screen, it's way overexposed. In fact, the white background in the back is actually in shadow. And when I'm standing there, it's much darker, kind of like this, but I think my camera is a little blown out. I hope you can see it okay. But that's what I am painting. It's a little, not a vignette, but a little portrait of a pear branch with an accented dark bottle for contrast.
Are you going to sneak Liam's feet in the background?
Well, can you see it?
Maybe.
Where's that boy? There he is. There he is. He's lying on the ground.
Look at him. He's so sweet. He's so
I really
well-behaved.
should just be painting him. He's lying pretty still right now.
He's a still life. He's still and he's alive.
Well, that's true.
Now I've got to pass you guys over to the wonderful Sherry. Thanks so much, Kwong, for that. Sherry, we're going to pin you and make you big on the screen there.
Okay.
Yay, perfect. If you just step to the right a little bit. Yeah, you're on. That's great.
Great. So I'm just thrilled to be here today with everybody, and so happy that Nancy wanted to include me. I know that I didn't actually study with Richard, but his influence really has been with me for my entire learning artistic life. When I was in Oklahoma, my first teacher was Richard Getz. And so he was the first one who told me about Richard Schmid. And so as a lot of you guys probably know, Richard's main gallery was Talisman Gallery in Bartlesville, Oklahoma. So lucky me, my friend Dennis Parker and I would go over there and spend like entire days, just studying Richard's work. So it was a big part of my development, as well as Richard would have these home shows in these rich people's homes in Oklahoma City, and I went to all of those as well. And if he had a show in Bartlesville, I went to that too. So I was very much a big fan at the time. In fact, so much so that Jody Kerberger noticed how in love we were with Richard's work, and so she gave us something that was really only supposed to be for collectors, but it was a lithograph that Richard had done. And anyway, if you can see a young boy, it's just fabulous. So I have, of course, kept that and framed it, and it hangs in our home now. So, and of course, a lot of you know the person that I did end up studying with was David LaFell. And so they were also very, very good friends. And so I just, grew up artistically hearing about Richard and about, different stories of Richard in the Washington Square Outdoor Show, and how he was the wunderkind of the time and winning all the awards. And anyway, so I feel like Richard's been a part of my life, but I know not as intimately as a lot of you. So, but later in life, what's that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. But later in life, Nancy and Richard certainly were very, very kind to me. And I somehow ended up teaching at Penelope's place up there at the barn, and staying afterwards and painting with them at the Putney Painters. So it was very sweet. And it's how I met a lot of people that I love, including Kathy Anderson and Stephanie Birdsall and Carol Arnold and Lori, and anyway, who Nancy is painting right now, and of course Nancy. Anyway, so that's my history with it, with Richard, which really goes back to the beginning of when I was painting. And so I can show you what I'm going to be painting.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Which is, we still have some grapes, that are still alive on the vine. So I really was dying to paint them. So, and one thing that it kind of reminds me of Richard is that when he painted still life or leaves or anything, you could see how much he really was trying to capture the character of that particular leaf or flower. And that always made a huge impression on me. And one of the times that I went up to paint with Putney Painters, it was, we were painting landscape, and flowers were abundant, and we painted flowers. So anyway, it reminded me so much of Richard.
And Sherry, can you say one thing? Your lighting, I always wanted to know your lighting, those nice dark walls, and you're working from a big north light window. I just thought everyone would like to know that. Is that right? That beautiful light?
Yeah, we have some clouds today, and that's when it's really, really good, but I can see we're getting a lot of blue sky now coming in. But I have a north window where the whole wall is slanted. So the light actually is coming from on top. And
oh, wow.
Yeah, it's slanted by about 10 degrees, I think 10 degrees. And it's slightly, the studio is slightly oriented to the northeast so that we, in the evening, we still have a lot of light and we don't get the sun coming in. So that's actually pretty great. Anyway, and I'm working in oil and working with hog's hair bristles and a 2, a 4, and a 6 filberts. And I'm really excited to be here with all these people that I adore and love, and Kwan Ho as well.
Eric, can I say on behalf of everybody, we're so grateful that I know today David actually postponed his normal Sunday show, you know, the talk that he does every Sunday, especially for us. So an extended thank you to David and all of your team there for taking the time to know that we can't be in 2 places at once, and we're just so grateful.
Well, I mean, he was so happy to do it, and of course, out of his friendship for Richard, and he just didn't want to be any kind of a distraction, you know, for what was going on. And I'm in awe of Nancy, her ideas, and how she's really making this whole thing happen. So anyway, thrilled to be here.
Okay, I'm going to go next to Daniel, who has almost finished his painting by the looks of it. This is unbelievable. We haven't even introduced you yet. What are you doing?
Nancy said I could paint.
I know, but you could have left some for us to see.
Yeah, Daniel, can you explain how you started? That'd be great.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you, Nancy, for including me in this amazing experience. I'm touched by everyone's stories, and it's wonderful. I didn't meet you and Richard until 2009 or 10, and so I know it was sort of the latter decade, but I love hearing all of the stories from before that and then up until now. It's just it's amazing, and I'm so grateful. So thank you. So yeah, I'm not a very good student, I guess. I feel like I used to be, but so everyone's painting from life and probably doing really, really amazing things. I just got through a workshop and a show, one-man exhibition, which Kwang was talking about. So I'm a little sleep deprived, and so I am painting from photo reference.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but how can you say you're sleep deprived when we've just gone for 24 hours in honor?
Yeah, well, you understand, Simi, so you of all people can relate. I don't know how you're doing it, Simi. I'm gonna talk to you later about how you're doing that. Anyway, so I'm painting from photo reference, which I normally paint from life. I strongly advocate painting from life, and in fact, in my beginning, more developmental years, I only painted from life, and I never even would consider looking at a photo. And I'm super glad that I did, because I feel like that's where I developed my ability to see and observe. And so now when I do look at a photo, I can fill in the gaps that an inferior thing like a camera sees. So anyway, that's bad enough, but to make it worse, I am not only painting from photo reference, but I printed out the photo, which is, like, you know, one of the worst ways of doing it, as opposed to looking at a monitor or a screen where you get much better light and things like that. But my computer crashed, so I only have my phone, which allows you to view me, and so I had to print these out. But I have my camera on a tripod, so I'm actually going to lift this whole tripod, and hopefully you can see my reference, which is a couple of different things, and I've manipulated it on Photoshop computer software. And so here's my block in. It's kind of just simple right now. Not a lot of detail or anything like that yet. But I remember, I think the thing that stands out to me, one of the things that stands out the most about what Richard taught us, and you see it in the books and in any of his lectures or any of his one-on-one kinds of times that I was able to have with him. He talked about the importance of a sound, what he called a sound start, meaning where you take those first initial moments, putting down color and value and that sort of thing, all meant to bring you to that end that you envisioned from the beginning. And so you put as much thought and care into those beginning brushstrokes as you do the final kind of climactic end, and you'll set yourself up for success. And so I laugh because it happens so often in workshops where, like what some of you just said, like, oh, it looks like you're already finished, because some of those brushstrokes are, I treat it as utmost importance that I start as
Oops.
Lost you for a second there, Dan.
my phone started ringing, so I had to hang up.
They cannot be more important than this.
It was Kathy Anderson.
Was not.
I told you not to call this number.
Because everybody would think that was true. Thanks.
Dad, I would have loved it if you answered it and went, Mom, not now. I'll call you later.
Right. I told you not to do that.
Did you want to finish up?
I rambled enough, I think.
Okay, I'm glad you said that, not me. Love you. Okay, Nancy, shall we come to you?
Oh, you already came to me. Let's see, Kathy. I guess you forgot Kathy.
No, we did Kathy. We did Kathy. So
it just
okay,
wasn't memorable.
We've done.
Oh, yes, we did. Yes, you can come back to me. I'm sorry, Kathy.
So I guess.
Yes, come back to me. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, we get cut off a little bit on Zoom, don't we? Feel free now, I think, Nancy, if you want to do the same thing like we did before, share stories, share lessons that you learn, and just have fun. And then just tell me as soon as you want some questions. We've got lots of people lined up for questions, okay?
Yeah, and I bet you people want to know, what we learned from him and things like that. And this painting is a lot different. Let me see if I can get the glare off of it. I can't wait for you to see it online. And what I did was I'm trying to get her first. These are not as dark as enough yet, but I wanted to get that so I can start the still life, because this is kind of about still life. So I really got her face, and it's just been so much fun with these darks of her hair. But what I learned, another thing I learned from him was the backgrounds. He put sometimes different colored backgrounds, and it was amazing at how beautifully he would design it, and he would take different things from it. And so with this, you can see the background. There's, I don't know if let me show the background. The background behind her head. You can see that there's reds and greens and kind of oranges. So I can pick any one or all of them to create my background. And I wanted to just do a dry brush so that I can have that design and yet still get the a value in there. And then as you can see, I was thinking I'm gonna start to put in first the leaves up here, and then these white teacups going across like that. And so that's I can't wait to get to the teacup so that when you come around again, I'll show you why I love painting those. That good?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Nancy.
Okay, I'm going to open up the room to somebody who wants to ask a question. Okay, so just have a look out for me. I've just asked you to unmute up there at the top. If you've got your hand raised, just look and see if I asked you to unmute. And we'll let you drop in. Are you with me? Okay, I will ask someone else. No, okay, I'll try one more. Kathy L. Kathy L, I've asked you to unmute.
Hi, thank you. Can you guys comment some more about Richard's emphasis on being positive and confident in painting?
Oh boy.
That was a big one. That was very, very big. And I think there's many answers to that. And one of them is a thing that even comes before confidence. And that's kind of being professional, having your palette set up really well, good brushes, good palette knife, an easel that doesn't break, the canvas that you really like, and the setup. It's that preparation gives you the confidence, you know. So taking that little bit of time in the beginning is just one of the bits of confidence. And I have more stories. Does anybody else want to talk about confidence? Or I mean, okay, go for it, Tina.
Okay, I want to tell my before you and I went to dinner one night, Nancy, we were making a little dinner for Richard, and I remember very specifically that he liked 2 ice cubes in his milk. And so I brought him his milk, and we were visiting, and there was this gorgeous painting behind him. And I was sitting there just oohing and awing at it and saying how I could almost feel the breeze coming through the trees and just all this stuff. And and he looked at me and he said, "My darling, that's nonsense." And I never felt so hot in my life. I thought, oh my gosh, I've said something stupid in front of Richard. And he began to tell me to look at the painting again and tell him in practical terms what it was I was trying to say. What is it that I saw in practical terms? And I was thinking, practical terms, what does that mean? And I thought, okay. Well, the first thing I noticed is that there's trees. It's I think actually an evergreen tree, but I didn't see anything that I would notice as like a green that would come right out of a tube. Everything seemed sort of diffused. And so I said that to him. And then I said, and I also don't notice, even though there are pine needles, I don't see really a single sharp edge that indicates, you know, maybe more than one needle. And I also noticed that there are thick and thin parts of the paint. And he said, yes, from now on, when you look at the master's paintings, don't do any of this romantic, oh, I love it, it makes me feel beautiful, I can feel the wind, blah, blah, blah. He said, look at it for the practical terms, because the answers to how to do it are in the master's works. And it just hit me like a ton of bricks that I had sat for hours in front of incredible Sargents and Soroyas and just Turner. I mean, just so much great work over the years. And all I did was waste time going how much I loved it and how great it made me feel. I didn't examine it the way that a painter should be examining the master's works. I think
that's so good.
That's very good. If people can understand that, because I didn't know that either. I'd go to a museum and I just would love it. And then I remember I was with Jeremy Lipke at the Waterhouse one in Canada. And man, he was just like, you know, looking so closely at everything, taking it apart. How did he do this? What, you know, and that's a big one. That gives you confidence too.
You know, it gives me confidence because I know that I can look at any of Richard's pieces and I can take them apart too. You know, the answers are there. He gave us everything we need to know. Sorry, go ahead, Steph.
Well, I was just thinking that, you know, I know how much Richard loved drawing, and that was some of the work that I admired so much when I was an art student, was how he could capture so much with so little. And so I feel like drawing, having great drawing skills, it does a lot to making somebody feel confident. And I don't know, Nancy, is that something Richard felt?
Oh yes, drawing. He said, you know, I know, you know, students and me or whatever, it's the color, it's the color. He said, it's the drawing. If you get the drawing right, you know, if you don't get, you know, great color, that's okay. The drawing was everything, you know. And then, yeah, I agree on that. And your book is great on drawing, Sherry.
Well, it's certainly something I love. And I felt that with Richard, it was something he really loved. I mean, I didn't really get to have that conversation, but I know I can with you now.
Yes, he definitely did. That was number one, was drawing.
I could say something if you want me to. Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I just want to ask one thing before you start. Kwon, please, could you just move your camera down? It's driving people nuts that they cannot see your palette. Just a little tiny bit.
Oh, they want to see the palette. I see.
Oh, there's no way I can do that, right?
Yeah. Sorry, Kathy. Right, Kathy, you go ahead whilst Kwon's doing that.
Oh, I was just going to say, at one time, Richard was giving me a little critique of a painting, and I started to explain something, and he goes, well, wait a minute. Let me stop you right there. Are you going to follow that painting all over the country and explain to people what exactly is going on here? And then he would always say, if you can make it believable, it doesn't matter that it's really there, if you make it believable. But I guess that goes back to what Stephanie Birdsall said earlier about never leave something wrong on your canvas. So, and that goes right back to the drawing, which is what he always emphasized: drawing, drawing, drawing. So that's all.
Can I ask a question? And I would like it to start off with Suchi, if that'd be okay. We've had a couple people ask the difference in varying backgrounds that you guys start out with. So some people are starting out with a blank, and some people are changing the color on the background. Can you talk to us about the start out with the backgrounds? Oh, hang on. Have a go now. There you go.
Thank you. Thanks. I was trying to unmute myself, but I realized, okay. Yeah, so talk about my background. Simi, is that what the question was?
Yeah, there was like 3 or 4 questions. So if I just pick one of them for you, do you each have a way you approach the base painting? Because some of you have backgrounds and some of you don't.
Okay. I think for me, the background is also a positive shape, so to speak. And I'm going to, sort of visually include that as importantly as the actual, subject matter that I'm focusing on as well. So I think for me, the background is really a continuity. So I give it as much thought. And also the colors. I mean, I'm trying to be true to the contrast that I've staged here. I don't think I mentioned, of course, you guys can see it, but it's basically, an oriental arrangement with a high contrast, notes and some sort of suggestion of the glass in the background. I'm not sure if you guys can see it, but the little, glass that's holding the orchid. And so I'm going for a certain feel for, like most of my paintings, I think have a lot of air in the background, and it's only because I kind of like my backgrounds to recede without too much deliberation in terms of paint consistency, thickness, and so on. But I kind of like the subject matter to pop more, unless it's all about the background, then maybe there's more work there. But this treatment that I have going right now is just really it's the yin and yang of the warm versus cools, washes versus opaque strokes. It's really what I'm, responding, and I'm one of those spontaneous kind of painters. So I never really plan a whole lot. I go along with the way I'm feeling, seeing, and mostly seeing. A feeling is always, a good feeling when you get inspired and you start with something. But sometimes you have challenges where you start feeling like a painting is, you don't have control on it. So the background is a great way to sort of segue away from something more challenging, and then kind of quietens your mind. You get a sort of ease in that state, and then you come back to something more like challenging, rather not important, but challenging. That's been picking at your brain. So yeah, that's the way I kind of jump around.
Right. Kwon, do you want to pick it up?
Yes, I don't know if you can see me, but I'm actually painting with one hand and holding the baby with the other hand because he was making a fuss. He's 20 pounds now, this little stinker. I had a wonderful conversation one late evening in New York City. Kathy Anderson was there and Sherry McGraw. We were talking about background. And I'll never forget it because Sherry gave such a good answer about backgrounds. I asked her, what is a background? She said, well, that's what it suggests. It goes back, a background goes back. And I think and that's such a beautiful answer, because a lot of times artists, when they don't understand backgrounds and so on, it becomes a leftover space that they paint a subject like a head or a figure, and then the background is just whatever's left over. And for me, I don't think there's such thing as a background on a different concept. If you're painting space, there's background like that. But the way Sherry answered it, it was so great, because it implies that if you're painting space, you have to understand how to make that go back. Whereas a background, when it's wrong, is when you're not even thinking about it as part of the composition. And if you're thinking about it as part of the composition, it's just as important as the main thing that you're painting. And Richard Schmid, and I told Sherry, I said, when I look at Richard's really great paintings, there is no background. The whole thing moves across the surface in a two-dimensional way, like the whole thing it's an integrated, structured design, and then whatever he paints falls into that pattern. And so it doesn't have as much of a sense of the deep space that David Leffel and Sherry McGraw and Rembrandt will paint. You know what I mean? So it's important to understand your objective for the painting that you're doing. Some paintings that I do is about the color and the graphicness and the boldness of the design. And other times, like this painting here, has more sense of space, and in that sense, there's a background. There's the foreground of these things, and then the background, the wall behind it. And oftentimes you'll see me do paintings, the same, a still life that has nothing to do with that. So I jump around. So anyway, that to say, intention is really important. And I, going to what Richard, his intention is so beautifully and clear to me. When I look at his paintings, there's never any doubt what he is going after, and he does it so freaking beautifully, to the point where I think the definition of what great art is very difficult to imitate. Great art is just difficult to imitate. And Richard, even though you may understand what he's doing, you try to do it and it just doesn't come out the same way. You know, it doesn't sound the same, it doesn't feel the same. That's what how masterful he is to me. And that's how I'm inspired to just focus a little bit harder to paint because of having watched him paint all these years and looking at his paintings.
That's so well said, all of that, Quan.
Thank you, Sherry. You inspire me, Sherry. You're one of my heroes. You know that.
Yeah, mine too. All of you are.
May I share one of my favorite Richard background stories that Nancy really likes?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
May I have permission? One time I remember him setting up a still life at the barn, and he picked out the ugliest piece of fabric I've ever seen from the trunk in the back. It was this powder blue fabric, little pink roses on it, you know, and in a garish kind of color, polyester, ugly. And he set it up, and it was really busy, and he set it up behind, you know, this massive still life, that the way he always did. He would set his still lifes up with this massive amount of things, and then he would just paint part of it. By the way, that was a whole other learning lesson for me. But he took that background and turned it into this ice blue with little sparkles and stars of pinks and greens and oh my God, I thought, okay. I just could not believe what he did with that fabric, which I would have never, ever picked up. I still wouldn't, because I wouldn't know how to do that. But it was just, it was so unbelievable. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I remember that too. He could see it in his eyes, the backgrounds, and just take what he wanted to. That took me a long time to understand.
Would you guys be okay with me putting another question forward?
Yeah.
Sure.
Love question.
1 second. Joni, I'm going to ask you to unmute there. Joni Falk.
Oh.
Say hello.
Hi, Joni.
Hi, Joni.
Joni, we can hear you. Do you want to say something? Joni, can you hear me? Just say yes.
Yes.
Perfect.
Oh, just a second.
Did you want to ask a question, Joni?
Just a second. I'm trying to find me.
Don't worry about you. Okay, I'll mute you again. Don't worry. 1 minute. Okay, I'm going to ask, there's somebody there with a map on called Artist that's raised their hand. If I've asked you to unmute, if you want to ask a question, fire away. Hello? Okay, either of you that have raised your hands? Okay, Taryn, I'm going to go for you.
Hi there.
Hey, Taryn, do you want to say your name and where you're from, and then feel free to ask your question.
Thank you. I appreciate you having me on. My name is Taryn Parsons from just outside of Nashville, Tennessee, Spring Hill. And just wanted to say, first of all, thank you, Simi and Nancy and all involved in putting this on. Just really enjoyed this over the last couple of days. It's just been a pleasure to tune in, pleasure to hear all the stories. And specifically, I wanted to just take a second, and then I'll leave the floor, but just take a second to say thank you to Nancy. Man, so many years ago, was it 2010 maybe, we met at Weekend with the Masters and met, of course, many of the people on this event right now. And you were so kind, you and Richard were so kind to critique paintings and to just spend time in discussion and then of course even extra hospitality, inviting myself and Ryan and others up to paint. Of course the rest is history there. But I just wanted to say thank you for that. I just think back about that so often and just so grateful for that. Grateful not only to you for that hospitality, but the chance to meet so many other great people through it, Daniel and Michelle and so many others. And I did want to show just from that time. I can't see myself here, so hopefully I get to view okay. But if you can see that, that is a painting from Nancy's studio. You can tell it's from Nancy's studio because it has a figure and a still life. So that was such a joy. It was great. That was painting with Daniel and Michelle and Richard and you. That was just what a wonderful time. And Ryan was there as well. And then the next day we painted at Putney, and we just grabbed some apples from the captain's orchard there. And while this painting, might be ordinary to some, but to me it means a whole lot because there are just a couple strokes on here that are Richard's. He came along, gave me a wonderful critique, was not afraid, as many said, to kind of chew it up and spit it out and make me better for it. And then offered not only just some good critique, but when he said, "May I?" and he reached for my brush, I went, "Absolutely, go ahead." I was so pumped. So that painting is staying here forever, and I'm just so joy to have that opportunity, and thank you to your hospitality, and once again for putting this on. It's been such a joy to be here.
Well, it was what that's who he was. He was just so generous like that. And you and your bunch of artists were just a delight to come across. And that's what this is all about for all of us. And we're doing that, I know Sherry's online with David LaFell, and we're just all sharing Daniel's, all these artists here, Sushi and Tina and Kathy and Kwang Ho. We're all, sharing that. And like said before, there's room for everybody. And your paintings are beautiful too. And I remember, didn't you help with one of these DVDs with Kristen?
Yes.
Yes, so
yes,
that beautiful one, we were all crying, painting people in the grand manner. Was that the one? Yes. And
yeah.
That one was just breathtaking, and just caught so much of that. So isn't that interesting? You helped us back, and you helped Richard back, and I mean, this is just look at all this beauty that people are creating right now. It's like, I want to see them all. Kathy, I want to see what you're doing, and Sushi, and Tina and Daniel and Sherry and Kwang, and it's just, it really brightens the world. It brightens our soul and the world, and it's the most powerful thing. So thank you so much for sharing that. Do you have any questions? Did he go? Oh, is that Karen? Yeah, there was Karen.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm just enjoying the view. I'm very much enjoying it. No, I'm just enjoying the view. This is great. I'm bouncing around to all the artists, really enjoying this.
Okay.
Thanks, Taryn. I'm going to open it up to another question. This one's someone's written in. Basically, just to ask, I see everyone holding numerous brushes in non-painting hands. Do you use a different brush per color? Do you wipe and then change color? I feel it was funny in the last demonstration, someone said Michelle looked like Wolverine when she puts all of her brushes in her hand like that. So Dan, I'm going to ask you to kick this one off. I've asked you to unmute on your screen. Can you talk us through that?
Nothing came up. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh yeah,
then
we can hear you. Yeah.
Then I was never muted. So the question is about brushes. Can you say that again, like separating them?
Yeah, so that, I know that you weren't listening to me, but the question is, I see everyone is holding numerous brushes in non-painting.
Oh, in the non-painting hand.
these
Yes.
And I normally do have a bunch of brushes in my other hand. Strangely, today I don't. I think for some people, and I know for myself, sometimes it's just habit. Like you just put the brush in your hand because subconsciously, you know, you're going to need it again. I definitely recommend, and one thing we often heard from Richard was to keep your brushes clean and have a good amount of brushes if you can, and keep your colors really clean. So clean your brush as you're working. But I find sometimes I will keep a brush, and if I'm going to go back to that color. But I think for me, most of the time, it's completely just I'm unconsciously doing it.
Fair enough. What about you, Tina?
Yeah, I usually have so many brushes in my left hand that I end up kind of losing them. I drop them on the ground and I spend a lot of time fishing them back up off the ground. It's something I think you get taken away. I get taken away when I'm painting and you almost forget about what you're doing. And so you're just making everything in your world work for the painting at that time. And that could be everything. Like you feel like you need a drink, but you don't take a drink. You feel like you should get up and go pee, but you don't get up and go pee. You just get sucked in. And it actually can be kind of a negative thing for me as an illustrator for all my years of working nose to paper, I should say, and then nose to computer. Getting up to take a break was not something that was instilled in my early art training. So I have a really, really hard time getting up and taking a break from my paintings. And I kind of have skirted the problems that happens by just knowing how to correct problems. Maybe I have to take a little longer on a painting and repaint something that, you know, had I stood up and looked at it from a distance earlier, I might not have had to make that fix. But to me, I think that's what stacking all those brushes and having your paint tubes not have any lids and all of that stuff just is all just sort of your space and time around you serving the moment in the painting.
I don't like to wash brushes, so I try to use as few brushes as possible.
Oh my gosh. And paper towels. I was telling somebody, how many paper towels you use? Like 3? I can't believe that. It's just amazing how different.
Are we judging everyone now?
Well thought out, Sherry.
It's so wonderful how different we are. I did want to say one thing. You know, I have a 279 in my hand, and the edges. I mean, we all paint so differently. That's what's so neat about this group. The hairs can be just like this razor sharp. And so with this painting, very different than the other one, was a high key, I can make this amazing, really sharp. I mean, I'll do this, watch this, look at that. And I can go like this, like chisel this out. I can go, you know, I can get those sharp edges if I want to. And then if this was dry, it could be a dry brush. So they're kind of so magical. Anyway, I thought I'd show you that because I'm going to be pulling out this orange one. If that made any sense.
Yeah, you're so funny. I have a question for all of you that I know we all need to hear. So if we go round as Kathy, Suchi, Tina, then Nance, then Kwong, Daniel, and Sherry, and I'm going to leave you to it for 5 minutes. The question is, Richard was so generous to pass on his knowledge. How has this influenced you guys to make sure his legacy continues?
I can go first if you want.
Yeah, please do.
Okay. Well, first of all, I drag his books. Unfortunately, not when I fly, but all 3 of his. I have the landscape, the still life, and of course Alla Prima too. Right now, I bring them up. For example, my last workshop in Landgrove, and I have them open, and I throughout the entire class, I say, if you have a question, don't ask me because I probably don't know the answer. So just go look in Richard's book. But no, I'm only kidding. I do know some answers. But I go back and forth, walking. Look, see, look how he did it. Look at this. You're telling me you can't look, you know? So basically, that's it. Just taking his books everywhere if I can. And that's all the answers are there. So that's my answer.
Gucci, what about you?
Yeah, can you hear me, Simi? Am I muted and unmuted?
No, you're loud
Hello?
and clear. You're
Okay,
all good.
okay. Yeah, I think, you know, so going back to the background, that I didn't have a whole lot of interaction with Richard at all, you know, through a one-on-one. But the fact that I had that Alla Prima book and, you know, I read it to, you know, literally shreds and understood what I could at the time, and like, you know, revisit, and somehow something would click again more differently and all of that. But, you know, I think for me, it's really the seed that he sowed in me, like, which is basically the being inspired, being happy about what moves you and really going after that. I think that just somehow is such a great philosophy for passing down and letting people know, because I feel like, you know, good mentors or good teachers, they really add to you by not making copies of themselves in you, but they give you the wisdom to explore your own ingenuity, right? So your own inner, you know, genius, so to speak. So I think he did that to me without me having that complete influence of having learned with him or studied under him. But the beauty is that through his books, and what I took away was just really being joyous of, you know, everything that you do, just paint because you want to paint it. Be inspired. I mean, just don't do it because of, you know, money or fame, and, you know, just the byproduct is definitely something that happens if you're really committed, if you're good at something. I've had my personal challenges over the years as a woman, without going into too many details. I think most people know about the stories, and I don't want to bore you guys, but, you know, just having my personality being so all about being happy and positive all the time, and a few little bumps that came into my personal life, which sort of made me, you know, grow out of them. And that set me back in time a little, in the fact that I already started this career late. But I think with Richard's whole philosophy, even in the book, like, it's just about, you know, just be really excited about something that you want to do. So it doesn't mean only in painting. I think it's just in life, being true to something you want to do, and then, you know, just do it really well. So I think that would be something that I mean, I've always talked about this in my workshops as well, with people who stress about, oh, my paintings aren't selling, or, you know, I'm unable to make that brush stroke like yours. So it's not about, you know, trying to copy somebody. It's more about trying to understand the essence of what it is. And I think Richard did that for me, you know, in a kind of a visceral way, that I really talk about it to my students too, and let people know that just be happy with what you want to do, and be inspired, and really be excited. I think that's the biggest ingredient to wanting to, you know, to having a great painting, a great life. So yeah, that would be something I would share with the others.
That was really
True.
good.
I couldn't agree with you more, but I'm upset that every time they ask a question, you answer it the way I would want to.
Oh, sure, Sherry, are we kindred spirits now?
I agree with everything you said.
And you know, I have to add this, but I haven't had a chance to say hi to Sherry. But Sherry,
Yes,
you know, you and Kwong on this little, you know, group of people. I mean, I have to give a shout out, take a little moment from my being present here, because I somehow can't seem to talk and paint at the same time. But I think, you know, Kwong, to begin with, I mean, of course, I think I met Kwong after I met you, Sherry, but your workshop that I took, which was a drawing workshop, You know, it really opened my eyes about drawing, because when I learned the Loomis, you know, the Andrew Loomis method, when I was that whole, you know, it was not for me. I mean, it could be for someone else who's in illustration, right? Can you guys hear me, or am I just blabbering?
Yes, yes.
Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. So, you know, and it wasn't for my nervous system, my personality, my persona. I'm like just this spontaneous, instinctive, you know, just completely no planning kind of person. And that to me was like such stress when I was trying to learn how to draw heads and figures. But when I took your workshop, I mean, I still don't draw the way you can, no way. But my gosh, the understanding, the whole, the concept and the philosophy about, you know, just feeling the three-dimensionality and feeling the air around the figure, feeling, I forget a lot of beautiful things. I have written them down over the years, but just understanding that concept of, you know, not to just think about like a flat way. I think that opened my whole, it just gelled with my soul, Sherry. And I think that really gave me the permission to just be free and start painting like the way I'm seeing it. And then Kwong came into my life. Kwong actually is probably the one who gave me the permission to jump off a cliff. I can only say it that way because he said, you know, you have, like after meeting me, I think Kwong, I don't know if you remember this in Denver, but you said, Suchi, your personality, you know, you should just paint whatever you want and just paint, like, you know, just be brave about it. Because I think from having, you know, been this person who had never learned how to draw or paint and had like 7 years of a marketing job and taking workshops with, you know, maybe 3 people that were significantly really great artists, like Jeremy in the beginning. And Jeremy is a sensitive, amazing artist. And, you know, all my paintings initially was like looking like Jeremy's, because I was only like trying to paint like what I'd learned from. And then I realized, my gosh, I can't sustain this, because that's just not, because in between I would just have this crazy bravura brushwork and that would be me. And then I would be so apologetic about it and say, I don't know, this is like messy. This is not the way to paint. This is like the first, second year of me having taken the brush. So, you know, I think that whole conversation I had with Kwong about just really, you know, let your personality echo through your work. I mean, it will eventually, but, you know, initially as a student, as a amateur, as, you know, someone who didn't know how to even paint in oils, you obviously go along with what's being taught because you want to practice. But then when you start finding your own soul and sort of be so real to who you are, I think that's when the best paintings happen, and that's when your paintings happen, you know. So I'm sorry that I don't know exactly what I was answering the question, but I mean, I was going through to this whole.
It was so good.
That's beautiful, Suchi.
That was so beautiful.
I'm glad you leapt off the cliff like I suggested.
I haven't. I'm still climbing the other higher cliff, Kwong, in the process. I did the baby cliff. Now I'm going to get on the adult cliff.
That was great.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so neat because look at where you're at, and that just all the viewers. I mean, it's hitting the right person to tell you to jump off the cliff or get the right brushes, whatever it is.
Yeah, I know. That's why I think such a gift to have, you know, to be in this country, to have this opportunity. I mean, I'm sure I have a lot of my Indian, you know, fans and followers who might be, you know, little owls right now, just stayed awake to catch the hope they have. It'll be, but you know, I know this is how I've always told everyone that I think having the right mentoring without really, you know, holding hands or, you know, spoon feeding one. I think it's like this. I think that the biggest disservice a teacher can do to students is by holding hands or, you know, spoon feeding, because then you start making many copies of yourself. But, you know, people like you guys, I mean, there's a certain, you know, we all teach workshops, we all kind of have to pay the bills. We do a few things for whatever it's worth. But from what I've, from my journey, what I've understood and what I've taken from you guys, I think is really being sort of, able to communicate the wisdom of just being yourself, like just trusting in yourself, because we all have that uniqueness. And Kwang, you've met Pramod Kurlekar, right? Who,
Yes.
in fact, Nancy, I have a message from him. Sorry, I forgot. He did ask me to tell you, Nancy, that he is so disappointed he's not here with us, because we had, considered inviting him to be part of this. But because of his internet connectivity and what have you, he wasn't. But so yeah, this is his message, that he's really thankful and grateful to you.
And we will definitely make sure he's just another amazing artist.
Yeah. He really, I mean, he's just a gifted powerhouse, really. And as much as his hand is gifted, his mind is such a beautiful. He's one of the most beautiful minds I've met. And it's not unfortunate, but it's just that the language becomes a little bit of a barrier. So I've actually been one of his best buddies, trying to teach him and talk to him only in English when we speak, so I can better his language skills. So he can, and he's improved a lot. I mean, he understands English, but it's not the first language, so he's not fluent enough to coherently, sort of stitch the words together. So he's been teaching me my tongue, which I haven't spoken in a very long time, and I speak to him in English, so he can, sort of get, good with it. But he's another person you would be so excited to talk to about just philosophy and nothing to do with the technical aspects of art, nothing at all. I mean, you won't get a thing out of him, because he just doesn't have a set process, and that's what I liked. I think that's why we got along really well, is because we have no method. There's no method to this madness, really. It's just this whole approach of staying true to everything you're seeing visually and being completely present. And, so yeah.
Thanks, Suchi. Can I just ask, did anybody else want to discuss how Richard had influenced them? I'm not sure. We were going to go to Tina next, right?
Okay, yes. If that's okay. I do.
Yeah, sure. Let me pin you. Okay. Go ahead.
Well, as I said, I didn't take any lessons from Richard other than what I learned in Alla Prima and our one-time painting together. But I feel like I took lessons with Richard because I took lessons with every painter I could get a hold of that was heavily influenced or directly taught by him. And I can't express how much I owe to Daniel and Michelle and Romel and Kathy and Casey Baugh, and I mean, the list goes on and on. I'm probably going to end up forgetting somebody, because I sought you guys out because Richard had taught you, and you didn't fail him when you opened the vest and told me all your secrets, and didn't, you didn't say, oh, I'm not going to show you how to do this or anything else. Every one of the teachers that I have learned from have wanted to revel in my success as much as their own. And I know that came from Richard. And that's my big takeaway, is I feel so beholden to that legacy to share everything I can.
You speak so beautifully.
Oh gosh.
Everyone agree. Thank you.
Yes.
I would like to now go to Kwang, if that's okay, Kwang.
Yes. I think even though I didn't get to directly learn from Richard, like I said, I indirectly learned from him. And in a sense, you can't help it but to be passing on his legacy, his strength, because we've all learned from him one way or the other, really. I can't help it. Even now, as I'm doing this still life, I'm not thinking about doing it like Richard, but I can see certain things, little influences, a little brushstroke here and there, a little play of the edge that I may not have done if I hadn't watched him do a demonstration a long time ago. You know what I mean? And so it lives on whether I know it, I'm conscious of it or not. When I teach a workshop, I will teach and explain why Richard is so brilliant with his structure and his design. And I think he is so brilliant to keep people on the idea of just stay with really good drawing, good values. And I painted with him one time, and he kind of looked at my palette knife and, like, without saying, you're doing a horrible job taking care of your palette knife. He said he has a palette knife that he's had for 20, 30 years, and is as sharp and as beautiful as always. And mine was caked with paint, and it was bent. I'm like, oh, I see. But so just he has this beautiful way of being, always teaching without being too hard on you, and I love that about Richard. But I really do feel like it's true. I'm passing on his legacy, whether I'm conscious of it or not. I think you can't help it, just because it's in a little bit in my DNA, without me even knowing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you. Daniel, would you like to share? Would you like to share? Would you like to share?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I was stepping away to look at it, thinking of Tina's
my
advice.
voice doesn't register with you.
What?
I said I'm starting to think that my voice just doesn't register for you. We have a problem here.
You're like a sister to me, so eventually.
Please just do as you're told.
So I think like what Kwong said, and what Tina said too, just being so grateful for how willing Richard and all of the others are to share just whatever he knew and whatever they know now. I think that's what sets our part of the art world, if you look at the art world as a whole, what sets this sector of it apart, I think, is that willingness to share. No one is keeping all of these secrets to themselves and on purpose, sabotaging someone else. And I think part of that is because the work that you have to put in order for it to be successful, anyone that wants the same effect, they have to put in that work. It's not their trick that's holding the painting together. It's not some sort of formula or trick. It's really just this knowledge of how to paint and how to see. And so I think that we're all, because of that gratitude and because of how willing he was to share with us, I think just naturally we want to continue that. And so whether it's through teaching workshops or just having conversations with other artists and giving them whatever he gave us in word or in demonstration, I think it can't help but continue and perpetuate.
So beautifully said. No, it really was. I'm not just saying that. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
Even though it kills me to compliment you like that.
See, Simi, I was just thinking the same thing. This is actually a little painful exercise to be on the same screen with Daniel and try to act very professional.
I know. I think Richard would be so proud of us for being so professional right now.
Yeah, that's true.
It's killing me.
That's true.
No, I guess, Sherry, we would love to hear your thoughts on that one.
Yes, Simi. Now, I'd love to actually share that. I'll go out a little bit so I'm on the screen. But well, the thing that that made the biggest impression on me, a couple of things about Richard. it was his natural aesthetic. And so everybody has been saying it, especially Suchitra, about saying everything I want to say.
That's so funny, Sherry.
But he had such a natural aesthetic, and he also made every brushstroke count. And I think that those are two things that really have made such a huge impression on me from Richard's work. I mean, I remember when I was an art student and studying his drawings, I remember this one in particular. It was a woman on a park bench. And it was just, you know, just marveling at how few brushstrokes he had used in a sepia tone drawing to make it come alive. And yet everything was there, but there was almost nothing there. And then I know even recently there was a show that they organized, Nancy, I'm sure, organized for Richard up in Denver. And I went up there to that whole event, which was incredible. But there was one painting in particular that really made an impression on me. And it was an interior of a church, kind of a church apse. And I think that they had borrowed it back from somebody, from a collector. And it just the same thing. It's just like, you know, the appreciation for the drawing it took to do what he did in that painting, how few brushstrokes, and how each brushstroke would reveal the drawing, and yet it wasn't tight, and yet it was all there. And that's one thing too about his work always, is that it isn't tight, and yet it is so precise, you know, and so, which always told me how important the drawing was, and how important it was for him to appreciate what he wanted to do before he did it. Did I say what you wanted to say, Kathy?
Well, that's exactly what I was going to say. Sherry's the whole day. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, right.
What?
Kathy's like, that's exactly what I was going to say. No, Sherry's far more eloquently put.
Does anybody want to hear a completely off the subject hysterical story that I probably shouldn't tell? Yes. One time we were in Nancy's studio and Richard was doing, he wasn't really demoing for us, but I know Stephanie was there, Albert Handel, me, and I can't remember who else, Nancy, I don't know if you remember, but here's Richard, you know, speaking and explaining what he was doing and doing this incredible painting. And Stephanie looked over and Albert Handel and I were sitting on this bench against the wall. We both fell asleep. And it was who was sitting 5 feet from Richard and falling asleep while he's talking? Oh, I guess I don't hear anyone laughing. I know that show.
Kathy, I laughed. I did laugh first, Kathy, don't worry.
Thank you, Suchi.
Kathy, we've got 900 people on mute, which is why I know you're still struggling with the basics over here, but you won't hear them, okay? Anyway, if everyone is okay with it, I would love to welcome somebody to ask a question. We've got a couple of people here lined up. So I'm going to go to the first person in the line it says artist. I've asked you to unmute. See if that comes up on your screen. If not, we will go to the next one. There we go. Hello.
Hi. I want to thank all of you guys. You guys are so inspiring. I'm from Eugene, Oregon, and I'm just spending the day with you and painting. And it's been so wonderful to hear all your stories. And Richard, I never met, but I have his book, and it's like a Bible or something to me. just so full of wisdom, apart from all the technical parts of painting. So thank you for doing this. My
So
question.
Yes, you're so welcome. Thank you.
So my question is, you know, I know about composition, but I would really like to know what your thought process is when you set up a still life, because I don't find it easy to do.
It's not.
Great question. Thank you. Kathy, since you said that it's not, do you want to hit us up?
Sure. I think the first thing I think about when I'm going to set up a still life is color, believe it or not. It's usually something that I am so drawn to flowers that it's pretty much impossible for me to set a still life up with just objects without throwing something in there, some little petal of some dead pansy somewhere, as Rosemary would say. But the first thing I usually think of is color. For example, the one I'm doing today, red and white, one of my favorite combinations. Immediately I start thinking about how and I don't think about them as flowers, I'm thinking about them as values, which is something Richard trained and taught us and over and over and over. So I wanted to try this on a white background at the top. So I picked the red flowers because I knew the red value would be beautiful against the white on the top here. But then I realized I need something of white value down here. So these are still in my garden. So I went and just pulled a white one down here. Some of these the backward leaves are a lighter value. Once again, not a leaf, but a value. And I always look for some kind of beautiful movement going around. And one of the things I love that I learned from Richard was to play with your stems. That they're an element of design, and the way he would actually, one of these incredible brushes that I use, it's the Evergreen Angle brush right here. I don't know what company makes them, but could be Rosemary. Anyway, just the way, one time I watched him doing stems and he started going like this, like just toot, toot, toot. And I realized, because his stems are always so realistic with such a sense of design to them, there could be 5 colors in one stem. And that just made such an impression with me. And just watching him just going like that with the stems taught me forever branches of trees, the stems on the roses. And what I'm doing in this painting now is, after I get some background thrown in there, I am going to play with the stems up, down, round, you know, just any way to make you flow through the painting. There you go.
Thanks,
That
Kathy.
was good. That was good.
Thank you. Right.
What about you, Tina? Do you want to?
I am still, especially with still lifes, mimicking my teachers. I literally went through my notes from Daniel and Kathy, and I started my wipeout, and kind of, like you said, Kathy, I started placing my colors. The thing that frustrates me the most is that I had to go back out to my garden and take some more impatiens, because the first setup was so wilted by the time it was time, you know, to paint after I mixed colors, that they were just gone. So I just replaced them. This is like my second set of flowers in the same still life. So maybe I should switch to like fake flowers. I don't know.
No.
No. Or like you did with class, Kathy, we can
blasphemy.
do like potted plants that are still living. Like, it's just, I hate that they die, and they it's like they're purposefully changing their direction. They're turning
They
their
are
heads on me.
purposely changing.
They're mocking
the light
me
that
as
you
I
have
go.
on them makes them move too. That's
Yes.
one thing.
Just when I think I have it, I look at it and I don't have it anymore. But honestly, when I paint from life, especially still life setup, it's like a reset for me. It's a way to force myself to go back to the basics of things and calm myself down, because when you paint from photography a lot, you kind of just start racing along, because you never have to take a break. The photo never needs a break. And so I love to paint from life as like a reset, redo, start again. It's so much more calming for me. It kind of makes you slow down, and especially since you're building your own still life setup, it really makes you think about your process from the very, very beginning all the way through. And I'm not good at it. I never look at my still lifes as something for me to sell or enter into competition or anything. I look at them as more like a treatment I go through, like a spa treatment. It's just one of those angry spa treatments where they scrub your skin off and you're all red afterwards.
Oh God, Tina.
It's awful. It's terrible.
You know, when I think about still life arrangement, I think about look at Sherry's arrangement. They're always so doggone beautiful. It's so intentional. And I see Daniel always has a beautiful composition, but he paints almost out in nature. I mean, when he sets it up, they're really beautiful too. And they're so different in their structure and design. For me, when I paint the still life, there are times when I will set it up and I'll keep tossing things around until it speaks to me. But one of the most important things is you have to surround yourself with things that inspire you. You can't, you can't just grab a vase off of a garage sale. And it has to have, to me, if I'm going to paint a still life, those things have to speak to me. Then I find a way to say something about them in a composition. You know what I mean? So when I go out, like today, I was so excited about finding this pear tree. I can't even begin to tell you, because I was going to go and steal some apples off of a apple orchard down the street. But thankfully, this saved me from being thrown in jail. And because I found this pear tree at a friend's house. And I don't know how I was going to set it up, but I knew that I wanted to paint this branch. So I brought it back, and you can see my setup. Probably you can see my setup. Here, let me turn it on. I've got it set up a little higher. Normally, I may have just set it up on the table below it with the beautiful Oriental rug. But for some reason, I thought, I need to elevate it a little bit. So I put it on a box on a piece of cardboard and got it to the right angle. So it's just really finding that composition. You find, sometimes I just find it speaking to me, and then go backwards from there. So if I'm inspired by it, then there are certain formulas. Okay, there are certain formulas that I know will always work for me, which is when you set up a still life, make sure you have just one light source. That's very important. So you don't have all the lights on in the room and you don't know what's going on. And also you find, make sure that all the shapes don't repeat themselves. So you have, if I have two of these vases here that are the same size, or two of the pairs that are the same size, it will cancel each other out. So that's a principle that I've learned in observing nature, that nature never repeats itself. So in a good painting, the elements never repeat themselves, and yet they come together in a cohesive whole, right? So that's those principles always work. But knowing all of that, I allow other things to happen, like just look at what it says to me. In other words, I like to be surprised by things that I don't know, and then go from there.
I love that.
I love your harmony, Kwang.
Oh, thank you.
Beautiful
now,
harmony.
Sorry about the baby noises. I just fed him. He was fussing trying to paint this with one arm.
We're getting so many messages coming in saying that you are amazing painting, feeding baby, doing what you're doing. Can I just say, Kathy gets flustered about setting up a still life. If only she knew what you're doing right now. She can't see your screen. No, okay, I'm going to hit you all with another question, if that's okay. We've got lots of people. Sorry, my voice is going. We're running late, but I actually think we're running just on the right time because we're having such a good time. And if you guys are all okay with painting for another 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Is that okay, Nance?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Is everybody else okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
That sounds
Daniel,
great.
you said yes. Thank you. How obedient. Okay, I'm going to bring in Gayatri, because we spoke a lot yesterday. You painting in a way. So introduce yourself for me, darling. Tell us where you are, and go ahead with your question.
Yeah, this is Gayatri Mehta from Mumbai, India. And yesterday I was there the whole day. And today, right from afternoon, that is 3:30 here, I'm here, and it is 3:30 in the morning, and I'm still awake just to enjoy you people, seeing you people enjoying and sharing your experiences about Richard. I have become so close to him, though I never knew him personally. I never heard him say few words, but today I can feel what Richard was through all of you, through all of your sayings, through all of your stories. You have really made him close to all of us through all over the world. Thank you so much that we have come to know Richard in a very, very deeper way, in a very soulful way. We are all indebted to you that, yes, you have shared Richard in a true sense to us. Your paintings are superb. I follow many of you, especially Kyung Ho. I can't pronounce his name properly, but all of you, many of you I follow quite regularly, and I love your work. And we get inspired through you. The legacy of Richard will definitely continue. We are hoping forward for more programs like this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I have today made.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
one
Lovely
painting.
things to say.
I have made one painting I would like to show.
Yeah, please do.
Getting inspired from all of you. One still life setup I have made, and that still life setup I can show you if that can be seen. Can you all see?
That's beautiful. Yes.
Yeah.
Where is
A
it?
little closer.
And this is the painting I have
Oh my
made.
gosh.
Good
Beautiful
job.
composition.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So
very nice.
I too was quite inspired to paint with you people, and it is indeed a great pleasure to meet you all people in person. And Nancy, we are looking forward. Simi, we are looking forward for more programs like this.
Bless
so
you.
much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Gayatri.
Gayatri, I just want to also say, can you just tell everybody what you guys do in January every year? I absolutely love that you celebrate in this way.
Yes. Every year, a group of artists, I say 25, 30 artists, we gather on 12th of January for last 8 years. We go at some place, we call for a model, and then we make end plein air painting, remembering and celebrating John Singer Sargent.
Wow.
On 12th
Gayatri.
January every year.
That's amazing.
Gayatri, that's my birthday too. I'm January 12th.
Then now we'll be celebrating Tina also. But till now we have been celebrating John Singer Sargent. In Mumbai, we go to a place or garden somewhere, and we make a point to paint from life and plein air. So I hope we will celebrate Richard Schmid from now onwards.
We need
in India, and whatever we do, we'll let you know. There are a group of artists who are really
Gayatri.
followers
Fantastic.
of Richard Schmid.
Bless you. Thank you so much for joining us.
So much. Thank you so much. Every single one of you. Thank you. I want to see everybody's painting.
No, don't look yet.
Terrible.
Okay, Nance, I have another question.
Okay.
This one is a bit more specific for yourself, I presume, but basically it was to do with the music that Richard would play. Can you tell us what music Richard loved to listen to, and if people then want to start playing music in their studios and feel inspired after they finish with us here, what would they put on?
That's a wonderful question. I think everyone is different. I mean, Kathy and Richard, it was funny, she liked Frank Sinatra and he didn't care for that too much, but he would, we would paint on Saturday, and every Friday night after, even before dinner, he would find some new classical music and download his favorites and play it for us. We'd have classical music playing all the time when we were painting. And the funny thing is that the last half hour was usually these pieces of music that got real fast. and we'd start painting faster and faster. But some people, and some people like no music, some people like podcasts, but he enjoyed and he wanted to share, just like beautiful music, he wanted to share Bach and Mozart, Beethoven, Chopin. You know, those were all of his classic favorites, and that was a really, you know, beautiful thing. Yeah, so thank you for asking.
Thank you.
And I think Kwang Ho said it or something, that sometimes his music, there's this one that's very simple of these black-eyed Susans going across, and it just reminded me of a very simple Mozart, or, you know, his paintings did seem like music. He loved painting to music, classical music.
Nancy, we've had another great idea come in.
Yes.
It's somebody's put here. Where did it go? It shoots out the way. Okay. It was, who else is inspired to go through Alla Prima from cover to cover again, and who wants to join a book club with me?
Me, I want to join again. I've read it more times than I can count.
Wow.
This is my Alla Prima.
There you go. Wow, that is well read.
This is my workbook. I want that book club.
That's great. There you go.
I'm inspired to go and redo all the color charts.
Well, we heard earlier, Kwang, you have to redo them every 10 years. Are you up for that?
I've quit through most of them half the way through, so I got to go and redo them for the first time.
But Kwang, you don't come across the type who's a color chart guy. You're very intuitive with your color, aren't you?
I am, but you know, too, I'm not stronger for it. I really need to do it. I think I will be even stronger if I did it, actually. No doubt about it. I think I'll see, it's like hearing some octaves that I haven't, you know, played with. I think it'll help me. I think I'm gonna do it.
It'll help you. Okay, let me know. I'll join you too.
Really? Okay. All right.
Yeah, why not?
Would you guys like another question, or does anybody want to share a story? Daniel, you're being awfully quiet.
He sure is, isn't he?
I'm nervous.
It's very unlike Daniel to be this quiet.
I don't believe you've just said you're nervous. Well, to make it worse, you've been pinned, which means that you're large.
That I'm what?
You're large. You're on everyone's screen. We can see everything.
Sounds like something that should only be done in private.
I tell you what I can see, Daniel. I can see your brushes in your jar as normal, down, which they shouldn't be. Yet no, don't move them out the screen. Pull them back. Show everybody the condition that you treat your brushes. Come on. Do it now. Look at this, everybody.
This is how you take care of Rosemary and Co. brushes.
That's what I do, Daniel.
Yeah, I don't like the perfect brushes. They don't make, you know, I mean, I like your brushes because they last long, but it takes me a while to break them in and mess them up. And these perfect little brushes that people kind of baby and worship, you know, those don't make the brush strokes that I like. So
funny.
Semi, oh, can I continue? There was a question out here about, was it setting up a still life?
Yes.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, I'd like to go on that, because look at everybody. I mean, I'd like to ask Sherry too. Look at that beautiful gesture going across, and how all of us are so different. Kwang Ho with his values together, and Daniel with this dance going across, and Kathy with her dance, and Tina with this beautiful dance. And
No, with my garage sale find.
And I'd love to see Sushi's up close too. Man, that looks so beautiful with the red. But I'd like to talk about setting up a still life, because for me, a lot of times it's the value pattern going across it. I know Daniel does that too, and I think a lot, yeah, and I can see it in all of you actually. I just wanted to explain that it's kind of like connecting the darks together in a beautiful pattern, and the lights. I mean, you can see it so much in Sherry's, this light dancing across that dark black background and the dark foreground. Anybody can you explain that better? And Daniel or Kathy? I just love doing that. Kind of like when there's a white teacup and the white cloth, that's flowing together, and then it hits a darker color, maybe apples, and you get to arrange the values also. Go ahead. Can you do that, Daniel? Can you?
Well, I definitely, that was one of the greatest things I think I learned from you. I know Richard also talks about it in his book, but you were so good at constantly, you know, or periodically bringing that up. And so it was really after you talked about it, probably at the barn one day, that I started looking for it, you know, the value patterns. And I find that when you consider the value pattern, it doesn't matter how many things you put in the still life. It can still be a very strong composition by connecting your lights, creating some kind of movement with the values. And so you don't have to eliminate everything that you want to paint in your painting. You just have to arrange it perhaps according to the value pattern that you want.
Yeah. And
well put, Daniel.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that you're not painting things, but you're painting this visual idea that Nancy was talking about, that everybody's talking about. Yeah.
Right.
And Sushi, do you think of the value pattern? How do you arrange your beautiful still lifes?
I think it's just a lot of instinct. Really go with, sometimes it's different every time, of course, but I think today I wanted like a high contrast, just, you know, just a beautiful red color. And I started with the fact that I want something red. And then, you know, a contrast. So today's was a little more planned out, but I think for the most part, I'll set stuff up, and, you know, it's just visually, if it kind of appeals to me, I go with it. I'll just shift and turn, you know, change a few things around. But I think for the most part, it's very intuitive. If I like something that looks, there's a certain inherent balance compositionally, without trying too hard, because I think when I try too hard and I try and stage stuff, I always fail, and I've learned it the hard way. So I kind of now have started trusting my first instinct of what I want to be about, or what the color, or I work backwards. So if it's like Kathy said, you know, like a color excites me, then I'll try to make it about the color harmony, and then pick objects accordingly, because it doesn't matter what it is, then it's just all about the harmony, the visual interest. Then if there's an emotional quotient to the, you know, piece that I want, which I can feel already, then the piece becomes about the emotional quotient, not so much about what exactly it is. So yeah, I think I'm a little more intuitive.
I was
I was going to say that's exactly what I was. Value pattern is definitely what I'm looking for, and that's exactly what I'm doing here. Is keeping all of this dark, so all these leaves on top of here are practically the same value as the whole background or foreground color. But I want activity in there, but I don't want to make you start jumbling around.
Yeah, you can really see it in yours, Kathy. And Daniel, can you explain the value pattern there? Thank you for putting it forward.
Well, I think I play around with the, I feel like lately I consider the value pattern and for the color, sort of a pattern with color, because I think if this were colorless, there would be all the darks connected, which would of course be value pattern centric. But lately I've also been considering like the pattern based on color, because I'm not adding, I mean, this is just one color of flower, not multiple colors. And so connecting these, and in composition, I've tried to have an obvious focal point, maybe just one flower or one part of the painting be dominant with some hard edges and unobstructed view. And then I try to make everything else subject to that by making it slightly less important, either turning it a different direction or obstructing it with something else. I really have to look at this later and see if it's any good. I've only been looking at it up close, so I'm kind of moving my camera around. It looks super intense. It's not actually that, this phone is not great.
Daniel, it's no good at all, and you should just send it to me.
I was just going to say the same thing, Tina.
I say it's no good at all, Daniel, and you should just send it to me.
All right.
It's a wasted canvas. Just toss it in the mail to me.
You're so right. You're so right.
And hey, I have a question for Sherry. Sherry, I mean, those are just leaves going across. Can you talk about, you're talking about drawing? Can you, the drawing of your leaves going across are just beautiful.
Sure are. My gosh.
Yeah, yeah. Can you, I mean, they're leaves.
Well, and that was the very thing I was trying to say about Richard and you, Nancy, and you, because I know how much drawing means to you as well, and I just always have marveled at your drawing ability also in your work. It's just the care that you take. So it's just, if drawing means something to somebody, you can tell it in their work, because you tell that they really care about that specific shape of a leaf or a flower or the face or anyway. So thank you for noticing. But yes, I love it. And really the whole painting obviously is about those leaves. I really do love doing grape leaves and grapes.
Yeah, and Richard said that, just for everybody watching, that if you go and look at his still lifes, the flowers are done so beautifully that he says most people forget the leaves. And here you're doing just leaves. And that I didn't want to tell you before, but that's really hard to do. It's nice to do the impossible and just make it look easy. I think it's pretty hard to do. So.
Well, I know, and especially because they're changing. They're trying to change.
Oh, right.
They're kind of holding on, but.
Nancy, just a quickie. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news here, because I hate saying this, but we have 10 minutes left. I know. Would you like, for the last 10 minutes, for us to go around the room like we did?
Yes, I think that's a great idea. I'm going to turn on a light here, so maybe.
Okay, sure.
Can you tell it's getting a little dark?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You look like a midnight nocturnal painter.
I would love to see everybody's painting.
Okay, I'll go around the room. So, folks, what we would love to do is go around each and every one of you. If you can show us the best view of your painting up close so that we can see it. And then also, if you can just tell us where people can find you after this, not your physical home address.
That's hilarious.
I'll tell you Kathy's.
Yeah, that would be 44. No, I'm kidding.
Oh my God.
But seriously, people will want to know how they can ask you more questions. And I know so many of you teach and you have online things and in-person workshops. Kathy and Daniel are coming to Yorkshire with us next year. You know, this is what it's all about, and we want this to live on through. So please, can you do all of that? And if you want to close off with any statement about what this weekend's meant and what Richard and Nancy mean to you, that would be brilliant. So I'm going to kick off with Kathy.
Oh Lordy. John went to the store. I don't know if I can move my camera. Maybe I'll move the painting.
Yeah.
How's that?
What a great idea. Yeah.
Oh, Kathy, that's gorgeous.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Thank
Bridget.
you.
Let me see. Where is it? Where is it?
Look fast,
Kathy's very good at block-ins, and look at how she's got her value pattern.
Those
and the
colors.
That's gorgeous.
Thank you.
Daniel, what were your thoughts on that? You didn't say anything.
Because I can't
Jealous.
see anything. Are you all making fun?
Kathy just said he's jealous.
That's it.
Oh,
I would love to actually see her painting.
Well, where were you when I was showing it?
Your screen for me is completely blank.
Huh.
You know,
Kathy, Daniel, I can tell you, I can describe it. You know, Kathy paints those flowers that look dead. No, sorry, no, they don't look dead. You know those flowers.
why is his screen blank?
No, well, that's because your audio's off, which everybody has been.
Yeah, I've seen people commenting about it the whole time.
What I can say to that as
Why
we
didn't you
kick
tell
off
me?
around the room is we are actually going to ask all of you to take a really good photograph of your work. And then what we're going to do is we're going to post it on richardschmidart.com by the end of this month. So that's answered one question. But Kathy, do you want to just mention the final part about how people can find you and what this weekend has meant?
I sure will. I apologize. Can you see my face right now?
Kathy, don't. We've been terrible.
Kathy Anderson. My website is kathyandersonstudio.com, and I am teaching workshops. Of course, I'm so excited to go to Yorkshire next summer with Daniel Keys. My next workshop live actually is at Scottsdale Artist School at the end of January. So, and thank you. All I can say is, like, Richard changed my life 100%. I know I would not be here without falling under his wing. And it's like, this weekend has been so emotional. I feel like I'm going to collapse, but I'll probably just have a drink instead. But it's just been so amazing. And Simi and Joe, no one will ever know what work they have put into this and how amazing they have been. And Nancy, to see this come to life the way you wanted it to, I'm just so, that's all I can say. Thank you so much.
And Nancy, I know that we can say Kathy's been on the board for this, and every time we've had any issues, Kathy's gone, see me as the lowest common denominator. If I can't work it, other people can't, but
that's why they put me on the board, whatever the board is.
Okay, Suchi, I'm going to pin in on you and highlight you next.
Okay, hold on.
Sorry, I know
Just
you're
get my. No, no, that's fine. Yeah, hold on. Gonna have to. All right.
Oh, beautiful. I love the colors in that.
Yeah, there's a little bit of saturation right now because I still haven't got down to the top of it, trying to cool off some colors. But yeah, we're just really focusing on the drawing and yeah.
Just beautiful.
Beautiful. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Wait, I want to see it. Oh, let me see. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
I don't see it. Let's see.
Oh yes. Oh my gosh, that's gorgeous.
Thank you.
Wow, and did you use just question? Did you that was a great question last time. Do you use a lot of medium? Do you use dry? How did you?
Yeah,
paint
I
that?
do. Well, I use a mix of linseed oil and what is that? Gamsol. So like I do a 70-30%, mix, 70% Gamsol and 30% linseed oil. So it's not too sticky straight up. So yeah, I didn't have a whole lot of, I think the Gamsol I use initially for the wash, but I think later I just use more like the medium just to push the paint. But yeah.
Wow, that is just so amazing. Gosh, your greens too. A lot of people, it's hard. Look at all the different greens we got. Those are beautiful.
Oh, thanks.
Oh my gosh. And white.
Yeah, well, I always I kind of gravitate to whites, but it's such a challenge, right? To see something that, because the setup is this, and it's all completely like I don't have a huge contrast on the object itself, but I figured just the design of it with the flowers and the Buddha statue. I think I kind of have the background offsetting. But it's too exposed right now because there's so much light here. So, but anyway, gives you an idea.
What's so interesting is your painting is gorgeous, and go to the setup. The setup is just a setup. The difference is what you saw in it. Isn't that amazing? That's what we're about. We that's what you saw. You get to show us what you saw with your eyes or what you felt. That's art,
Oh, thanks. Yeah, but this is fun, guys. Really, I mean, it's it's not supposed to be like a whole lot of seriousness there, which is great. And you got to have a good time listening to all the stories. So this is really fun. But what was the question, Simi, you asked us to finish up with? I forgot.
Yeah, that's okay. Beautiful, beautiful painting, by the way. If you can flip the camera around so we can see you. I'd love it. Okay. Oh, look at that view. Wow. Suchi,
right, okay, hold on. Yeah.
Where are we going to be able to see your work? Your website, your Instagram, and I guess just really what this weekend's meant to you, and then we're good.
Yeah. Okay. So my website is suchitrabhosley.com, and of course on Instagram I'm as my first and last name. And Nancy, I hope I'm not offending you, but can I please correct you? The way you say sushi. So it's not sushi. Sushi is Japanese sushi.
Sushi. Thank you. Yes, please tell me. Yes.
I love you, but yeah, like I just have to correct that in case, because I have to tell people, what, good. And most people can't say even sushi because they invariably end up saying sushi. Then I have to say Gucci. And then all the women get it. It's like, oh, Gucci, like Gucci bags, handbags, chi, like a Tai Chi.
Chi.
Suchi. Okay.
Thank you.
So, yes. So, and so you'll see my work on Instagram mostly. I post a lot there. I have a few shows coming up that I'm excited about, and thank you, really. I mean, for me, this has been such an honor, really, Nancy. I think I was just excited when you touched base and you said, "Would you do this?" And I was just really, really excited to do this. I haven't had the opportunity to really spend a lot of time with Richard and you over the years. But I think the essence that I get from just the love. I mean, I don't need to meet you and be with you, but I feel your joy, I feel your love, I feel your spirit. So it just meant the world to me that you asked me to be here today and do this with all of you. So thank you so much.
Thanks.
And thank you, Simi, for putting it together. I think she's did a wonderful job and lots of work. So yes, and what a treat.
And you know how you say that about your name, I have the same thing. So
what do people call you?
Simi.
Not Shimmy.
Simi, Simi,
Simi.
You know.
I know. But you know what? It's okay as long as they get it. Once you have something to I think relate it to, then the sounds, and people usually get it. So it's okay. So now Gucci, with Gucci, no one's gonna forget Suchi.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, darling. Thank you so much. Tina.
Pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Do you need to get any closer to see how bad it is?
Don't say that.
It's terrible. I have to say, I wouldn't have missed this for the world. When Nancy called and said, "Will you do this? But it's for still life. Are you sure you want to do this?" And I was like, I wouldn't miss this for the world. And I can prove that because yesterday my son graduated college in New York City and I flew home to be here for this. So I wouldn't miss it for the world. And I am so honored to be a part of your life, Nancy, going forward. I'm so excited to see what you do with your goal and important mission of carrying on Richard's legacy. You are shining in that goal, in that role right now. I'm so incredibly happy for you and proud for you.
Thank you so much.
In 2020, Richard used a butter knife to induct me officially into the Putney Painters, and that was really, truly the highlight of my 10 years. I'll be 10 years in March 2020 that I started oil painting. So I'm going to have to go do the color charts again. But all of the Putney Painters, I love you all so much. And being in touch with you over the pandemic time has saved me. It's kept me from going crazy. It's kept me feeling like this is all going to end someday. And getting to see you in person for the services, Nancy, was an absolute treasure, a gift I'll never forget to be able to be a part of that with you. So thank you so much for including me.
Thank you so much.
Can't say anything else.
Everybody. Oh my gosh. Thank you.
Juan, are you with us? One sec.
He's there. Is that you, Quan?
There. I had to mute myself because Liam is usually really good, and I told Adrian to go ahead and go with her friends because he usually would just not make a peep. But after feeling that he was fussing, so I didn't want him to be a nuisance. But here's can you see the painting up close a little bit?
We can.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, that's gorgeous, Quan.
Thank you. It's a little dark, but the scenes over there, and but that's about all I can do with what I could do today. It's interesting. Earlier on, Simi was asking about how many brushes you have in your left hand, non-painting hand, and I usually have a gob too. And just like everyone else, their answer is so funny to me because it was all the same. But today, because I was holding Liam, I had one brush, and it turned out the same. I didn't need all those brushes after all.
Brush sales are going to plummet after you've said that now.
Well,
so Kwang, what does that mean? What does that mean?
Well, no, I mean, you can hold one brush at a time, but my arsenal for my brushes is, my favorite brushes are you know what they are. Hang on.
You better say rosemary.
Boy, of course, but it's the ivory the ivory extra long
Ivory, yes.
and
Yeah.
extra long flats and the and the eggbirds. That's what I rely on. So even for these details, I have this little, I don't know if you can see it, it's a little tiny egbert here. And I do all these tiny little strokes with it. But so anyway, I'm sorry if Liam was disturbing today.
No, please
Not at
don't
all.
apologize. It's
good.
been absolutely amazing to see you paint like that with Liam. And do you know, Kwong, let's face it, you are a working family. It's amazing to see that. It's absolutely inspirational. I really mean it.
Really?
I think it has, I just realized today, this is the first time where I painted with him and he's fussy like that. Usually he's really quiet. So I'm going to have to figure out how to do that more often. Maybe put a pouch on me. You see this? You see this?
That's so sweet.
Look at this. That was Liam. With the oil. Anyhow, Nancy, I just want to say how honored I am to be part of this. Of course, we all love you, and we all love Richard as much. Well, as much as we love Richard, we love you as well, just as much. And I can't wait to see what you'll do from this point on. And we want you to come paint with us if you can sometime. Come visit us, and because you and I have a lot to talk about on so many spiritual and philosophical things. You know that, right? But anyway, I just want to say I'm so happy to be part of this today. It was so much fun, and to watch and see everybody, what you all did in just a few hours is so amazing. As far as my own work is concerned, I mean, I'm on Instagram as Kwang Ho Art or something like that, and I'm on Facebook and I post some stuff. And I don't teach as many workshops anymore, but I do this thing called MFA .studio. And so I do a bunch of videos on there. So he's going crazy. Hang on.
Whilst Kwong says that, I just want to say the MFA website that Kwong has.
You have to see him. I go over and push the swing, and he looks at me. He starts laughing and smiling, and then I go away, and he's grumping. So crazy. So anyway, what I'm doing with the MFA.studio is I'm inventing a whole curriculum on there. And of course, I have a lot of other artists on there contributing. And I feel like what we said earlier, it's like we're all teaching each other, and education doesn't have to be, $70,000 a year in some stupid ass college that teach you nothing. I'm listening to what you all said today, and it's just a few lines like the design structure, the value design. And if you get that explained to you in 5 minutes, in 10 minutes, it will change how you paint. And if you're somebody who can explain it to you, who knows what they're talking about, that's so valuable. And I think for me, as an artist, I've learned from a series of little ahas like that. And after a while, it's all the same ones coming back over and over. And then it's up to you to put it into practice, So I don't feel like there's any secrets anymore, but how much do you want to learn, and who do you go to talk to, and make sure you go to somebody who knows what they're talking about. So that's the whole point of why I'm doing MFA, is I have my perspective on what makes this painting behind me work, but then I can go and do something very graphic and abstract, and I have to be able to explain myself too. So there's a little animal squirming back there. But anyway, so check that out if you want to. It's like I said, it's really cheap anymore it's very affordable to get a good art education, don't you think? I mean, Sherry and Daniel and all of you have wonderful videos out there that you can learn from. So anyway, applaud to all of you. This is great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to mute myself so the child doesn't disturb the next person. Hang on.
Thank you so much, Kwang. And it's so great you have your child with your art, doing that with Carol Arnold. Semi, who's next?
Daniel. Dan, you are muted. Finally. I'm kidding. except we could do with what time we need you to speak. Joe, can you help? Dan, are you? Yeah. There we go.
Okay. How dare you, first of all? I guess where to find me, same as all of the others, Instagram and all the, Facebook, and my website is danieljkeys.com. And I have a few workshops listed. Of course, Kathy and I are going to Yorkshire, allegedly, after I think 3 or 4 years of trying to get this all together, but it is settled as far as I know for next year. But that's listed along with some other workshops. And yeah, so I hope to see all of you that have been painting today and catch up soon. I did get to see Kwong and Adrian last week in Denver, which was nice. And so I do have also videos on my website, links to downloads and things like that. So thank you, Nancy. What an honor, and I love you very, very much. And I would do anything for you like this again. Just whatever you need. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Oh my gosh, thank you.
That's the nicest thing you've ever said. And Nancy, it's because you're so beautiful, everybody wants to support you. But if I ask Daniel to do that, he pretends he doesn't get my emails. No, I'm kidding.
Oh my God.
Just joking.
People are going to take you seriously. Well, first of all, I don't answer email or anything, but I do for you. So people are asking me to show my painting close up. Okay, so.
Okay. That's a good idea.
Gorgeous.
Beautiful.
It's so beautiful, Daniel.
Wonderful.
So beautiful.
Gorgeous.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that's pretty.
I need another lesson.
I do too. So we'll trade.
Oh, Dan, beautiful.
Thank you.
Somebody said, where do I donate for the cause? I presume they don't mean for you. I think they mean
TinaGarrett.com. No.
Okay, Sherry, I'm going to pin you now, darling.
Okay, Simi. Okay, so this is the painting. I can go in a little bit more and just give you a closer look, but anyway, I have to say it was just, Simi and Joe, you guys are amazing, and I cannot imagine how you've been pulling this off. But I have really enjoyed. I'll back out where whoops, where I get in on the screen.
Beautiful.
But I really, Nancy, it's been an honor, to have been invited to be a part of this. I think the thing that I'm so amazed by all the artists is the humility. So here you've had like the most incredible lineup of artists. Some of the best artists in the world really have been demonstrating, on this whole event, and yet each one of them is so humble. So it's really been an extraordinary experience, and then all of this, to honor Richard, who really was one of the huge talents, I think, in the history of art, and as well as Nancy. And I think that Nancy kind of puts herself on the back burner quite often with Richard, but I have just tremendous respect for you, Nancy, and for your aesthetic also, and for your artistic ideas. So, and all of you, I have to say, I just really am kind of blown away by the talent that has been presented today. So I'm just delighted to be a part of it, and And you can find me on the website Bright Light Fine Art. And we do actually stream David LaFell every Sunday on Facebook, also on Bright Light Fine Art. And Bright Light Fine Art, we have a lot of instructional videos. So that's what we do, is a lot of painting all kinds of subject matter. And we do have a flower workshop online coming up at the end of the month of October. And you can also find that on Bright Light Fine Art. And our next in-person workshop should be at Scottsdale Artist School, like everybody else is saying, if it goes through, and that's in February. So anyway, thank you, Simi. Thank you, Joe. You guys, I know, have just done a tremendous amount of work, and I know all the peripheral people have been doing a ton of work too. And then, of course, Nancy's brilliant idea to do this. So anyway, I think it was a great idea, and I'm glad to be a part of it.
Thank you, Sherry. Nancy, do you want to say a couple of words?
Oh my gosh, yes, just thank you. And it's just so neat for everyone out there who have been painting and need that help. They get to pick who they'd like to study with right now, which is so great. So I'm so glad they know everybody's website. I'm just so honored to all of you. And let me just get into the gallery. Just honored for all of you. Thank you forever for doing this. All of you just jumped at it to honor Richard. And so that's just so, it's just so wonderful because it's just so healing to heal with art and to heal with other people doing art. So thank you so much. And he kind of, it just deepens him living more into my heart and all these wonderful memories that I can go forward with. So thank you all so much for the whole day, and all of you out there. Now you can go and choose. It's just so exciting. We have, you can learn anything now. If somebody can do it, everybody's willing to share what they know. You can learn it. So thank you.
Okay, Nance, what I'm going to say now, so that everybody knows, we haven't finished the day. We've still got more to go. It's so emotional. One thing people are asking is for all of your websites and things. So I'm going to say it again in case you've just joined us. We're going to ask all of these guys, and from the portrait session earlier, to take a beautiful photo of their work. By the end of October, we will post it on the website richardschmidart.com. And to make life easy, I'm going to put, for example, Kwong, and then his website underneath it and his Instagram handle. So we can do things easily like that, okay? Keep making suggestions and we'll keep growing with it, but bear with us, okay? And I also wanted to say people are asking all over where they send their work as they've been painting along, because we've had nearly 1,000 people paint with you all today, here and there. And what you would do for that one is info@richardschmidart.com, and it's Nancy's wishes that we will gather all of those. Nancy's going to archive them, but we're also going to have a section on the website where we're going to post them. And if you want to write a tribute or anything, any special words, just send them there. And also the new book club that we formed. People are asking about the book club. Just write to us, okay? We're not going to get back to you straight away, but we will get back to you ASAP. And we just want to celebrate Richard and keep Richard alive with us, and that's what Nancy's wishes are. And that's what we're doing this weekend. So don't tune off if you're thinking of going. We still have a couple of special bits. I know we're way over schedule, but what the heck, okay? So I'm going to pass now to Nancy and Kathy to introduce our next section, and yeah, we can go from there. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Sherry, beautiful painting. Thank you. Suchi, that was amazing.
Bye, everybody. Fabulous paintings, everybody.
Thank you all so much. It was such a beautiful, it was an honor to paint with you and to have everybody around the world painting, kind of painting and seeing and enjoying it all. Thank you so much. In the honor of Richard, thank you. It's just so.
Oh boy.
Okay.
So.
Oh, are we ready? Okay.
Yeah, when you're ready, we're ready.
Okay, sorry, let me just get this so I can see. Oh, so it's both of us? Are we on now?
Yeah, I just want to quickly say, Joe, can you just run around here and tell everybody the view? Because we've blown people's brains with which speaker view and view to use. So Joe's just going to help everybody get reset for this last section of the day. Go ahead.
Hey, everyone. So basically, if you flip between gallery and speaker, just to figure out who you can watch paint for that last 2 hours, if you all flick back to speaker view, speaker views in the top right hand corner, you should be able to select view and click speaker, because we're going to show some videos, so we just want you all to be able to see them. So if you could do that for us, that'd be great.
Yeah. Okay. Passing to you, Nancy and Kathy.
It's kind of neat. We're still on Sherry, which is great because I love seeing that painting of Sherry's. Are we on? I see Sherry.
No, make sure, Nance, make sure that your view up on the top right is speaker.
Yeah, it is, but I'll go ahead and start. Okay.
What about me? Am I okay, Sim?
Yeah, you're on. Go.
You're on. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I have the next two. We have two films coming up, short films, and this again is just Richard's generosity. And I'm going to introduce the first one. Kathy's going to introduce the second. And before I start again, I just want to say thank you to everybody. This has just been such a joy to celebrate this tribute to Richard with every single one of you. Thank you for participating. And all right, so the first film is A Brief History of the Richard Schmid Art Auction. And in 1990, Richard and I decided to move up into the mountains. It was very wild with bears and all sorts of animals in the town of Bellevue, Colorado on Stove Prairie Road. When Richard found out that our community had an all-volunteer fire department, he wanted to help. We became good friends with West Rutt, one of the Risk Canyon volunteer firefighters, and he put this short film together very quickly for us, telling another story of Richard's generosity just for you. And also, some of the photographs are low DPIs because of the fires out there. A lot of the photographs were burnt in fires, the higher DPIs. So, but it still tells a wonderful story of Richard. Kathy.
And after that, I'm going to introduce actually a very good friend of mine, the former CEO of the Salamagundi Club and the current publisher of Art and Architecture magazine. He's an incredible lover of art ever since I've known him, and has a huge art collection that he just can't stop buying, Mr. Tim Newton, that we all know and love so much.
Okay, thank you all. We say enjoy. We love you so much, everybody.
A Brief History of the Richard Schmid Fine Art Auction. Chapter 1, In the Beginning. Way back sometime in the 20th century, in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains, a group of ranchers and other assorted mountain folk decided to band together and form a volunteer fire department to battle increasing numbers of forest fires. In the early years, it was hard going, since they had decided to avoid government revenuers and rely on community donations in order to operate. So they did things like convert a World War II bomb tender into a water tanker, beg for hand-me-down gear from other fire departments, and hope for tame fire seasons. Chapter 2, A White Night Arrives. As the years went by, the mountain population grew and changed. In the early 90s, the internationally known artist and author Richard Schmid rode into town. brimming with energy, enthusiasm, and fresh ideas. When Richard realized that the only organization immediately available to protect his family and property from wildfire still relied on secondhand, often out-of-date equipment, he thought it the perfect time to experiment with a long-held philosophy that art could be used to do more than just beautify a community. His first effort was to help organize a fundraiser in the form of a raffle. He donated a print of one of his paintings, browbeat a couple of other artists to do the same, and he even offered to help us sell its raffle tickets. Since we live in one of the most scenic areas in the West, and arguably the world, we get a number of tourists traveling through during the summer. Many are already lost by the time they travel along the miles of winding road necessary to reach us, and they often stop locals and ask for directions. So we decided to sell our raffle tickets at the intersection of two dirt roads where an historic little mountain school had been in operation for over a century. Every weekend throughout the summer of 1995, Richard and a number of volunteers would ensconce themselves under a tree at that intersection, run into the road to stop every vehicle that drove by, and make our pitch to buy a raffle ticket in order to help us protect our beautiful surroundings from the ravages of wildfire. At first, we were wildly successful. We sold tickets to tourists from Japan to Germany, and were excited to meet folks from all over the world while standing in our own backyard. Chapter 3. Richard Meets the Sheriff. One day in August, when our dwindling cadre of sunburnt and dusty volunteers was beginning to rationalize that a well-equipped fire department was perhaps an elitist notion that shouldn't be so high on our list of priorities, the sheriff pulled up, and he wasn't looking for a raffle ticket. He told us that he was sympathetic to our cause, but our neighbors were beginning to think of us more as an irritating public nuisance than a beneficial public service. He strongly suggested that we find another way to raise funds. Of course, we all agreed. Chapter 4. Was it heat stroke? Not one to let a little threat of incarceration dampen his enthusiasm for a worthy cause, Richard then suggested that we simply move our efforts to a mountain meadow beside the road and have an art auction instead of a raffle. I am chagrined to report that most of us at first thought that Richard's time out in the sun might have caused some permanent damage. After all, we lived in a community better known for cattle ranching than art collecting. The nearest town was miles away, and in 1995, the full potential of the internet was well beyond our wildest dreams. However, Richard Schmid is a very persuasive guy. So, Chapter 5, our really, really humble beginnings. In 1996, we hosted our first Richard Schmid Fine Art Auction. It was held in a hayfield. The art was hung in an old surplus army tent. Richard personally invited and may have even begged some artists to participate. To top it off, Richard sold his own painting by standing in the bed of a pickup truck in order to get reception on his cell phone. Having said all that, we raised more money for a volunteer fire department that year than in any of the previous 20 years of our existence. Every year since that time, we learned a little more and became a little more successful. Although Richard and his wife Nancy Guzik moved out of the area some years later, they both contributed enthusiastically to support our auction every year. Since its humble beginnings in 1996, over 1,250 pieces of fine original art have been auctioned for a total of $1.7 million. generating over $650,000 to support our volunteer mountain fire department. We thank the many artists who have contributed to our efforts over the years. We thank the many patrons who have joined us on Sunday of Labor Day weekend and purchased art. And most of all, we thank our internationally known artist, author, neighbor, friend, and fundraising visionary, Richard Schmid.
Hi, I'm Tim Newton. It's an honor for me to be with you today to share in the celebration of the life and legacy of our friend Richard Schmid. I first met Richard and Nancy in the spring of 2009. They came down from New England to New York City to look at the American Masters show at the Salmagundi Club on Fifth Avenue. After meeting them, I had the opportunity to ask if they would consider being a part of that show, and both Richard and Nancy said yes. A couple of years later, I asked Richard if he would have an exhibition of his drawings up in the Patrons Gallery. That would be a show that was concurrent with American Masters, so that people that came to Masters could also see the Richard Schmid show. And he provided us with 18 or 20 drawings that were spectacular that were up in the Patrons Gallery, and we sold several of those. After that show came down, it was a couple of months, and Richard hadn't been able to get back to New York to pick up the drawings. And so I proposed, I said, Richard, you know, how about if I just put them in my minivan and drive them up to New Hampshire? And he said, well, that would be great. In fact, he proposed, he said, you know, if you do that, then if you have time, I would like you to set for me, you know, those little head studies that I do. And there you go. He said, I'll do one of you and give that to you as a thank you. Well, no thanks was needed, but I couldn't turn that down. So I sat with Richard for 3 of the best hours of my life. And he did the painting and we talked. And it was just Richard and I. And we talked about many things. And one of the things he said to me, so Tim, how are things at Salmagundi? Now, I was chairman of the board at the club at the time. And I said, well, we're very tight financially. And he said, well, he talked a bit. He said, let's show them the power of art to raise money. He said, I'll come to the club. I'll do a demonstration. I'll, you know, give all the money from the ticket sales and all the money from the sale of the demo painting to the club. Well, subsequent to that, all in, that totally, the total amount was probably $45,000 that he gifted to the club for our general fund. Now, that's just one of the many stories that you'll probably hear today, his generosity with the Wrist Canyon Fire Department auction, all of the things that Richard did. He was a man of great generosity, a brilliant man of great integrity, and we at Salmagundi were the absolute beneficiaries of his generosity. I'm honored to say that my friendship with Richard has continued until the time of his passing, and he is one of the greatest artists that most all of us will ever know in our lives, and we're blessed by him. And it's great to have this day to raise a glass to him, to celebrate the life that he led and the example that he gave. Thank you very much for letting me share my story, one of my Richard Schmid stories, with you today. God bless you all.
Thank you both to the Wrist Canyon Fire Department and Wes Rupp for the first video there. And secondly, to our friend, Tim Newton, for sharing your story with us today. As Tim mentioned, I think now is a good time for us to raise a glass or your brushes, and we'll do a 3 cheers to Richard. Is everybody ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3. Cheers, Richard. Now I'd like to introduce Betty Sue, who's going to perform a live tribute for Richard. Betty Sue is a musician based in Austin, Texas. She met Nancy and Richard through her beloved, the painter Charlie Hunter, who was on broadcast with us earlier as a member of the Putney Painters group. In more normal times, Betty Sue is primarily a full-time musician, but during this strange time, like so many musicians, she has pivoted to focusing on live streaming concerts and recording sessions of work from her home studio. She was commissioned to write a song for Nancy by the Putney Painters, which inspired by her paintings and her upcoming book, Where Fairy Tales Come Alive. And Nancy and Richard then asked Betty Sue to write this song in celebration of Richard's upcoming book.
Hi. Well, it's such a pleasure to be here, and I just really enjoyed tuning in today and having this broadcast on and watching everybody paint and talk about their process. It's been really a very moving celebration. In preparation for this, I dove into Alla Prima, and also, even though I'm not really a painter, and a bunch of interviews that Richard gave over the years in order to write this song for him. I came up learning in Chicago, consumed by the mystery of being alive and awake to the magic of showing you what I see. The hardest part, it's always the start when I don't know what the end will be. I want to see the wind before I begin to play chess with the canvas before me. I was made to tell a story this way, I know you'll understand. I'll write 1,000 words, tell you what my eyes heard, with a paintbrush in my hand. And it's easy, makes you crazy when I say just copy one piece and then another. Fit the big shapes together one by one, but never lose sight of the wonder that I was made. I tell a story this way, I know you'll understand. I'll write 1,000 words, tell you what my eyes heard, with a paintbrush in my hand. And you'll come to learn who I am on this blanket of clean white lead. See the love spilled out, pulled brave across the surface when my heart pumps bright cat red. And I was made to tell a story this way, I know you'll understand. I'll write 1,000 words, tell you what my eyes heard, with a paintbrush in my hand. That's for Richard and for Nancy. Thanks for running this, Simi. You've done a phenomenal job. I just have to say, I know that it has been probably a gazillion hours of work for you to pull this together technically and to get all of us artistic types. It's worse than wrangling cats, I have to say. And
You know,
you've really done an incredible job.
You'd think I'd be used to it in the business I'm in, but every time I'm still shocked. But Betty Sue, that was just absolutely beautiful. And I know everybody that watched that will just be blown away. So thank you. I'm gonna pop you back up there now. Oh, okay. Thank you, Betty Sue, for such a beautiful tribute. We're now towards the closing of our celebration of Richard. And just so everybody knows, we have now, sorry, we have recorded all of yesterday and today's events. Just give me 10 seconds. We're going to post them on the website, richardschmidart.com, by the end of October. That goes the same for all of the artists who've painted in today's paintings, okay? Just bear with me, sorry. Okay, we're now going to share the final video with you by our dear friend Kristen. Kristen is the owner of the West Wind Fine Art Gallery and has represented the art of Richard Schmid and Nancy for more than 20 years. She became their lifelong friend and worked with them in many capacities. Kristen is here now to introduce the film Abbotsford House, the creation of a masterwork by Richard Schmid.
Hello friends, Richard Schmid was also my dear friend and mentor for over 20 years, and I produced this short film, Abbotsford House, the creation of a masterwork, as a gift to Richard. I believed it was important to record the historic event, Richard's presentation of his journey to Scotland to paint the ancestral home of Sir Walter Scott. It took Richard nearly 2 years to paint his masterpiece, and then he asked me to be his emissary to present it to Queen Elizabeth II at the royal opening on June 10, 2013. His masterpiece can be seen in Abbotsford's Visitor Centre in Melrose, Scotland. I hope you enjoy our film in honor of Richard.
If we stubbornly pursue excellence in our perceptions and skills, we can offer paintings that will be true in ever new ways. We will do well to take a lesson from Mozart and Bach and others and create things so compellingly beautiful that we can't imagine a world without them. That was my first view of Abbotsford. You can imagine not having ever seen Abbotsford and then suddenly coming upon this beautiful, beautiful, otherworldly view of a fairy castle. This is the richness of Sir Walter's mind, that he would conceive of such a place. Just beginning the first of 2 sketches from life. In total, I think I worked out there for 5 full days of painting. That's me in my studio. The sketch that I did outdoors is over my left shoulder, using that as a reference for the color. The thing is, in painting it, I didn't want it to look like an architectural rendering, like an architect would show you. I wanted it to look like a serious painting that had interesting romantic edges and color changes and so on. And so I had to continually keep that vision of what I wanted this painting to look like as I went along. I wanted the painting to look like I just did it like that, you know, that it just happened without all of this hard work. was enjoying the fascination of problem solving rather than looking at problems as something to have to endure. That's my vision of Abbotsford. Thank you.